leave a comment, leave a follow, leave a sub, ayy. Come show some love, ayy. Don't be a scrub, ayy. Nah, 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 nah. Ayy, skrat, we ain't gon' top till we're on top. We ain't gon' stop, nah, 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 nah. We ain't gon' stop till we're number one, number one. But you wanna block us if you act up. Hit you with a bang if you act up. Let's get it. Welcome to the stream. Leave a comment, leave a follow, leave a sub, ayy. Come show some love, ayy. Don't be a scrub, ayy. Skrat, 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 skrat. We ain't gon' stop till we're on top. We ain't gon' stop, nah, 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 nah. We ain't gon' stop till we're number one. We're number one. We're number one. What we gon' play today? The stream is starting, so don't go away. Welcome to the stream. Leave a comment, leave a follow, leave a sub, ayy. Come show some love, ayy. Don't be a scrub, ayy. Nah, 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 nah. Ayy, skrat, we ain't gon' top till we're on top. We ain't gon' stop, nah, 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 nah. We ain't gon' stop till we're number one, number one. But you wanna block us if you act up. Hit you with a bang if you act up. Let's get it, bitch. I feel like Zelda the way I slice shit up. Ayy, 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 yeah. Skrat, 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 skrat. Follow that. Yeah. Enjoy the stream, cause you know where we at. Welcome to the stream. Leave a comment, leave a follow, leave a sub, ayy. Come show some love, ayy. Don't be a scrub, ayy. Nah, 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 nah. Ayy, skrat, we ain't gon' top till we're on top. We ain't gon' stop, nah, 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 nah. We ain't gon' stop till we're number one, number one. But you wanna block us if you act up. Hit you with a bang if you act up. Let's get it. Welcome to the stream. Leave a comment, leave a follow, leave a sub, ayy. Come show some love, ayy. Don't be a scrub, ayy. Skrat, 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 skrat. We ain't gon' stop till we're on top. We ain't gon' stop, nah, 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 nah. We ain't gon' stop till we're number one. We're number one. We're number one. What we gon' play today? The stream is starting, so don't go away. Welcome to the stream. Leave a comment, leave a follow, leave a sub, ayy. Come show some love, ayy. Don't be a scrub, ayy. Nah, 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 nah. Ayy, skrat, we ain't gon' top till we're on top. We ain't gon' stop, nah, 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 nah. We ain't gon' stop till we're number one, number one. But you wanna block us if you act up. Hit you with a bang if you act up. Let's get it, bitch. I feel like Zelda the way I slice shit up. Ayy, 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 yeah. Skrat, 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 skrat. Follow that. Yeah. Enjoy the stream, cause you know where we at. To the stream, leave a comment, leave a follow, leave a sub, ayy. Come show some love, ayy. Don't be a scrub, ayy. Nah, 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 nah. Ayy, skrat, we ain't gon' top till we're on top. We ain't gon' stop, nah, 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 nah. We ain't gon' stop till we're number one, number one. But you wanna block us if you act up. Hit you with a bang if you act up. Let's get it. Welcome to the stream. Leave a comment, leave a follow, leave a sub, ayy. Come show some love, ayy. Don't be a scrub, ayy. Skrat, 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 skrat. We ain't gon' stop till we're on top. We ain't gon' stop, nah, 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 nah. We ain't gon' stop till we're number one. We're number one. We're number one. What we gon' play today? The stream is starting, so don't go away. Welcome to the stream. Leave a comment, leave a follow, leave a sub, ayy. Come show some love, ayy. Don't be a scrub, ayy. Nah, 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 nah. Hey, skrat, we ain't gon' stop till we're on top. We ain't gon' stop, nah. We ain't gon' stop till we're number one. Put you on the block list if you act up. Hit you with a bang if you act up. Let's get it, bitch. I feel like Zelda the way I slice shit up. Hey, yeah. Skrat. Follow that. Yeah. Enjoy the stream, cause you know where we at. Welcome to the stream, leave a comment, leave a follow, leave a sub, ayy. Come show some love, ayy. Don't be a scrub, ayy. Nah. Hey, skrat, we ain't gon' stop till we're on top. We ain't gon' stop, nah. We ain't gon' stop till we're number one. But you on the block list if you act up. Hit you with a bang if you act up. Let's get it. Welcome to the stream, leave a comment, leave a follow, leave a sub, ayy. Come show some love, ayy. Don't be a scrub, ayy. Skrat. We ain't gon' stop till we're on top. We ain't gon' stop, nah. We ain't gon' stop till we're number one. We're number one. What we gon' play today? The stream is starting, so don't go away. Welcome to the stream, leave a comment, leave a follow, leave a sub, ayy. Come show some love, ayy. Don't be a scrub, ayy. Nah. Hey, skrat, we ain't gon' stop till we're on top. We ain't gon' stop, nah. We ain't gon' stop till we're number one.
Yo, good morning / afternoon / evening, everybody. What's up? How's it going? I met a wiener wizard yesterday. He was so cocky. Yeah, you did meet one. You did. Very interesting. Yo, what's up, Niche? How are you? How are you? Sit next to back. There we go. Good afternoon. How are you? How's it going? How's your days going?
Wow, that's a lot of words. Too bad I'm not reading them.
That was an apocalypse request sound. How are you, Feeve? Here we are. Hello. What's up? How are you? How's it going? How is everybody? I'm not going to lie to you. I'm in a great mood today. I'm in a great mood, you know? Last night, I played some Disguised Ink with Kirst and Lev. Kisses for everyone. Optional tongue. Tongue is not optional. You see the founder of Cash App story? No? What happened? How you doing, Doc? Oh, Doc's not in here. My bad. I thought I saw Doc. Can I get another loan? Did you just gamble it all? Shit's wild. What happened? Okay, but while I'm learning about that, being in Skratsx, what happened? What'd I miss? Let me look it up. Hold on. But before I look it up, I just got to say, yesterday, I was playing not Dehumanized. I read Dehumanized. I was playing Disguised Ink with Kirst and Lev, right? So fun. That game is incredible, right? And that is part. I saw you on like 11:30 playing that. Yeah, it was fun. That shit is so fun. And while I was playing that, I was watching this on the second monitor. You feel me? You see it? Lakers. You know what I'm saying? We are the 6th seed. Fun game. I was stressed. I was asleep by then. Yeah, me, Kirst, and Lev were playing it on her stream last night. It is so fun. Even though Lev kind of sold in buying a character. Slots. Do I have slots? Let me see. Let me see. And also let me look up that Cash App thing. What do you do, bro? Is it something crazy? Lev was in stream last night. She's on Kick. You know how she is. She prefers the green app. over the purple app. Speaking of Kick, though, so I posted my monthly recap on TikTok, and I keep getting Kick doesn't exist to me. Sorry, I keep getting comments to go to Kick, and I don't understand. Like, what do you think? Is it worth it? Is like a stream on Kick worth it? Dashboard's what I'm looking for. Chat bot, chat commands. Title: Horse Nuts and Cowboy Butts in Red Dead Redemption 2. Curse, add a first time playthrough. People love that. It's so corrupt. All I see is Aiden on there, so I haven't seen anything else. I was watching this Red Dead Redemption 2 stream last night, and this guy by mistake declined a quest because his decision in Red Dead Redemption 2 are timed, and because he didn't have a save, he completely had to restart the whole game for one mission he was already 8 hours in. Jesus. Yes, stream on Kick. No to Kick because I'll miss you. No, I'm not. No, whoa. If I were to stream on Kickback, I'm not leaving Twitch. I'm not leaving. Whoa. There we go. That's a better title. I'm not leaving Twitch. You know what I'm saying? I would be doing it in addition to Twitch. Well. It's the doc. Horse nuts and butts, you know what it is. It's Red Dead. We're here to see some horse nuts and some butts in Red Dead Redemption 2, buddy. What was I looking for? Slots. That's what I was looking for. I don't think I have that one. Let's fucking go, baby. DJ hours only on Kick. Exactly. There's no twerk command. That's not a thing. Yeah, I played Disguised Ink, and Doc had me... Oh, we do have slots. Why is it not working? Yeah, I do. What just happened? You know what else I have? Let's see if this works. I don't know if I have points, actually. Let's see if this works. Damn. Snow has no points, but you can duel each other for points. So, have at it. If you lose points, fight each other. This is an arena. You see what I'm saying? You can now fight each other for points as well. You guys already lost your point? Jesus Christ. I also have a slot. Oh, Doc won. There it is. Doc won. He beat you. Okay, let's see what's going on. Cash App CEO, you said? The Cash App CEO? Whoa. The founder. Give them up, empty your pockets. Right? Did I read it wrong? Where is it? Remember, don't think about decisions for too long in Red Dead 2 because a lot of time. Okay. As Arthur would say, stick them up. Let's see. What happened in the... Let me just go to Twitter. They'll tell me. Twitter will tell me. Cash App. I was too busy watching my squad. Holy shit. Damn. That is crazy. Oh, it's already sticking up. Up you drew. So fight gives you no points, for the record. Duel gives you points. Exclamation mark duel gives you points. Remember, fight does nothing. Fight is for pride only. Duel is for points. All right? You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Like, remember that. If you want to duel for points, there you go. Except, let's do it. Damn it. Damn it. Lost my first duel. Damn. Damn. That's crazy. My own bot betrayed me. Apocalypse fought Apocalypse and lost by submission. Damn. I'm gonna kiss y'all right now. There you go. That was for you, Strange. That was for you. You know? There you go. Good morning. Good morning. What else did I miss? Did I miss anything else? No. Pretty good night. There you go. If you want more points, you got to put the point amount. You got to put the point amount in there to win points. You know? Just like how Dehumanized just won points for me in a duel, unfortunately. That was revenge for the dentist. That story was crazy, bro. That story was crazy. It sucks that Rockstar is the only company making actual good Westerns. Who else makes Westerns? I'm in the best mood of my life right now. No joke. Y'all are the best. Love you. Yo, we love you. We love you. Strange, did you get your glasses already? I was in stream, but I couldn't watch because I was playing this guy's thing. Like I was lurking. No? Are you gonna get cool ones? What glasses? Are you not getting glasses? Isn't that the next step? There are a few, but they're all mid. Those 20-second videos got them. Oh, thanks. People say I got mood boosters in my throat. You're cured? Oh, damn. I guess I should ask Addie this question. Now that I think about it, I should ask Addie. She'll tell me. You know, because I saw the tweet. I actually forgot to like it. Let me look. I don't have an astigmatism. Oh, it's cured already. You know, I feel you. I feel you. That's a good, I have astigmatism. Jesus laid hands on him. Oh, this is part of his transformation into Juan Pablo. I heard about that the other day, you know? You know? 'Cause I saw Addie's tweet. You know, she said, hearing Roger call me and tell me he has an astigmatism is the most validation I've ever felt in my life. Because she's apparently been telling you for years. I shouldn't have sucked you till you went cross-eyed. Bad habit of mine. Yo. There we go. Just I got you. The news though, Skratsx, the baby slept pretty much all night last night. There we go. See? The fingers crossed worked. Good job. Good job. That's good. I'm glad. So, appointment Friday, right? And does that determine how long he has to continue to wear it or no? That's true. Jon Snow is the devil. Oh, man. I'm looking at all the commands. Let me see if we got something else. Apparently with bingo. Yeah, Friday, and that will be our first true showing of if he made any progress and how long he'll go. Okay. Hope it goes well, you know. I'm glad he slept through the night with that. It is a cool helmet. It's much better than the first one, I'd say. Much better. Hype Cup. Nuke. What does that do? I won't get them till next week. I bet they're going to be like cool as fuck glasses. Way cooler than the ones I had as a kid. You know? You know? I feel like we're going to see... Let me see if I can find the right sound. Also, Skratsx, you'd be so funny playing Cooking Son. Skratsx, can I have some dueling money? I already gave you money. Did the Bulls sneak in the postseason, or is that still TBD? Let's see. Let's look at standings. The Bulls are in the 10 seed right now. So they're in the play-in. Lend you my account so you can play it. It's where you're like legitimately cooking, right? Is that on Steam? That's the cooking game funny as fuck. Roger was going crazy with this blicky. I'll send him to you. Okay. A streamer I watch is starting Mass Effect 2, and I'm not going to help him at all. Just going to watch him kill everyone. There you go. You only help me. You only here to help me. I saw Pam Talloons. You know Pam. Pam comes through here. She was playing Andromeda yesterday. Not backseat gaming, huh? Attached boy, you know. Data boy, exactly. It's only welcome here. Range had so much meat last night. Cooking sim. Yo, there's a VR one. This is it, right? This one right here. The guy who I watch doesn't have backseat gaming loud. Is it this one? Yeah, this food finna burn. My tent, like I know what I'll do if I played this game. I know what would happen if I played this. Oh no, your schmeckles. It's true. Like, I give them money and they just instantly blow it. Right? Yeah, the Bulls are in the play-in right here. Yo, what's up, Glitched? What's up? So the Bulls, they're hanging on. Actually, I think they're pretty solid in. Cuphead is another game I'd recommend. I've played Cuphead. That game's so fucking frustrating. I've played it. That game is so fucking frustrating. Bro, I blew the kitchen. Like, actually? How? Is there a clip? Do you have your VOD up from yesterday? I'll go through it and look for it right now. Yo, what the fuck? Like, what? How did you do that? You gotta play that medieval game? Oh, the one where he was throwing heads? Yeah, you're good. There's a new breed of bunny and it's wild as fuck. I'm scared to ask because I feel like I'm walking into a D's Nuts joke. I feel it in my soul that this is a D's Nuts joke. It's called a slob bunny. Yeah, slob on these nuts. See, I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. I got it. Not this time, cursed. I knew it. Oh yeah, you did say the Outer Worlds. I forgot about that. Let me, where's my notepad? Chivalry 2, that's it. Let me open my notes. Not this time, cursed. I knew it. I thought I had it a couple guys before. Didn't kill him though. I knew it. Games to play. Outer Worlds. And Chivalry 2. And what's the other one? Outer Wilds. All right. I got those on there. Cool. Does I look like some schmuck on TikTok? Cat game? What is that? Is that me playing as a cat? If so, the only one I'm interested in that I've played a little bit of is
I got
Stray.
that cream
Yeah.
cheese coochie on lock.
The only one I've played is Stray. That is out of context for the record. That sound with no context. I played a little bit of Stray. I didn't finish it though. Those are all on Game Pass? Oh, Stray is what I meant. Okay. I thought it was like cat simulator type shit. Because if it was, I'd be like, I'm not playing it. Just put in parentheses, all of them. Okay. Yeah, we got a lot. We got a lot to play. We have so much. Howdy, partner. What's up, Billy? Oh, I forgot to like your post on Discord. I saw that. Billy putting in them late night hours. Look up Ghost Runner on Steam too. See if you like it. Okay. There's a snake in my boot. I used to have that toy. The Woody toy where you pull the string. Show everybody? I got you. Illy in here at 3 a.m. At like 3:40 a.m. Oh shit. You know? At 3 something in the morning. 3:48. Give that a like. That deserves it. That deserves it. You know, I liked it. I like that one. But in them late night hours, I still have it. That toy's goated. Mine broke. As a kid, I enjoyed hearing the lines too much. I'm whooping that. Mine broke, so I didn't even do the voice lines anymore. I had that, and I had the Buzz Lightyear. I wasn't as nice as Andy was. I was more like, what's that fucking kid in the first one's name? I forgot. What's his name? Range, were you at a Discord?
A jawbreaker!
Love that sound. Runner, Doom 2016, Doom Eternal. I played Spider-Man. I played that one. I haven't played Miles Morales, though. I'm scared to know what kind of toys Jon Snow had as a kid. Sid, yes. You need to get a I Am Bread. Okay. Yeah, Sid. I wasn't doing the toy experiments, but I was pretty rough on my on pretty much every toy I had. You know, Woody, Buzz Lightyear, Batmobile, all that shit. I got it copied, Legate. I copied it to my clipboard. I got you. Thank you. Thank you. I saw it. If you think of any, just reply to that pin post in the game Discord. The game suggestions. Just like pin it in there too, just in case I forget to update it. I brought my sister's Barbies at the stake because my G.I. Joes didn't stop the bad guys. Those poor toys. You should check out Ghost Runner though, because some people don't like it. I have the trailer up. I'm just putting in all these games. Hold on. That's hilarious. Yeah. See, I have the trailer right here. It looks cool. Why don't people like it? I'd imagine she was pissed. I know she was mad. She had to be like livid, right? She had to be. Is it just like a hack and slash? Fuck that bitch. You know? All Curse had to say is it's not my fault. It was G.I. Joe's fault. He didn't stop the bad guys. You know? If G.I. Joe would have done his job, the Barbies live. It's got a story and some really cool action. The action looks cool. Those bitches deserve their fate. Metal Gear Rising. I think we put that on there, didn't we? No. We put Solid and Peace Walker. Let's see. Metal Gear Rising Revengeance. Gotcha. We have a long game list. Like a really long one. What was I saying? Oh, I saw Pantaloons playing Mass Effect Andromeda. And so far from what I've seen, didn't look bad. No, but for real, on the low, my sister is and always has been an absolute shit person. So this is my way of telling you to go fuck yourself. Skratsx, when would you say you started playing games other than sports? Give me a rough year. So I always had games like sprinkled in, right? As a kid. Because like I played Ocarina of Time at like 7 or whatever age it was. In the Pokemon games. I came to say hi before work. Hi, Marissa. How are you? But I didn't really, the game that kind of broke me out of playing sports games that made me realize they're kind of boring was, when did BioShock Infinite come out? BioShock Infinite came out 2013-ish, right? But then I didn't have a PC for a while. I didn't have a PC for a long time. I got Ocarina of Time. I had a huge guide for that book. Like, that game is good. Okay, just play every game after BioShock. You got a long list. Yeah. It's one of my favorite games. Same. I fucking love it. Metal Gear Rising has an amazing soundtrack. Wait, it's strange seeing underscored. It is. I love Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask. Any Zelda game, to be honest. Like, I still have to play. I should look at what the 10 out of 10 games after 2013 are. Loved Majora's Mask. I want to buy one and put it right there. Like right in this area. But I feel like outside of the streaming, it'll look creepy on the wall, you know? That's my biggest concern. 10 out of 10 games after 2013. Metal Gear Rising is 2013. Let's look at the bit. Yeah, we have a lot to catch up on. My favorite Zelda games are Ocarina of Time and Wind Waker. Wind Waker is so good. I don't hear that one talked about enough. Played Life is Strange. Fire Emblem. I've never played Fire Emblem, but I've seen their characters, obviously, in like Super Smash Bros. Y'all collections make me jealous. I'm about to add to this Funko collection. We have some more coming soon. At this rate, you'll be dead before you even catch up with the games you missed out on. Yeah. Yeah. At least we know we'll have content for a long time. You know? We're not going to be one of those streams where we're like, damn, I just don't know what to play. Wind Waker was so good, Marissa. Good. I love that opinion. I really do. Let's see. PT. PT's in the top 10 games of the decade. God. Are we going to try to play that in October? Gate, we don't have a twerk command. I don't know why you keep putting that. We don't have it. Just play Ghost Simulator? Oh, God. Ghost Simulator. Goat? Oh! Look at the title. It says twerk. What is my title right now? Hold on. Hold on. It's gonna be hard to get a hold of PT. I know. I love the art style of Wind Waker. Same. I really do like it. Wind Waker is so good. I want to play that again. Let me look at what my what's my title? I hate those there's nothing to play ass motherfuckers. Like, bro, yes there is. The ones that I've seen that say there's nothing to play, usually they're usually people who play BRs, right? And that's all they play. And so when they get sick of playing the BRs, they're like, what is this title? Commands, add twerk. I will twerk on stream for 50 gifted. What? Big time streamers that only play BRs. Yeah, and they're like, you have PT on your PS4? How is it? Like, how scary is it, Marissa? Like, I need like an honest assessment. What? You can get on a jailbroken PS4? Yes, exactly. Yeah, it's like the bigger ones that only want to play Call of Duty or shit like that, and they're like, twerk is at the end. I was wondering why Legate kept doing that. Unfortunately, big time streamers are locked into playing BRs, I think. The general public has small fucking brains and only know spray and pray. Yeah. I lasted 10 minutes. Okay. Damn. Not excited for that. I didn't see the twerk at the... See, because it doesn't update on my OBS, right? It doesn't update the title on my OBS, so I don't see the title if it's changed. 10 minutes, huh? Damn. That's not going to be good. We'll twerk on stream for 50 gifted. Wow. What a command. It says Kappa right there. Just remember. It does says it says Kappa right there. Remember that. That's an important emote. You know? Yeah, I have the original PS4. I've already gotten crazy offers for it because I have it on there. That's just an emote. Like but I refuse to sell it. This is a binding legal contract. What? PT, like, everything I've heard about PT makes me legitimately scared to play it. You know? Like, legitimately. It's in writing and you agreed on recording. Did I? Ooh. Just play Tarkov? Tarkov, that would be content. I've seen Tarkov, but it looks slow, isn't it? Is it slow? I've seen, I don't know where Lupo went, but back when when Lupo was on Twitch, I used to watch Lupo play sometimes. It's slow, but you'll get that ass rocked. Yeah, and I'll lose all my stuff. Over and over. Yep. And I'll lose all my... Okay. Okay. Thank you. It's legit terrifying. As soon as I got to the baby in the sink, I turned it off. I'm not looking forward to this. I feel like me playing PT isn't going to be good. Tarkov is currently rampant with cheaters. I feel like every shooter is, isn't it?
I got that cream cheese coochie on lock.
This sound is going to taunt me forever, isn't it? When I tried Tarkov, I just got wasted by bots over and over. It was wild. Yeah, like DMZ. Isn't DMZ just like Tarkov, but Call of Duty's trying to make their own? DMZ's awesome. Really? I'm not gonna lie to you. It'll take a lot for me to reinstall Call of Duty. Like a lot. Imagine a bot lobby Warzone. Jesus, bro. Jesus. I feel like PT is gonna be an experience. I feel like it's gonna give me PTSD. COD is overrated. I agree, Feeve. I agree. Like, it'll take a lot for me to be like, you know what? I gotta boot up. I gotta boot up COD. CS2, let's go. Yeah. I got Aim Lab installed. I got it. Uninstalled Modern Warfare 2 yesterday to make room for MLB 23. There we go. There we go. People just like it because all the friends play it? Yeah. See, Doc, I got it. It's back. It's back on the PC. COD sucks. I just don't. I don't know what it would take for me to play Call of Duty again, but you can't say it on Twitter. I mean, I'd retweet it. I don't really have people that love it. I'll be using Aim Labs a whole lot more. It's really good. To join back this Discord server, I gotta apologize to the community. That will be a huge ego hit. Is it that one where you messed up their counting? Why is this? This is bugging me. Like I said, I'll probably start my streams off with it just to get practice. I think so. That's a good way to do it. My roommate is obsessed with COD. I legit tried playing with her once. Thought I was gonna get murdered by her IRL in the process. Call of Duty players, man, they get angry. They get real angry. Hot take, Battle Royale's ruined video games the past couple years. It makes games worse. I hate that every game feels like they have to be a BR. You know what I mean? Stream just froze for you? I haven't dropped any frames. Are you on mobile? I got annihilated when I kept shitting on it. Yeah. Stream is good here? Okay. COD just dropped a Cronus detector software. Is that going to completely stop it? I mean, that's not enough for people to want to go back, though, right? Real angry is putting it mildly. BRs have numbed the public into thinking all multiplayer games need to have a BR concept. Exactly. Like, originally it was a cool idea, right? It was a cool idea. But then everybody started doing it. That's it. That's it. Yes, sir. That's it. Doc got it. He does. He did. He's right. The Doc knows. He does. Deceive Inc. is breaking that norm. God, I love Deceive Inc. Deceive Inc. is so fun. CS2 will break it? That too. There's a pandemic, and it was fun because of all the friends we made. True. Multiplayer games don't need BR. I agree. Stream is all frozen for me? Refresh. Are you on mobile, Legate? Because I don't have a single frame drop at the moment. So... Yeah, refresh, my boy. She legit screamed at 13-year-olds online. They call her Gamer Grill. I just sit there and laugh. A 35-year-old arguing with children, taunting her with Gamer Grill. Damn. How are you liking Red Dead 2 so far? I love it. It's funny because I said I was going to be good, but then there was that part, you know, when the 3 train people are on the ground and you have to deal with them. And I was like, yeah, we can't leave witnesses. And it was probably like a literal minute after I said I was going to be good. And I just had to murder him. Because no witnesses, you know. Honestly, I'm excited for The Last of Us multiplayer. That shit was dumb fun in the day. I haven't played The Last of Us multiplayer. But people thought Halo needed a BR, and I'm like, no, it doesn't. Yeah, it's fine how it is. COD is the easiest and most brain-dead game to play, and I don't care what anyone says. Should I apologize to get in the server or not? Take that ego hit and just never come back. What server is it? What'd you do? And no one is ever good in that game. True. True. It's hard to be good. There's a streamer called Gamer Grill, and she's awesome. You can save yourself from becoming wanted if you kill all the witnesses. Oh, that's what we have to do. You know, we leave no. Oh, I didn't mean to click this. Whoa. Chill, Asmongold. Chill. I didn't mean to click that. Really? Is that a term people use? Yeah, they use it for my sister. When Lev plays games, everyone gets all like, because I guess you assume Asmon. Yeah, I clicked an Asmongold video. My leader. My God. It's a server with a bunch of my friends. I bullied one guy for weeks. Yeah, you should apologize. Take the ego hit. If you were wrong, you were wrong. I know my roommate gets a lot of flack when she plays COD and they find out she's female. Yeah, that's because guys are weird on Call of Duty. It's a bunch of weirdos. You know? People get weird when they find out a girl's in their lobby for some reason. It's like they've never talked to a girl in their life. As soon as a girl turns on voice, they're like, oh, wait, let me find the perfect. Hold on. Let me see. Let's go with Bob sounds.
All right. As soon as a girl is in the lobby, they're like, oh my God, it's a girl. Hi, woman. I've never seen a woman in my life. The last time I talked to a woman was my mother 3 days ago, and she told me to find a girlfriend, but I don't know what that is. Can I get your bathwater, please? Hey, do you have a Snapchat? What's your Snapchat? Are you an actual girl? Send me photos.
Fucking losers. They're so fucking weird. They're so weird. Guys in COD get no pussy, zero. Because all they do is play fucking COD. You know? They either act like they have never seen tatas in real life, or they blame her for everything that goes wrong because she's a girl. Yep. They get weird. They get so fucking weird. Just fucking losers. Imagine not waiting to get home. Imagine not waiting to get home to play COD. Yeah. Like, geez. They're so fucking weird. You know? And then guys are like, do you need a gun? Are you okay? Yeah, and don't get me started on when guys find out girls play Valorant. Jesus. Send me photos of Arby's chicken and waffles. They get so fucking weird. Like, my brother plays Val, and he has recordings of how people talk when they find out there's girls in there. It's fucking crazy. It's wild. Simping? Exactly. Valorant's getting there. Valorant, when dudes find out there's a girl in their lobby in Valorant, it gets wild. Man, don't get me started when guys find out a girl watches anime or play games. Those dudes, you know what the thing that bugs me about guys who find out girls watch anime or play games? Tell me if they don't do this shit, right? Tell me if guys don't do this. A girl will be like, yo, I love anime and play games. And they're like,
oh yeah? You watch anime and play games? Tell me every single video game that came out in the year 1994, released by Bethesda. You can't. Tell me what happened in episode 4 of One Piece at the timeline of 10 minutes and 12 seconds. Can you do that? You don't actually watch this shit. You're a poser.
they're so fucking weird, bro. They're so weird. No lobby chat is as toxic as CS players. True. They turn head. I sued to be like that with old COD on release days. What? My brother plays League. That's another community. That's something else, and I never want to be a part of that. Yeah, League. Like, I've never wanted to reach to a microphone of CS and wring their annoying fucking neck. I agree. Bro, I played Val one game, my first game, and these kids were like, why are you picking that dog shit operator? I'm like, bro, I'm literally level 1. It's because those are kids. Like, I understand if it's like a kid, right? Wait till they find out girls watch prom. Oh my God, yeah, wait. They stomped on little girl Rice at that timestamp. Girls watch prom? They does. Like, they're either saying dumb shit over CS or moaning or screaming. Yeah. Mm-hmm. I know all of One Piece, bitch. Yeah, like, it's just... It gets so weird. I don't understand it. And so it makes a lot of girls not want to use voice comm because dudes are weird. They're just so fucking weird for no reason. It makes no sense. You know? They're so weird. That's why I say, like, one of the worst things to be, not the worst, but hardest thing is, like, a girl on the internet. Jesus Christ. It's gotta be fucking crazy. They need to use the Barry White voice mod. Yeah. Do we have? Let's see if we have one. I have a deep voice, but it sounds like I'm a devil, so. Name me that one time in 2015 in One Piece. What gear is Luffy at? Elder Scrolls Arena was the game released by Bethesda in 1994. Thank you, Legate. Gamer Girl, I can't. Now that I know it's a legit term, it makes it funnier. Yeah. Yo, what's up, boss? How are you? There wasn't one. They were on vacay. Oh, yeah, when Luffy becomes Hokage loser, I bet you don't know when he unlocks his Demon Slayer. The only anime I like is AOT and all the others are shit. Oh, Legate coming in hot. Shit, Skratsx, he knows. He was there. Yo, what's up, Saul? How are you? How's it going? Dudes are just so fucking weird. It's so weird. I don't get it. MHA is so fire. I agree. Better Call Saul. Oh, that's genius. I love that. I love that. Better Call Saul. Saul, do you get that a lot? Do people say that to you a lot? Until you said the illegal word. Yeah, Strange is not. Legate, do you want to see what Strange sent me the other day? One Piece is the greatest show on the planet. Whoa, on the planet? Look what Strange sent me the other day. Yes, I was the first, you know it. Look what he sent. Fuck you, Strange. If I had a penny for every time I heard that, yeah, you'd be rich as fuck. So I know it. You'd be rich as fuck. You'd be so rich. On here, yes, but IRL, ever since that show came out, my name's gone to shit. Yep. I got stuff with friends later, so I'm getting ready, but I figured I'd hop in and say hi to y'all. Hi, Dagger. No, fuck AOT, bro. Howdy, fellers. What's up, Killmonger? How are you, brother? How are you? Hope your day's going well, brother. I hate that bullshit ass fucking show and all the characters. Damn. Yo, Strange. I meant to tell you, I started this new anime that started this season called My Home Hero. That shit is fire. AOT is mad overrated. At least Better Call Saul is a good show. True. Could you imagine that show was shit? Good day, good man. Another day working from home, chilling. There we go. Up the final episode is that Ackerman wakes up and it's all a dream. Could be a lot worse. True. Try it, Doc. Never seen AOT? I love it. But I wouldn't recommend that as your first. It's too good, in my opinion. I was up at midnight looking at Twitter and saw I got my first like. I'm famous now. Yeah, I saw it. My Home Hero's goated. Did you watch the first episode? Was so good. I had no idea what it was, but the thumbnail got me, and I was like, I gotta watch it. And then it's like his daughter's in an abusive relationship with a yakuza who he kills with the rice cooker. My Home Hero. Yeah, I watched the first episode. What's My Home Hero about? I heard about it before. I'll read the synopsis, so I'm not actually spoiling anything. It says, after killing his daughter's abusive yakuza boyfriend to save her, ordinary salaryman Tetsuo Tosu becomes embroiled in the dark criminal underworld. The wish for a simple life he and his wife Kaisen had for their daughter has been reduced to a wish for survival. Though middle-aged and weak, he'll put his life on the line using only his wits in order to protect his family. I'm so active on Twitter that I only follow 5 people. Yes, I cried. It's so good. I watched it and I was just sitting there like, what the fuck? It was crazy. I don't even have Twitter. Honestly, I don't blame you, Marissa. Twitter's not worth it now. Twitter's not worth it. I don't even blame you. I feel like all my favorite social medias are getting killed off. Sounds like a dark version of Sakamoto Days. It kind of is. Oh, there's an anime I want to watch called The Way of the House Husband. I think it's comedic one. Yes, that one's on Netflix. It's Doge now. Elon Wildin. Yeah, I noticed that. TikTok and Twitter are 2 cesspools I wish to be no part of. TikTok, my TikTok is cool, right? Mine. But I was very meticulous about curating mine. Cyberpunk Anime was good too. Yes. I don't know, man. I network like cray on Twitter. Twitter, I think the new changes that are coming, my cesspool is cool. Yeah, mine is. Stop retweeting doc streams. I don't want to see that. I'm going to retweet the doc. When I see the doc talking about stream, I'm retweeting it. It just happened. You know, I'm a simple man. I see doc tweet, I retweet doc tweet. Easy. But like my TikTok, I curated it. So it's only stuff that I want to see. And just keep your messages closed. You know what I'm saying? I remember when TikTok was Musically. I do remember that. That shit was not the best, in my opinion. There's a new anime called Hell's Paradise. I read the manga. This one's going to be a new GOAT. I saw the first episode. I have not read the manga, so I'm going in blind. That shit was gas, Killmonger. That shit was gas. I saw it and I was like, damn. That one was crazy. Blue Lock 2. I fucking love it. There's another one this season called Heavenly Delusion. I recommend that one. I watched episode 1. Fire. Now that I'm following you, I'm getting so much basketball shit. Yeah, you're going to. Trust me. You're getting basketball shit. And it's not just basketball shit. It will be specifically Lakers shit. Yeah, look, I can't apologize, man. I'm a simple man. It's basketball season. The Lakers are my absolute favorite sports team out of all sports. And, you know, playoff chase. I get too hyped. As soon as basketball's over, it'll be less. You know, it comes in waves. But you will see it. I can't even apologize. I love them too much, you know. That's why I got the purple do-rag on today. I don't fucking know why I'm following Elon. I feel like that was default because he's the owner. You know how many times I've muted that motherfucker on Twitter and I still see him? It's not right. That motherfucker's like, it's like you can't mute him or block him. He just pops up still. He a weirdo, bro? I agree. I'm like, nah, muted on all forms of his name. And I still see him. I can't escape Elon. It's like a horror movie. You just can't escape this motherfucker. He's like, oh, you don't want to see my tweets? You're going to see more. Tom from MySpace is rolling over in his digital grave. What I miss? Not a ton. I mean, we finished Mass Effect, and now we're on Red Dead 2. And that's pretty much it. And how are you, Nazi? Did you not see the recent data on the Twitter algorithm? Where is that? MySpace was it. I'm telling you. MySpace. I'm good. What about you? I'm pretty good. Chilling. You know? People are complaining they're seeing basketball on their timelines because of me. But, hey, I can't really apologize. You know? I can't apologize for that. MySpace was a time, wasn't it? Just Google Twitter algorithm and you'll see a good... Is there a YouTube video? I'd love to watch a YouTube video on it if I can find one. I don't know why I open YouTube so many fucking times. No, I'm not going to YouTube it because I'll get those people like, I've saw. Have you seen the Blue Beater and Spud? I have. I saw both. I saw both of them. They were fire. The one thing that stuck out the most to me in the Blue Beetle trailer is George Lopez's beard. That shit was fucking crazy. It was crazy. MySpace taught people HTML. It really did. It's the only reason I was interested. I was trying to make money fall from the top of my MySpace. Oh, Elon's name is coded into the... It's coded into it? My MySpace took like 10 minutes to load from all the pictures on it? Yeah. Yeah. Marissa, did you start drama with your top 8? I did. I love that. I completely forgot I had tea over here. This shit's probably cold as fuck now. Nope, still hot. I just burnt the fuck out of my tongue. Yeah, I had music, a moving background, and Matrix text falling overlay. I also have a fake MySpace of myself, which is weird. What? Someone's using your MySpace as a catfish? Yo, what does MySpace look like now? Is it still going? Yeah, this site looks fucking crazy. Who the fuck would sign up for MySpace now? This shit looks crazy. It's too much. Blue Beetle's so underrated and one of my favorite DC characters. I'm actually excited for it. I'm excited to see it. I'm following you, my friend's uncle, and Elon and a random YouTuber. Oh yeah, people were ready to fight at school because of that? Yep. You did too? It was one of my favorite parts. I've never been used as a catfish. They would not get far. Same. Found the algorithm video, sent Twitter DM. Okay. I just got it. I don't know why I'm following a friend's uncle. Yeah, that's... Okay, here we go. Twitter's algorithm. Let's learn. Hello? Hold on. Shut up. There we go. YouTube's algorithm. Let's learn. I mean, Twitter's algorithm. Let's learn.
Oh, hell nah. What's up, dog?
Damn.
Hey, kid.
What?
I'm a computer. Stop all the downloading.
I don't know much about computers other than the one we got in my house. My mom put a couple
I'm a
games
computer.
on there and I played.
G.I. Joe.
There we go. Now we know. Now we know. Hey, kid. I'm a computer. Yeah, they like robbed all my photos and made a fake profile of me. That's crazy. The people who try to use MySpace now are still trying to use AIM Messenger. God, AIM. AIM was a time too. Your top 8 never changed, Strange? You never started drama with that? That's how algorithms work? It is. And then I messaged them. They were trying to make me feel crazy, saying I was the imposter. Is that baby cakes from China? That's crazy. That's wild. They're like, no, I'm you. Trust me, I know. I'm you. I took this picture. I'm you, definitely. 100%. Stop catfishing as me. No, you're me. Like, you're the catfish. Duh. You downloaded all my pictures. Wait, you. I'm me. You, me, you. Nope, I was loyal. Damn, Strange. You're better than me, man. Someone would get on my nerves once, like even a little bit. I'd be in class and be like, hey, yo, Megan, can I borrow a pencil? And she'd be like, I only have one. Huh, bitch is moving down. Move down. Move down a slot. Then I come back the next day. How come I'm number 6 now? They be trying their dev mind games. It don't work, Skratsx. I'm me. Damn. I'm going to ruin both of me's. My top 8 were always the same, even when I had a new girlfriend. Damn. X is in your top 8? I take it back, Strange. I don't think I can say that was better than me. I wasn't doing that. That's a better drama starter than me. I never had a girlfriend in the top 8 because they never lasted. Damn. Never mind. Never mind. Never mind. Never mind. His MySpace was a Drake bar. It was. Never mind. I'm telling you, I was petty with my top 8. I was petty with it. And I love coming to school the next day. I noticed I moved down a few slots in your top 8. Or even better, taking someone out of your top 8 completely. Damn, that was great. That was great. I fucking love that. The drama was just chef's kiss, you know? That's probably because I was kind of messy. I'm not going to lie to you. I had that top 3 and only the baddest of baddies sat there. Yeah, if you made it to the top row, like, you knew you were it. You knew you were it. You know? MySpace was a time. MySpace and AIM. And RuneScape. That was my life. Code out the rest and make your land worth more. Yo, that is something I didn't think about. I was just using the top 8 for drama purposes, to be honest. I just like seeing people's reaction because honestly, it shouldn't have mattered. My top were my 3 best friends at the time, Dee Dee, Monique, and JD. That sounds like a cool crew. I just made my apology. Major ego pain. I'm proud of you. Didn't MySpace have a view count too? I believe so. Those never changed? That's loyalty, Strange. That's loyalty. That's loyalty. I wasn't like that. At all. I wasn't like that at all, you know? I had to explain to my good friends in advance how this was going to work. Like, could you see how many people viewed your profile and the counter was public? I think so. If I remember correctly, you could. I think. I'm not entirely sure, though. But I think that was part of the ego. MySpace was really good at building egos. If you were like well liked. If you weren't well liked, it did not build your ego very well. I wonder when we're gonna go back to taking those MySpace angles. Remember those MySpace angle pictures that everyone used to take? We're still homies to this day. That's what we love to see. I only talked to 2 people from high school. Still. Well, technically 3 because one is a couple, like 2 are in a relationship together. But basically 2. Wait, I know this song. What song? What song? Strange, what song are you talking about? Like with words? What? I'm confused. Is something just like randomly playing? I wasn't paying attention. I talked to only one friend from high school. Is this half the man I used to be, but in lo-fi? I don't know. I'm just playing this. I wasn't actually listening. I'll be honest with you. It's just kind of ambiance because I feel lo-fi before this one. Let's go back. It might be. I'm not sure though. It doesn't say the name. I'll keep it playing. I talked to only one friend from high school. The thing that's crazy about it is I remember like drama would happen in high school, right? And I'd talk to my mom about it and she'd be like, yo, I'm gonna be honest with you. In a few years, none of this shit's gonna matter and you're not even gonna talk to half these people. And I was like, Mom, that's not helpful, but why would you say that? Like, these are my friends. She's like, trust me, you're not gonna talk to these people. You know? All my friends from high school are married with like 10 kids each, and then there's me. I'm the same. Mom Dukes was right. She was. I don't talk to any of them. And my dad will be like, hey, what happened to Jim? And I'm like, how the fuck would I know? I don't know. They're friends on Facebook, but I don't use that shit. So, yeah, I'm the same. Well, Strange, you're married, so, you know, you got half of it. You got half of it. I still talk to all my friends. I don't talk to... It's hard, but I try. I just fell out of contact, you know? I had one of those moments in college where I'm like, man, I'm doing like all the work. I'm doing all the work here. So I stopped and we'd never talk. Hey, what happened to Diego, David, and Daniel, our old neighbors? Dad, I stopped talking to them when I was 9. It's hard to keep up with friends when you have a lot. Yeah. I just kind of... So... How I like to look at it, if it's a house, right, you have the stuff that's important to you, right? So, like, right now, my computer and stuff is what's important to me, and, like, the essentials. And everything else was kind of like wallpaper, right? So I'll see them, like, every once in a while, but they're not important anymore, you know? And my friend will be like, oh, we should go to our high school reunion. And I'll be like, why would I do that? Like, why would I go to a high school reunion? I don't talk to these motherfuckers online, and that's easy. Why would I go out of my way to talk to them in person? You know, like I love all my friends, but I want them to know is I love them and I hope they're all well. Yeah, like I feel like a lot of the people that I went to high school with, the last time I talked to them was COVID when I was like, yo, I hope you're good. Be safe out there. Fuck them people. Exactly. You know? I don't know. My mom was right. I just don't talk to them. You know, I don't. But I don't talk to very many people. I have a very small circle. You know? Very small circle. Like, I feel like I have a lot of acquaintances, but You know, I keep my friendship circle small. I live in Rhode Island. I can just go to a damn gas station for a high school reunion. Damn. That makes it easy. My weakness has always been apologizing. I always prefer to, over time, get the person to forget about it. Yeah, some people hold on to that shit. Pack it up, y'all. Skratsx doesn't love us. No, I love you guys. I consider you guys friends. I've said that multiple times. The up in the air mind state is real. It really is. I talk to you guys more than I talk to, like, my friends, with the exception of one friend. You know what I'm saying? Like, I legitimately do. I'm one of the people that doesn't forget. Yeah, so, like, I'm not one of those people who will apologize just because someone's feelings are hurt, right? But if I feel like I'm wrong, like, if I know I'm wrong, if I know that I'm wrong, I'll apologize. But if I'm not wrong and your feelings are just hurt, I just won't apologize. It is what it is. I've always been like that. My mom would be like, you need to apologize. As a kid, I'd be like, for what? I didn't do shit. Same as fuck? Yeah. Like, I talk to you guys way more, like, more than I talk to most of my friends. I talk to you all more than I talk to people for real. Yeah. I still won't talk to you after an apology. Like, I'm like that sometimes. I won't even apologize if I'm wrong sometimes. Gotta get over that. I'll apologize even if it's not my fault. I don't. I just can't. I can't do it. Friends equal quality over quantity. I agree with that. 100%. Some people feel like they need to have a lot of friends for things to be meaningful, and I just don't. I don't. I'm that bitch. Like, I will not apologize if it's not my fault. It just is what it is. My mom, when I was a kid, she'd be like, okay, would you rather be happy or right? And I was like, right, damn it. I'd rather be right. I'll be happy that I'm right. I'm still working on that, though. I'm still working on that. You know? Who doesn't like being right? I have like 3 good friends. Yeah. You know? I feel like the other thing about having tons of friends, choose happy as you get older. Yeah. You are too, Illy? Yeah. Like, even if I know I'm right, I got that cream cheese coochie. Welcome in, Alu. Alu, see that game last night? You see it? I need to learn quality over quantity. Yeah, I'm half Portuguese, half Italian. I'm stubborn as fuck. I am stubborn. It just is what it is. It's me. I struggle with sincere apologies. I'm good at apologizing when I need to. We on top of the world, bro. Yes, sir. Got them bitch ass clippers tonight. Got them bitch ass clippers. That's why I got the purple on. Time to beat the Clips. You know what it is. Got the purple on. I got a jacket ready for tonight too. Lakers jersey. I gotta get one framed and put it up. Because I have too many friends, but I feel like most of them don't reciprocate it. If they don't reciprocate, they're not really friends, is how I feel. I'm sorry. That you's a bitch. Exactly. I need to learn how to suck dick. Who can teach me? Snow can. I just feel like, yo, if you're putting all this, I'm very much I will reciprocate the energy that you give me, right? And so if I'm putting out all this energy to try to be your friend and you not reciprocating, we're not friends. It's just not. At least just make me spit my drink out. You know? That's why I have a small circle. Because eventually I realized, I was like, this is a lot of energy and a lot of emotional energy I'm putting out there. And when my dad sat me down, he's like, you getting like depressed over people's problems. They don't give a fuck about you. And I was like, damn, you right. So I stopped. My real friends, some of the only ones that mess with me streaming, and close ones. Yeah. I know that drink was good. I struggle with feeling bad for people, so generally my apologies come out as complete lies. Yeah. I see, that's why I don't fake apologize, right? That random's talking about I heard you stream.
That cream cheese coochie on lock.
There it is. I'm telling you. That's gonna follow me, isn't it? My real friends don't even come to my chat, bro, for real. The reason why my friend doesn't is because he's a teacher, right? And so when I'm streaming, he's working. Like they ain't see me streaming. Yeah, they don't. They hear about it and now they're like, yeah. I've seen people in the chat spell it Gucci, but I'm pretty sure it's Coochie. It is. That's gonna be on your headstone. It is. They're gonna be like, he had that cream cheese coochie unlock. It is what it is. Here lies Skratsx. Like they say I'm here, bro, but bitch, I can see who's in there. Yeah, like I am the one. If I see you streaming, I will open a tab at least. I be sitting in like everybody's stream. I'll pop in, pop out. And now since they see me actually doing something, they're interested. Like, nah, stay on the side. Exactly. It's like that. Ali, you seen that Kai clip? Remember like years ago when he got that call? The girl was like, what, I can't call you? And he's like, I'm up now. It's kind of like that, you know? It was only a monster. I have like 50 of them in my fridge, so it's okay. There we go. Don't switch up now. Yeah, it is what it is. You know? It is what it is. I specifically told my friend don't come in while he's teaching though. Like don't come in stream while you're teaching. You know, these kids need to focus. And I be saying some wild shit in here. So, you know, it is what it is. I don't know. I just feel like if it's not reciprocated, it's not worth it. Yeah, wild shit for real. Yeah. So don't put me on while you teaching. You know, just don't do it. Cream cheese coochie being one of them. Yeah. Honestly, it's probably not the craziest. I'm on team keep the same energy. Exactly. I agree with that. All right, what's up, Grills? How are you? How are you? How's it going? I don't know. Big Grills. Yes, sir. I just feel like friendship and any relationship really is like a two-way street, you know? So if they're not trying to help you, like you trying to help them and be there for you, like you trying to be there for them, drop them. You know what I'm saying? It's not worth it. Good. There you go. There you go. I am glad. Why did I have this open? I can close this. Yeah. That's just me though. That's just me. That's why I ain't got no time for girl right now. I'm grinding. Exactly. You know? Exactly. Do you. Do what matters to you. And then people who are of the same mindset will also. Okay, I've had my last for today before work. One step closer to a new AB. Exactly. But now I have to adult. Have a good rest of your stream. Yo, Marissa, we love you. Thanks for stopping in. What chapter on? You saw what chapter I was on. I haven't played since I ended. I just started chapter 2. This some real shit? It is. It is. You know? Like, emotionally, it's hard. The only strong, independent woman in my life is my dog. JK. Is your dog not independent? 2 free roam? Yep. Yes, sir. We are on free roam now. We're going to Valentine later. Emotionally, it's kind of hard to let go of friends, right? How are you, Just Ant? The hardest thing is balancing life and Twitch. Then you realize that this is more than real life. More real than life. Yeah. My dog is not independent. I gave her everything. That's what I was thinking. Relationships are a lot in this day and age. It is. And there's going to be times where like the relationships, like any relationship isn't easy, right? But I feel like a lot of relationships, shave your beard, you shave your beard. A lot of relationships shouldn't be as difficult as people make them, you know, because people don't reciprocate the energy. Because I've noticed the friendships and relationships I've built here are stronger than my RL ones. Yeah. In game? Oh, I don't know if I'm going to. I kind of like the beard. We'll see. We'll see. My fault, Grill. We'll see. I'm kind of fucking with it right now. It's not very long. I may try to get like a nasty ass, like a yeared. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? I was in one in 2020 and it ended a year later. It's whatever. Yeah, mine ended. My last relationship ended in November. Not too long. We'll see. What if it can touch the ground? Like, wouldn't that be cool? If I had like a wizard type beard, right? It's weird because you tell someone who doesn't get it, and man, let me tell you, people think I'm weird. Been with mine since 2009, AMA. Yeah, Apocalypse is living the life right now, I'm not going to lie. You say Gandalf? That's like a Gandalf type beard. Last one ended in October. You can do that in game? That's what I'm thinking. Like, in real life, I would never do that. It'd be too gross. I need a Gandalf beard. Like, imagine that. That'd be cool. I don't know. I always told, like I said this, and it was a big thing I said with like family members too. I told myself, one of my things now is I would no longer inconvenience myself for those who would not inconvenience themselves for me. You know? And it just is what it is. But you need mods? Oh, I don't have mods. I'm close to a Gandalf beard. You got to keep doing it. If I talk to a girl, it's cool type shit, but it won't be no girlfriend. I feel that. Especially while you like building stuff, you know? I feel that. I feel it. I feel that. You know? Yeah, like I'm doing good building. Exactly. It is funny, like strangers saying how people think it's weird being like, no, like, you know, I got like Twitch friends and stuff. Because like where it's becoming more normal now, like saying your friends are on the internet, a lot of people look at it like you're weird. I genuinely can't give her what she needs. I see that. There's just not enough time in the day for all these relationships. You know? Just not enough time. Don't spoil it. I will not. I will not get spoiled. Let me tell you that when I say I wake up at 10 a.m. to watch you, they say why? Tell them to get in here and watch. I'll give them a whole speech. I'll explain it. Yo, what up, Patty? Like, bro, I feel like peace here. No joke. I am glad. That's one of the things I want here. I really like having a community where people can... Spoiler, this game has saddles. Oh, my God. Fuck. I guess we're this... You play now, please? In a second. What up, Patty? Damn. Saddles. Damn. Spoilers, what the fuck? I'm saying. Damn. How are you, Patty? And it got crap. Fuck. No fucking way, bro. No fucking way. But real question. Yeah. What up? Band. You like jazz? I do like jazz. You know why I like jazz? So, 2 reasons. You playing Red Dead? Yes, sir. I started yesterday. Get him out of here. Here's why I like jazz, right? 1, I played trumpet in school. And my band teacher is actually a professional jazz player, right? Professional jazz player. But 2, the grass did it. It wasn't me. Damn. But 2, the other reason why I like grass is so when my grandma would pick me up to go to her house, I'm not a knitter. When my grandma would pick me up to go to her house, all she played in her car was jazz, right? And it'd be like low jazz. And so I remember sitting in the back seat of her car because I was a little kid, right? And I'd be looking through her purplish tinted windows, just looking out while she was talking to me and playing jazz. And so it has like a special place in my heart, you know? I love it. It's just so chill to me. I'm eating grass right now. Damn. Good breakfast. I played bass in a jazz band. I was funky on it. Straight, I'm telling you. You and Addie are like some of the coolest people, for real. Like some of the coolest. I played the sax. I was trying to get hoes. The sax, bruh. I'm out here being Louis Armstrong on the trumpet, but the sax, just too many kids wanted to play the saxophone. It had the opposite effect being in band. Yeah, like in band, bro, people look at you crazy. But now you hear, oh, I love people who have musical abilities. Yeah, where was that when I was in school? Where was that? You know? Feel like a movie? Yeah, it does. You should hear some deep stories I've got. I've done some wild shit. I have to. How, you mean weed grass? No, I personally don't partake. But if you do, it was bitch repellent. Like, for real, what the fuck? Exactly. I remember, so, my mom had me in orchestra when I was 8 years old, learning how to play violin, right? And I didn't want to do it because it was either that or recess, right? Orchestra or recess. Obviously, I want to be doing recess. But nah, I was playing violin, and everyone was clowning me for that. My mom would record the jazz hours on our local radio station when I was a kid. Ooh, jazz is just too good. I'm not a big weed guy, respect it though. I ain't no snitch, exactly. But like, I would have loved to orchestra. I was in it for a long time. Like I was an all district kind of kid. Show off them finger skills. Yeah, the thing that was embarrassing about it from trumpeting is just 3. You know what I'm saying? 3 fingers. What them fingers do? Press buttons. And so I was like an all district violin player and trumpet player and in choir. 3's all you need? True. You know? And so when I first started, I wasn't even using a bow in violin. We were plucking. You know when you're just plucking the strings like this? It's embarrassing.
Hey, yo.
It was embarrassing. Yeah, I was in like everything. I was in so many different extracurriculars. You play piano? A little bit. So I can play some piano, trumpet, violin. Doing the pig, one stink, 3 fingers. That's what you need. These 3 right here. You know it. Talented, I'm not good at piano. Piano's, it's a process. Music stream, maybe if I get a setup, that'd be cool, actually. A music stream. I wish I could play saxophone, though. Sax looks so cool, bro. My teacher had a black saxophone. Here's your link. I'm the beast in piano. All right, I'm pulling it. Hold on. Thank you for the hydrate. Hold on. You said sax? I did say sax. Yeah, saxophone. My teacher played all of them. W Bottle, I love it. Hold on. It keeps doing this thing where I try to... I'm on the voice changer. Hold on. There we go. Yo, what's up, Reg? How are you? I can play most keyboard instruments. There we go. I also want to learn how to program a synth. That'd be cool. Everyone spam W? Yeah, you have to. He hitting that bitch, I'm saying. I kind of have to talk over it a little bit. I got turned down because of copyright reasons, you know what I'm saying? But I have to, this is fire. Here, I'm putting a W in there too. Okay, you don't have to play all of it, just want to drop it. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, just copyright, you know what it is. Been hit too many times this week. But yeah, band was actually fun, even though, the host was not feeling it. You're like, yeah, I'm in band. You're in what? And see, this is what I thought I would get bitches, but nope. See, what helped me too. So I was in band and I played sports. You got hoes in band? Yeah, they was not fucking with it here. They was not. I was flirting with all the flag girls. Oh, there you go. You know what else didn't help? I had a high-pitched voice. I was a drummer, so they loved me? Yeah, that's why. Yeah, drummer, of course, bruh. I wasn't playing drums, because when you first sign up for band, one time at band camp, when you sign up for band, they're like, what instrument do you want to play? Everybody goes to the drums. So you have to compromise. That's because you're a whole man. It's true. Those are the freaky. It's true, bro. It's true. We didn't have that, though. We didn't have flag girls, so. Drummers get an attribute boost. Exactly. Especially because that movie Drumline came out, bro. Drumline came out, and that really boosted drummers, too. Your wife was in choir? See? She'll come in here randomly and kill. Oh, hold on. I got you, Strange. There you go. I got you. We got the page ready. Flag girls be like, yeah, you were Nick Cannon and Drumline boosted the drummers. Yeah, I got you. Or here. This will be even better, actually. Hold on, I got you, Strange. Okay, here's what we do. We see, boom, right here, right? Then we'll all spam like Sonic the Hedgehog real quick. Just clear it. And that's what we got. That's our plan. I got you. That's why you got all them kids now. True. Is that a goat? Sonic, yeah. You know. Damn, then she'll never leave. Oh, that's true. That's too much. That's a little too much. That's true. What if I pull up this Sonic though? I know she wasn't fucking with this Sonic. Right? If we pull up this one. Right? Then we'll just all go like, ugh. Ew. Bro, stop. Nightmare Sonic. Yeah. Perfect? Okay, we got it. We got it. That's the one. We'll be like, I can't believe they did this. You know? No, she'll leave so fast. My eyes. That was a crazy one.
I got that cream cheese coochie on lock.
That sound's gonna follow me for my whole life. That's the custom-made furry con Sonic. Exactly. You know? That's someone wearing a costume for Comic-Con. That's not real Sonic. We don't embrace that. We don't embrace that. We just don't. You know? So FurryCon is crazy. Didn't Gideon go to one of those? Or am I bugging? I thought he went to one. Didn't he have a video where he's doing pranks there and he got kicked out? I hate those damn furries. Those damn furries. I think they never were going to release it. I got to see it. Gideon. I can't watch it because Twitch is weird about it, but they're going to play that soundbite at your next interview. They are. They're going to be like, would you like to explain what this sound is? I had a list of the most hated people for me. Really? Like it was trying to draw attention. Yeah. Tails. I like Tails. Gideon. Let's see. Did they take it down? Nope. Here it is. It just felt like that Sonic was an attention grabber. Oh, it was. There it is. He did go to FurryCon. If it wasn't work, let's play Truth or Dare. Ooh, that's risky. That's risky, girls. That's risky. It definitely got attention. Yeah, like that's a risky one, you know. I mean, I'll answer a truth if it's not a crazy question. If you have a question, I'll answer a truth, Griff. If you have a depending on what the question is. Some of these are too ballsy in here to play that game. That's exactly what I'm saying. This is not the chat for that. Oh, this is going to be number 1 furries, number 2 Hitler. Damn. Furries over Hitler, huh? I don't kink shame, but also don't support furries. Same. Okay, you like Amy? Amy who? Damn, I got to get Hogwarts? Let me tell you something. I have had Hogwarts since it released, and I've been so distracted by other games from Sonic. Amy from... Oh, hold on. Everything switched again. Only link shame furries. Amy from Sonic? Oh, Amy's cool, yeah. Amy's cool. Yeah. Do people hate Amy? Amy's a cool character, yeah. Rogue from Sonic? Breezy almost got me. I mean, Breezy. I like Rogue better. Yeah, we can't do dares in here. That's what I'm saying. If you have a question, I will answer the question. I'm pretty open. I think we've seen. Where's Shadow at? Ooh. Shadow. Shadow was fire, bro. Shadow was fire. Dare times 2. Yeah, see, that's what's... This chat's not the one we can do dares in, because, like, people will actually do it. Bro was toting guns. Like, Shadow was fire, bro. I'm opening up Red Dead, by the way. So if everything switches, give me a second. You should play Shadow the Hedgehog? I should do. Dare, tell you to tell the truth. Okay. What's the truth? What am I telling the truth about? Never mind, I'm out. Oh, Grill says he won't. He won't do the shit. He won't. He won't. He won't. Shadow was fire, though. Damn. I gotta play that new Sonic. I haven't played it yet. That new Sonic looks so good. I just haven't played it. Oh, my monitors didn't switch this time. They didn't switch. Haven't yet either. Sonic Frontiers, yeah. I saw Addy playing it, and it makes me just want the game. Dare me if you dare, get it. Oh, I got you. Addy will backseat game so hard. I mean, they're welcome. That reminds me, before I actually play, the reason I had my Twitch manager up is because I look at my tags, right? And one of my tags says, like, backseat gamers are allowed, right? Where is it? I think it's Discovery. Frontiers looks cool. It really does. So I looked through my tags, right, to see, like, where people are coming from. Is this a tag that you see? I didn't put this. What horse do you have? The regular one? God of War Ragnarok just dropped new game. Plus, bro, really? I gotta get it, bro. I bought the other one yesterday. But you see what I'm saying? Like, where did this tag come from? Yeah, it's up. Ooh. All these other ones, pretty good impressions. Where the fuck did this tag come from? I gotta get rid of that one. I didn't put that. What side do you play? Yeah, we play him. Just don't get frustrated. Just get ready. You'll get frustrated. You know how it is. First time and all. You know? So there's time decisions, right? Wait. New Game Plus? That's actually cool. Change outfit? Into what? I see the New Game Plus, Alu. That's actually cool. Ragnarok looks awesome. I gotta play 2018. Was I trying mouse and keyboard today? Let me see. Let me see how I like it. Hold on. See how we like it, mouse and keyboard on this. 2018 will change your life. I bought it yesterday. I got Ragnarok when it came out, but I haven't played it in a while. Well, New Game Plus is out. I saw it as of 35 minutes ago. As of 35 minutes ago, it's out. Summer Gunslinger? We are a gunslinger. We are. Yo, Addy has an interview for a new promotion in 10 minutes. We need all... Hold on. 1 second. 1 second. Let me get it. I'm waiting for this to load, and then we'll address this comment. Hold on. It's just taking forever to load. Just give me 1 second to stop this music because I don't want it in the background for this. You know. Okay. Hold on. So Addy has an interview. Best of wishes for real. Hope the job's got. I don't even hope. These loading screens are dope. They are. I don't even hope that the job is got. Let me tell you something. Hold on. 1 second. This better be. This better. Let's go. Knowing? Yeah, we know. This better not be too loud. This better not be too loud. This may work.
Ass and she jumped. I was being fair. I didn't say, yo, Kate, you lying bitch. I don't believe.
Let me tell you something. Addy's got this fucking job. This beat his ass. It's not what I really expected, but she's got this fucking job. She's gonna walk through that fucking interview and they're gonna be like, wow, who is this? We have to hire her now. Write that contract up right now. She's fucking got it. She's got it.
I am a banana.
Even the banana knows. I thought Sale was gonna come on. We need it. This beat is not working for me. It's not working for me. You know, it's not working. This beat is not working for me. It's not good. We need some, thank you all. Yeah, she's got it. Sounds like a truck commercial, exactly. Here we go. She's got it. This is that B-roll music in a real bad movie. Exact. Oh, yeah. We need... Okay. You're right. We're going to redo this.
What was the reason?
Oh my guys are ballers. Oh my guys are ballers.
Yeah. All my guys are ballers. Especially fucking Addie. Because she's got this, Strange. I'm telling you. She has got this job. She's going to walk in there and be like, oh my God, who is this? She's going to say 4 words. In the first 4 words that she says, they're going to know that she's got this job. You know why? Because Addie's the shit. And she's good at literally everything. No cap. She's good at everything. You know what I'm saying? They're going to be so blown away, they're going to give her on the spot. She's going to come home, she's going to be like, wow, look. Look, we up. You know? It's just how it is. She's going to start talking. They're going to be like, wow. She's amazing. So yeah, she's got it. She's got it. Just let us know how it goes. I mean, you don't have to. We already know how it's going to go. But yeah. Man, that first track really killed my vibe. That really did sound like a truck commercial. Ford F-150s. Let's go, brother. We're all ballers, exactly. Okay, so we need to go. I said we're going to Valentine, right? We're going to go get this gun. Get a horse, Lake Isabella. Where is Lake Isabella? Oh, we can go on our way. Okay, we're going to go here, and then we're going here. Here, then here. Okay, that's what we're doing today. Gun, horse. Lake Isabella. Okay. Let me put my, take winter clothes. That's the special horse. I'm scared to get it so early because I feel like I'm going to kill it on accident. But we will get it. Take winter clothes? I haven't found any other clothes. I just started. Yeah, you're still going to kill it? It doesn't die? Oh, okay, we're good then. Just hard to control. Oh. Alright, where's my horse at? Where you at, boy? Oh, it respawns. Okay, we're good then. We got to get that horse. Good day. How are you? Who's this? It's my horse. Tennessee Walker. Let's go, boy. Skratsx is going to shoot it in the head. I one shot it by accident. It just respawns. Oh, we're good then. Is there anything I need before I leave camp? Do I have... Oh, we have horse food. All right. Let's do this. Off to Valentine to get this weapon, then we're going to go get the horse. Winter clothes and food. How do I get winter clothes? Who do I get it from? Nay. Nay. Let me hit you. You already have them? Your locker or buy them? All right, let me look. Just going to town, bruh? That's what I was thinking. Like, it's not going to be here, right? Talk to Uncle. That's a good starting quest. Oh, we're going straight to Valentine. You ordered in the prologue. How do I change clothes if I need to? Like, where would I clipped in a center? Thank you. Horses? Your tent? Okay, thank you. Where's my tent at? This one? It's got to be it, right? This looks like my tent. Actually, I can probably tell what the tent is based upon my map. I don't know what I'm walking around like an idiot for. Uncle's quest will take you to... Okay, thank you. It's this, right? Okay, we'll go to Uncle real quick. Horse overlook, ammunition. We're going to need that. Butcher, provisions. Let's go to provisions first. Having the best horse at the start will make travel very easy. Oh, okay, let's just do that first then. Let's take this. Let's take this horse, ride, and get it. All right, let me get clothes first. Go to your camp there to the left. Uh-huh. This? Oh, this is my tent. Got it. Okay. Got it. Thank you. Remember, if you don't kill the horse, you get a special ending. I'm trying not to. Will I get too hot in this? Store on horse. Oh, there we go. Got it. You don't need the best horse. It's a bit faster. I'm about to backseat game the shit out of cup, but we can't. Yes, thank you. You will get too hot. I got it, and man, it's sad. Damn. Okay, so I'm storing that on my horse. So I stored that on my horse. Is there anything else I need? No. Okay. So I got the clothes. We're the summer gunslinger. Is it summertime right now? Is it? The horse is not known for speed. It does have amazing stamina, though. That's what I want. Spring-ish. I'll wear it. It looks kind of ass, though. That fit's kind of ass, bro. Like, it looks like you can get the speed upwards of 8 out of 10, I think. I care more about the stamina than the speed, to be honest. This fits ass. Yeah, I'm not wearing that. Over elite handling. You look like the San Francisco homeless out there. Yeah, like that. That fit is ass. What do we need over here? What you got, boy? That's how to contribute.
Good morning.
We need food. Look back there. You can cut your hair. I saw it. I'm just not interested in cutting it.
Good morning.
We're trying to look crazy out here, you know?
Glad to be off that mountain.
In Valentine, you need to look in the dock's like basement back window and then go inside and hold them up so you'll unlock the basement. Kill them all and take this Schofield revolver. Okay. Where do I get the... I don't want to donate.
Arthur, don't forget, I'm more than happy to craft you.
I don't need that.
If you bring me the right materials.
She said she's crying now. She's got it. I believe in Addie.
Good morning.
She's got it. You can buy outfits. I mean, we may. Where the fuck? I see. Oh, where's the food part? I guess I can't do anything with it yet. How do I look at my... Is there a way to see, like, what's in my bag? Yeah, talk with the butcher later. Okay. Now you can buy snazzy shit. Oh, we need snazzy shit. We can't go out looking like a bum. Pimp it out. I can't buy it here, can I?
Hi there.
Look at my map. In town? Okay, once we get in town, we're doing it. Health supplies. This is grayed out. And provisions is grayed out. So I can't really buy it. So let's go talk to Uncle. Later in the day, the butcher will make hot stew and you can come and camp and eat it. Okay. Well, I mean, we're not going to be here for that, so let's talk to Uncle. The later stages in the game have really good stuff. Okay. Once I kind of learn, like we're still in the probably frustrating to watch learning stages of the game. It's crazy there's a whole detailed animation for making the stew. You can also customize your guns in town. Ooh. Oh, there's Uncle. All right, Unc.
Hey.
Wake your ass up, my boy.
Careful not to work yourself to death there. I was thinking.
Here it is. That was a good one, Saul.
Eventually.
I'm about to make an exclamation mark Saul just for this.
Stealing, killing, lying.
You can watch him make the stew, all of it. That's actually interesting.
To think all day. Well, it's a strange world we live in.
Make your gun gold? Ooh.
Do you want to head into
They may
town?
do that.
See if we can find anything out. Sure. I got some errands to run. Great. Go check the horses are ready.
Check 'em. Thank you. You should make that mark, by the way. I think I'm going to.
The old man in town. Take us too?
Well, what you got planned?
Nothing. We'll find something for y'all to do. We always do.
We're bored out of our minds. Been cooped up here for 2 weeks now. Karen's about ready.
They're going to die if they come with me. Let's be honest.
Can Miss Grimshaw spare you?
Can Miss Grimshaw spare you? What's happened to you, Arthur? 3 young, healthy
And your
men
knife?
want you to take
You may have to make them all gold.
You're worried about house chores.
Thank you. Thank you.
Fair enough. You got me. Come on in.
Nightbot has to be subbed. Oh my god.
Feels like weeks since we did.
Nightbot has to be subbed to do it.
Very embodiment.
The voice acting. Puggers.
I'm gonna love it. Okay then. Let's go.
All right. Out through the trees here, then take a left.
Yeah.
Okay, got it. Let's get on this path here then, boy, shall we? Let's do this.
Easy.
There we go. Taking it a little slower. Very nice. We got it. Once I get Nightbot subbed in here, it'll be better. I deserve. You do. Saul's been putting in the work with these scares. Mission show. You go through town. Yeah. Sing it. Yeah. These are the tunes. Nope, kick him out.
Oh my God! Go right here. It's quicker.
Go right here, got you. Yo, Lev, thanks for gifting Nightbot, which is a scam. Thank you.
Gifted 6 months of tier 1 to Nightbot.
This isn't Visage? Yeah, it's not October, my boy. Thank you. Yo, Lev, thanks for the resub. Look, Lev's out here spoiling me for real. Thank you, Lev. Thank you so much. Yo, you put that YouTube video out or no? Did you put the Yo, Strange, you should get Deceive Inc. By the way, Lev's a legend. She is W sister. It's processing. Shit takes forever. It does. This is the greatest song of all time. It is. Kanye should sample it. Strange, you should get Deceive Inc. and let's play it. Let's play it. I think you'd love it. A guy coming up who you get honor from? Yeah, we're gonna help him.
Is one of you gonna get that fella's horse?
Do I just get out and get it?
There you go. It's very serious.
Let me get out real quick. 1899 version of Hose Mad, exactly.
What's going on?
Let me speak to the coach driver real quick. What's that? What's Deceive Inc? Okay, no, it's not free. Here, I'll show you. Deceive Inc is me, Curse, and Lev played it yesterday. It's fire, bro. It's a spy v spy game. It's so fun. This is it. Kill him? You want to pop them motherfuckers and rob the carriage? Should we?
Welcome, Agent. The goal of every mission is to...
I'm trying to get everyone to play this. It's so fun.
Preferably alive.
It's teen rated. I can't play. That sounds like too much for me.
Never see me coming. Perfect.
Oh, Among Us? No, not Among Us. Trust me. I'm gonna be the little devil on your shoulder.
Position secured.
I only play E-rated games? Wow. How wholesome.
Last mission. Let's make it count.
So you play as a team of spies, right? And you're trying to
This will cost you dearly.
You will too?
Bring it on.
Damn, too many evil voices.
That's all.
And so you're trying to get the package out while also preventing other spies from doing it.
Vault open. You know what to do.
It's fun, I promise. We played it yesterday.
Beautiful work.
I will gift it to you, Strange. There are a few places where it's unacceptable to not be good. Okay. I'm down. Bet. I'll gift it to you after. This looks like Fortnite? No, it's not like Fortnite, I promise. Let's do it. Oh. Cursed, I need to add you on Steam, too. I need to add you on Steam. So if you can PM me your Steam thing so I can add you, we'll be good. You must pet all doggos and have a doggo pet counter. How do we make that?
All right there, friend. Oh, hey, you couldn't help me get my other horse back from over there, could you?
I got you.
Sure, no problem. Thanks. It's the one.
Strange, message me your kill him. Message me your Steam ID too. Where'd the horse go? Oh, we can't see screen. My bad. Thank you. Oh, it's right there. See it?
Easy there.
Gotta use a lasso?
Whoa, now, easy.
Let's go.
Hey, hey!
I was just gonna like, what if a train came and just like hit this motherfucker real quick? Up. My bad. Come on.
Hey, now.
It can happen. That's what I was worried about. Could you imagine that? I can't tell you how many times I've been knocked off my horse because of a branch.
Here you go. You're a gentleman, sir. A gentleman. No, not really. I was just trying to impress the women. Well, anyway, thank you.
All right,
No, what are you doing?
Sorry, bro. Oh, you can't kill him. You can't. No, bro. Damn. Okay. We know now. I got baited. I did. You can't commit crimes during missions. Oh, okay. Got it. Got it. Damn. Now we know, right?
All right. Out through the trees here.
This is bullshit. Well, you know I tried. I listened to the voices on my shoulder, and that's what happens. You know, I pulled the blicky out. Guys, I'm gonna be good during the story. Immediately helps a man and tries to shoot him. That'd have been fun. All right, we'll be good. Drive the other way. Fuck those passengers. Then we'll have to start the mission over. This is your wagon. I was like, why are you telling him that he's gonna lose? Yeah, this is the second time this has happened. You know, hey, at least you know I'm about it. You know,
Ladies, that's a song.
you know I'm like that. With the shits, you know I'm with it. Jesus Christ, do you have your license? Pick up the speed. Them hoes got cushion. Can take it. Got it. I'm just trying not to wreck. You almost hit the boulder, did I? Mute them by taking them off a cliff. You can get a mod to make them sing WAP. That'd be so funny. He doesn't control you. Slow it down. Oh, here we go. Yeah, go Mazda fast. Zoom, zoom. Damn. Ram them.
Is one of you gonna get that fella's horse?
Well, I got lumbago.
I got the Lambago. Damn. Not the Lambago. 1800s road rage.
You all right there, friend? Oh, hey, you couldn't help me get my other horse back from over there, could you?
Yeah, I got you.
Sure, no problem.
I got the lumbago. Damn.
The white one over there.
You don't have to help him? Calling out sick tomorrow with Lambago. You have to be like, hey, Doc, I got that Lambago. Get your ass over here, horse. Let's go. Shoot the horse. It's not yours. Fuck him. Bro, I can't wait for society to fall apart so I can Mad Max some of these motherfuckers in Vegas. People cannot drive. Here's your fucking horse back, buddy.
Here you go. You're a gentleman, sir. A gentleman.
Pay up.
Not really. I was just trying to impress.
That was for the horse.
Well,
For the horse.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Will your fucking... Will your... God damn it.
Come on, Arthur. Enough showing off.
Killed this guy.
Let's go.
I mean, I tried it. You saw it.
You're turning into a regular fairy godmother there, Arthur.
Oops. My bad, bruh.
A small one, perhaps.
Scrat, yeah.
Deep inside, but a
Doc says stop controlling him. Immediately proceeds to attempt to get Skratsx to kill everyone in the universe. Yes.
Well, Arthur, I'm proud.
Same but Arkansas. Didn't mean to hit that horse, but you know it is what it is. He was in the way.
Why didn't you help that poor man?
Set some explosives, kill them all at once. I don't think I have explosives yet.
What about you, Arthur?
You hit him? I did.
Look like I got the energy to waste on charity.
I did.
That fool can get his own horse.
I don't believe you're quite that cold, Mr. Morgan.
Oh, I'm colder than you realize.
I'm colder than a summer bitch. Okay, fine. Shoot really
Very
fast.
inspiring, Arthur.
Yeah, I hit the horse. My fault.
Smell those sheep.
Crashing the train? Thoughts? I mean, that was tempting. I'll be honest with you.
This looks like a decent little town.
It's pretty fucking decent, I'd say. Look at all these kind folks.
In the mountains. Sure don't want to be back up there.
Is this that town that I blew up the prostitute out the door of the shotgun? Is it?
Miss O'Shea is far too high and mighty now for the likes of us.
This shit is making me go slow.
I am a banana.
The mentality in this game is get drunk, push hoes, and get money. I mean, I'm with it, you know? That's what kind of gaming we're trying to do.
That's a young man's game.
Get drunk? I mean, we will eventually. How does that affect my character? This whole ass town fought me and I double tapped everyone. Damn.
You remember that though, Arthur?
Damn.
Not. That Park up down
You get
the
wasted?
near the
Do you, I mean, like, does your camera and everything get weird? Yeah, get out the way, buddy. And wake up in a weird spot.
Here we are.
I gotta see what, oh, here you go. Then I ruined my game.
Uncle, what are we doing? Well, we're gonna do what any self-respecting
How do I?
maniac does. Put the women to work.
You get drunk, Cam, I think? Ooh. Hello?
Okay, just stay out of
Put your gun away before you pet it. I'm trying to.
Right, I need to get something.
It keeps stopping my character.
We'll see you at the
Take its
store when
money.
you're done.
How do I can't.
So that's how you.
It's not letting me
Is it? A maniac?
shoot the dog and take its money. Drunk first person is wild. Yeah, it won't let me do anything. They're just mentioning you can't pet dogs. Yeah, you can't. I just tried it. God. This game is unrealistic. The labs are more friendly. In the open world, you can. Okay.
You are a sad man, Arthur Morgan.
Who you calling sad?
I know you love me.
I will light this bitch up.
You're my favorite parasite. No. Ringworm's my favorite parasite.
Shoot the dog and fuck him.
Very funny.
Yo, Grills.
I lied.
Whoa.
Then rats with the plague.
COVID can't get you when you're sitting down. Makes no sense. Yeah, Grills.
Come on.
You good, man? You good? It's not. This ain't that. Sorry, Joe. No, you're good. This is a Wendy's.
Drop a whiskey for a start.
I know you were joking.
While we're waiting on the women.
What's up, shopkeep?
Thinking ahead, ain't you?
Fuck the dog and then kill him. Is that better? I feel like it's slightly better, but still.
If you have any questions, fellers,
You can buy things directly off the shelf. Oh,
the door.
that was wild. Want you to lag? I mean, I'm not lagging. We're good. We're good.
You not getting anything, Arthur?
I don't know.
What do I need here? Rifle? We probably need rifle. Ban dog, killer dog. Both are slightly worse. Yeah. It's more immersive instead of using the menu. You're right. You're right.
So, you're actually buying for once? Are you feeling all right?
Oh, I mean, we could steal it, right? What town am I in? Am I in Valentine? We are in Valentine. So we have to go to the... So, we have to go here, right? It was funny, though. Skratsx, steal it. We have to go to there, right? And then kill the shopkeep, I guess?
There's no more.
If you rob him, you can steal it, but each item you steal makes you lose a ton of honor.
Oh, this here's a sheep town. The lamb's the best in the
What is this? Hair pomade? Don't care. Ground coffee. Unless the guy rob him and kill him, no law. You don't kill a shopkeeper at the doctor. No witnesses. What do I want to do here? What do I need? How can I see my inventory? Take it down, you don't kill the doctor. Okay. You want hair pomade? Okay.
Well, look at this. A jaw harp.
What is this list?
That's coffee.
I got a lot to replenish after that god-awful time in the
There.
mountains. All done. Thank you kindly.
You don't buy anything. You take.
Trick.
Slick that shit back, my man. The mission wants you to buy coffee. Arthur's hat is very...
That's fine whiskey.
I don't know what you said there.
That should do us. Let's go.
I don't know what you said there. What was in the asterisks? Meet outside. Also, I stole it. We're failing the mission again. Damn, cracking one open this morning, y'all.
Here's to your good health, sir.
Yes, sir.
Down here off that mountain.
Absolutely.
It's a funny world, you know. This time in my career, I pictured myself being married to an heiress.
Imagine how shit everyone must smell. Yeah, it has to be crazy.
Gentlemen, I think I got something good.
Like 2-week-old pomade in your hair.
Snuck into this fancy house, acted like a servant girl.
It's the only version in this game.
Someone was saying her sister
Lightweight,
was taking
yeah.
from New York or someplace.
Just keep applying it. To get the gun from the doctor, you got to go to the back of the doctor behind the sheriff, knock on the door, then go aim the gun at the doctor and choose to rob the back option. Okay. Yeah, one sip and he was just out.
As to get to the docks in time for the tides, in some place called Scarlet Meadows.
Yeah, I know it. Yeah, it's right out near New Hanover. Right, it's real quiet out there.
Yeah, right there over near New Hanover. Exactly.
I think at the hotel they were picking up some.
That's some high octane.
fellas that he
Yeah.
was gonna rob.
Why?
It seemed easy. They have been gone for quite a while.
I guess I'll go see if there's any trouble.
Blow her away.
There's Tilly over there.
Her voice is annoying.
Does not look ideal.
Uh-oh. There's some riffraff in this damn alley. Diffuse the argument? Oh, I'm about to diffuse it. Let me just in case. Just in case. Can't save. All right.
Get off me! Get off of me!
I've been looking. Get your hands
Telling you save the game, fight the town. I can't save right now.
Get the hell off of her, you son of a bitch. Hey, take it easy. There's no problem here.
There will be if you don't get out of here right
Okay, do it after. Okay. I don't see you fucking moving, buddy.
You're making a big mistake today.
Oh, you can't shoot him. Okay, never mind. You can't commit crimes in town in the middle of me. Yeah, I feel it. Feel his cat. I did. You know? Hey. Get him out. Hey. You know? I had to. He wasn't moving. I told him to move. He didn't move.
You thought I wouldn't find you, Tilly?
Pull the blicker back out.
Get your hands off her.
Remember, this is a peaceful mission. Stop trying to shoot people and we get everyone arrested.
You son of a bitch. Hey, take it easy. There's no problem here.
There will be if
Oh, there
you don't
damn
get
is.
out of here right now.
We find out tomorrow? There we go.
You're making a big mistake.
It's confirmed tomorrow. This is bullshit. How does he just fail? Why can't you just fight the law too? They didn't make this like GTA. If you kill him, she gets all butthurt. Bitch, beat it. Jesus Skratsx, you're already trying to kill everybody in the beginning. You know how it is, Glitch. You know how it is. Let's jump him. We got to. Search the hotel for Karen. Where the hell is Karen? Glitch has been here. He's seen how I do things. You know, sometimes. That's why we got there. And I started blasting sound.
Can I help you, sir?
You can yes, you can help me. Where the hell is?
For a girl who came in here earlier with a drunk fella.
Okay, fight the town.
Blonde, you'd remember her.
Yeah, they're in 2B upstairs. Are you a friend of his?
Blow him all the way. You can take an immersive bath in this game. You should do it after this mission. You can get a woman to scrub you. I feel like that's TOS, isn't it? We just want to do hood rat things with our friends. Exactly. Can I save yet or no? I can't save yet. We can't do it yet. We can't fight the town yet. We can't save. Just trying to be a hood rat.
No trouble now, please.
Shut up. Any loot in here, by the way, while we're doing this, or just can I just barge in, or all right, it's locked. Never mind. It's not TOS. I want to see some real Western shit. Hey, I'm trying. It just won't let me. It keeps starting me over. Check all the doors.
Oh, get the hell out of here, will you?
Sorry. Wrong room.
If you don't bathe, though, your health gets affected. Yeah, we're going to take a bath. Oh, we already tried this door. Sounds like it's getting wicked in this room, huh? All right, downstairs. He was beating his meat against the wall. He was. Would you get out of here? This is my private time. I paid for this room. So I can have some alone time. You got to kick the door? How do you kick it? How do you kick the door? How do I kick? Shoot it? Oops. Doesn't do it. You can't shoot the door. Yeah, you can't shoot the door. You can't. You can't. Doc knows I'm too willing to shoot stuff. He just knows it. Right there, look at the yellow. Oh, I didn't see it. I was looking at chat. This game's unrealistic. Oh, we do this again? Pull the blicky out. Hey. Back up. All right, I have to. We have to fight the urge to just shoot stuff.
Get the hell off
I'll be better. We'll be nice for now.
Hey, take it easy. There's no problem here.
Back your candy ass up, boy. That's unfair. It's I have to fight the urge to just shoot stuff.
You're making a big mistake, Tilly Jackson.
Just get lost.
Get out of here.
I ain't doing this.
Gotta quit listening to us every time you take it. You should have learned by now.
Mary Beth, they're across the street.
Okay. Thanks, Arthur.
You're welcome.
Uncle,
Stay safe.
look after her. I'm gonna go see about Karen in the hotel.
All right. I'll actually be good. I got it. You have my word. I'll be good. Beat the story, then kill everyone. I think that's what we have to do.
Mid-20s, blonde. You'd remember.
I think that's what we have to do.
They're in 2B upstairs. Are you a friend of his?
A friend of hers.
Here we go. We'll be good. Let's all go. Let's go interrupt this dude again. Yeah, whatever. Just real quick.
Oh, get the hell out of here, will you?
Sorry.
That was perfect for that. After the story's over, honor doesn't matter, so you can go on a killing spree. Okay, we can do that. We can do that. I didn't see a thing pop up to hit the door back there. Oh. I thought they said they were in 2B. This is 2C. Like they literally said 2B. Which is... Oh, it's this door over here. That's 2A. Nice knock. It's right here. Kick this bitch in. There it is. Damn.
A friend of hers.
Get out of here, buddy. I paid.
Oh, my God. Goddamn animal.
Oh, you better get your ass kicked. Damn.
For nothing.
Get your ass down, boy. How do you guard? There we go.
I got that cream cheese coochie on lock.
What the hell?
A jawbreaker. Hands.
You okay?
Fine.
Give me your shit.
Yeah. Nothing to worry about. Just men. But stupid bastard.
We leave him?
Bastard was boasting about the bank.
I did rob him. I took his stuff. I took his stuff. Do I just drag him out or no?
It's a livestock town. There's lots of cattle.
No, we'll leave him. Don't shoot him. I'm not shooting him. I'm not. I said I'm being good.
I will.
I'm being good. I'm being good. Drag him into the fireplace? Ooh, I actually like that idea. That's a good idea. I'm not. Here we go. We don't know what happened after that. Yeah. Pick him up real quick. Oh, I left my gun there. It won't let me. It won't let me drag him. Put the gun away. Need the gun. Good thing I actually went back. I'd have lost my gun. I forgot about that.
After you.
Absolutely, Karen. Damn. Damn. He did some damage.
Arthur.
Yeah, he knocked it out of my
I
hand.
don't much like being saved, but when I have to be.
I understand.
You okay?
Sure. He only punched me. Arthur punched him a lot harder.
Damn right.
Hey, who's that guy over there looking at us?
Weren't you in Blackwater?
Holy shit, you're finally playing Red Dead Redemption 2? Yes, sir, Shadow.
You were.
How are you?
Well, I definitely saw you with a bunch of fellers.
Me? No. Impossible.
Uh-oh.
Listen, buddy, come here for a minute.
I saw you.
Come here.
Come on, get.
I don't like this. Me neither.
What about you?
Go get the girls home.
Pretty good.
I'm gonna go have a word with our friend.
Be careful, Arthur.
Just a word.
Everyone in the chat's plotting to get him to fail. Yeah. Get your ass over. Hold on. We're gonna get the lasso ready.
Get back here right now.
Where is he? He's this way.
Oh no.
He went this way, right? Yeah. My horse is too fucking slow. Oh, he's over there. Okay, I see him. I almost lasted the wrong guy. Get your ass over here, buddy. You're getting hog-tied. Oh, never mind. He's dead. That's tough. That's tough. He's dead. I'm at work, but I will for you. What? Dutch? Dutch, I'm at work, but I will for you, Dutch. Hope you're doing well, Barrel. Let that man survive. It gives you a lot of honor no matter how much you hate letting witnesses live. You're right, though. You're right. Did he not die? Oh.
Why are you telling lies about me?
No. I got it wrong, partner. I got it very wrong. Now, please help me up.
Such an aggressive person, you scare me sometimes. I'm sorry. Who needs honor when you can kill everyone?
I've got an unfortunate face.
Yes, me too. Now, please.
It's a badass scene also. If you let him live, Arthur's cool there. Okay.
I can't hold on much longer.
Weak ass, boy. Weak ass. I said I'm being nice. I'm trying to be a better person. God damn
okay,
it.
partner?
No.
We should tie him up though. For every one nice action, I want a death.
Well, you ain't dead.
There is that. Jimmy Brooks.
I think it's best for both of us if we pretend this never happened.
Well, I agree.
The ending of this game is different depending on how much honor you have.
You're a good man.
That's what I've heard. I've heard the better ending is if you're nicer.
Want a pen?
There's an Easter egg if you spare him. Okay.
Oh. That's very kind of you.
Very, very friendly.
But I'm not a good man.
He also pays you for saving him? Oh.
Brooks. Not usually. You see, I was in Blackwater.
This pin is $10. Take this pin. Just do what you feel comfortable doing. Well, you know, Glitch, I have a quick trigger finger, you know, as you've seen.
I never saw you. Not now, not never. I think we have an understanding.
Of course we do. Jimmy Brooks. I will remember that. I've got a good memory.
I haven't. Not
You get your ass out of here before I change my mind, boy.
1 cent in this here old mind.
Get out of here before I change my mind, buddy. Take the penance. Yeah, you guys are bad influences.
You have a nice day now, sir.
Forget it like a day later. You guys are bad influence. If I kill... Okay. Go back into town. Okay, fight the town. How do I get that gun? Oh, I didn't mean to press this. How do I get that gun? For the love of everything. I just think it's kind of heartless to kill a mass amount of people at once, but do your thing. You know. It is. You're right there. By fighting the town. Damn, you're right. Damn. Just save it and fight the town. Oh, I need to look at my map. Power got cut. Did you get the horse? Not yet. We did the mission that took us here. As soon as we do get that gun, we are... Where's the lake at? Right here, right? You gotta go to the back of the sheriff's office and knock on the metal door. Go back to town. Scratch, you said you would. I will fight the town. I got you. I'll save and fight the town, and then we'll reload. Save that shit. Commit mass murder. Love this. Why do I keep hitting player? I mean, map. All right, we're going back to here just so I have an avenue back. The metal door in the back of the clinic. Okay. You need to click story to save. Yeah. Kill all of them with a pin. Who do you think I am, John Wick? I'm not, like, you're overestimating my talent. Battle of the Century, boys. How many people is in this town? So if I start back here, right? How many people are in this town? Let me put my horse, like, right here. Sit right here real quick, boy. Sit right here. Okay. Story. Who cares? Start blasting. Why is the doc acting up in his playthrough? Not Mass Effect. No, he wanted me to kill people in Mass Effect 2. Technically, Arthur Morgan could dominate John Wick because of how good he is with weapons. But with a pen? Alright. Didn't mean to do that. He wasn't this vocal about it? No, he was. Alright, that's one. Who else witnessed it?
You got this all wrong, you goddamn.
Damn it! What you were gonna say first? I did. I did say first. Oh, hey. Wait, you lived? Jesus Christ. How are you still living? Hey. Oh shit. 50 schmeckles on scrap. It's hard to aim with controller too, I'm not gonna lie. Sit down. Let's take cover. We're gonna need it. Come at me. Oh, it's B to reload, that's right. Who's rushing me? Who said that? You? Jesus Christ. Hold on. You taking cover, I'm taking cover, buddy. Who else? Who else? Keep pressing the wrong button to reload. Got hit headshots to kill them? Yeah. Oh shit. Jesus, there's a lot of them, huh? Eddie. You got your knock? I didn't hear it. I didn't hear it. Did you knock? Oh. Oh, I didn't grab my shotty. Get cover. Take cover. It takes a bit to get used to shooting. Yeah, it's weird. Doc is a real backseater to play through. Yeah, keep killing and make them bleed. Yo, Grills, you're enjoying this a bit too much, huh? Hold on, buddy. I needed this real quick. Hold on. Hold on, bud. What are you doing? It is weird getting used to this. Grills is a psychopath. Yeah, he's enjoying this a little much. How did you not die? I shot you literally in the head. Sit down. Hey. Scratch me favorite? In video games. Yeah, I know. I missed. Hold on.
Anyway, I started blasting. Bang! Bang! All right.
All right. I love Deadeye, by the way. That shit's cool. Get him out. Hydrate, I got you. Okay, way to make me look away and get that. Yo, what's up? What up, Sheps? My scratches on hand. How many people is that so far? Oh. Don't ever charge me again, bud. Sit your ass down. My bounty's $300. This is nuts. Got him. Fuck. Got him. Hold on. Up. Hold on. He's a synth. Eddie. Eddie. There we go. How many people are there in this town? If you see a less bright red color when you shoot someone, that means they have been hit in the vital and bleeding out. You can watch them. Okay. How many people are there in this town? You know what? The fuck? Yo, let me get that gun real quick. I'm gonna need that. I see him in there. Eddie. Oh, my dead eye increased. Why do they think they're like that? They're sitting in the heli soon. Yeah, we're... That it? We do it? Pick this up just... Nope. That's not it. Hold on. Let's get back here. Take cover. Look at the map real quick. We have what, 6? 6 left? All right.
It's him.
Fuck. Hold on. Eddie. Oh, I had 2. Reloading. Hold on. Wait, it's not fair. Jesus Christ. Oh, there's a lot. This is... Oh, I stood up on accident. I didn't mean to do that. Damn. So many bodies. Rockstar has an infinite spawn cops unless you leave the red zone. Oh. Okay. Jesus Christ. I feel revived. There you go, dog. I didn't know it was endless. I didn't know that was endless. Okay, let's reload it. I didn't realize it was endless. Thank you for telling me that afterwards. Yo, what's up, Chell girl? How are you? Guys, look at all that gunplay practice you just did. Yeah. That was actually fun, I'm not gonna lie. That was so many people. So many bodies just then. How are you, Chell girl? Man, that was a lot. If you listen to God say you'd be fucking bathing in a tub. All right. So let's look at the map. Where are we going? So we need to go to the doctor's office, you said? Here? I'm eating. What are you eating? Speaking of that, let's go take a bath. Let's take a bath. All right. I listen to Doc. I'll listen to where? Where do we go? The hotel? Is it the hotel? Hotel? Got it. I got you. You know, I'm here to please. Let me grab my horse real quick. We'll ride him into town. A woman scrubs you. You know, she's
All right, boy.
not giving you no fucking money. Don't even ask. Oh boy.
Want to get a drink? I'm parched.
Want to get a drink? I'm parched. Then go ask someone else, buddy. You're not getting fucking money from me. You see the clothes? I have no drip right now. No drip. Spaghetti bowl? Pretty good.
Push me, huh?
Pretty solid. Hotel's right here. Remember the first time you learned you could pick up a hooker in GTA and the car shook? Hell yeah, good times. Damn. Damn, Arthur.
Oh, it's you.
There you go. We spent the 25 cents. Yo, if this gets crazy, I'm full screening. I'm letting you know. If this gets crazy, I'm full screening.
It is. Last time I checked.
Wow, that's a lot of words. Too bad I'm not reading them.
Look. Speak with him and ask him for a bath. I did. I did. I paid 25 cents. So what do I do now? Where do I go? Oh, let me look at the map. Is it on first floor or second floor? First floor? Okay. Shoot him and take it for free? I already paid. Here it is. Let's take us a bath, damn it. Got to get our hygiene right. Okay. Immersion. Yeah, you're right. I'm feeling immersed.
Would you like someone to take over for you?
Damn right.
Oh, sounds good, yeah.
Wow! Ball scrubbing minigame coming up. You bet your ass it is. That's what we're here for. I want the wow sound alert. You mean the wow? That one?
Hair in no time.
Is it that one? Oh, the Owen Wilson one. Okay, okay, okay. Wow.
I
that
got
one.
that cream cheese coochie on lock.
Playing that during a bath scene is crazy. Wow. Wow. I got you. The Owen Wilson wow. Channel points. Next. Next. I'm getting the rewards right now. New reward. I'll add both. You know, we can have both wows. Let me see. We'll have that one. Let me bookmark it so I remember. And then Owen Wilson. She is hot and what? And what?
Wow.
That's too long. It's this one.
Wow.
There it is. Wow. It doesn't need to be 400. 3, 2, add reward. All right, that one, the Owen Wilson one should be in there. You should see it. And then girls will get award for the most unhinged person here. I think so. Meta just revealed that they are going to stop paying influencers for Reels on IG and Facebook. This is why TikTok's better. 100%. I agree. I was in that one getting paid for those. Arthur is a simp? For what? He hasn't done anything. What do you mean? What do you mean, Grills? Request failed. Is it not in there? Owen Wilson's in there. He isn't a knitter. Instagram sucks ass anyway. I agree. Instagram's ass.
I beg your pardon?
Instagram sucks, bruh. I'm not a big fan of it anymore.
Wow.
I would suck some of the asses on there. There it is. There's the Owen Wilson one, and we got the other one. We got both. Wow. The new Jon Snow. Jon Snow Jr. There we go. We have both. Whoa.
You let me know if you need anything. All
Whoa.
right?
This is so immersive. Like, yeah. I'm an evil person. Isn't this so immersive?
Let me know if you'd like a bit of an extra scrub anywhere.
So, how are you doing?
Let's chat with her. I got you. This
Yes, not too bad.
taint. Yeah, get the taint area. Fuck her, blast her away. Is that it?
Sorry for the smell. It's been a while.
That it?
Oh, I'm not sure what to make of that.
Think we're good? Arthur has no riz. All right. I think we're good.
I think I'm good.
Oh, she gave me a forehead kiss. Wow. Westerns are meant to kill everyone and take their shillings. You know what I think it is? I feel like I'm extra aggro today because I was watching Vinland Saga before stream. Shooter in the next year. All right, we out. All right, doctor's office, right? Let's focus up. Like, Chris is just saying stuff. Chris is just saying stuff. What the fuck, you serial killer? Doctor office behind the sheriff. Okay, right here. Right there. We're just gonna walk there. Not into the main shop. Where's this? Are you gonna continue watching Villain? I'm actually loving it. So I started it behind the shop. Okay. So I hadn't actually watched it. I'm on episode 10 now of season 1. It's fire, Phyllis. At first, Torfield was annoying to me because, you know, he's the reason his dad's dead in the first place. You know what I'm saying? But he is so behind the shop. Where's the sheriff's right there? Let me go behind. Get your honor. Your honor. That's rooms to rent. Kill the doctor and make him drink bleach. Yo, Grills, are you okay? You good, man? I watched episode 1 with Petty and he fell asleep and we've never gone back to it. You should watch it. So here's the thing. If you're like me, you're gonna get annoyed with Torfield early when he's a kid, right? When he's a kid, you're gonna get annoyed because he's whiny and he's the reason that his dad is dead. But like you'll get over that. Once he gets older, he's cold. So the doctor's office, that's sheriff. Back there, do you see it? I was looking for the thing that said doctor on the back. It's this white building, right? This is the one right here. Metal door right there. Wait, did I miss it? Oh, this on the sheriff's one. Okay, I got you. Right here. Let me save just in case I fuck this up. No, turn to the side. Okay, I got you. Hold on. Just in case. You know it is. Sweet might watch it tonight. I highly recommend it. Highly. Just get through like... Oh, right here. I see it. So we knock. Okay, and after knocking, what?
What do you want? This is private. Get lost.
So we did that. You can now rob the shop's side business. So do I go in the front? Now you gotta go to the doctor's office, point a gun at him, and ask him to rob the back. Okay. Thank you. Drugs.
Evening, friend.
Just in case we fuck this up, you know how it goes. There's a gang right there. Fuck the gang. I ain't worried about them. Register doesn't give much money, not worth robbing. Get you 50. Yeah, okay. We just want that gun. Then we're gonna go get that horse.
Howdy. New in town? Snake oil. You have no idea the trouble I had to go through to... Whoa! What the hell?
Let me into that back room of yours right now.
Sir, please. You don't want to get involved with them, I promise you.
Follow him in there.
Make them open up, or you're a dead man.
Do I have to kill everybody in this room?
Hey, open up. It's me. I brought some food and whiskey for you fellers.
Yeah, even the woman, she's dangerous? Okay.
Yeah, it's only the duck.
The gun is worth it? Alright.
Try anything funny.
But we don't kill the doctor?
I thought you were that cowpoke who bothered us earlier. Put it on the table.
Looks like a nice little...
What the hell? Why'd my dead eye not work? Why'd my dead eye not work? Why'd that not work? You pressed to cancel? I didn't. I just let it go like I normally do. I literally just let it go like I always do. That was fucking... There's a safe? Yeah, we're doing that again. You're not supposed to let go of the trigger? That was weird. Because normally I just let go and it did its shit. Damn. The loading time takes forever. Not Fallout long? Alright. I got it this time. Is it just gonna... Hello? Thank you. Damn. Do I have to do the whole backdoor thing again? Handshaky? We're just reloading it where it was. I'm not losing my fucking money for this. Mom spaghetti. Knees weak. You know what it is. Yo, that just reminded me. Legate, did you ever get back in that? Did you ever get back in that Discord where they're counting? Did you ever get back into that? You know, where they're just like counting to what, 100,000 or something like that, and then you interrupted it. Yo, what's up, Jazzy? Okay, so we are. I've been there on alt accounts constantly. How are they doing? Do I have to knock again? I should be good, right? I don't think I have to knock again. Tell her what I said. I still can't believe Lev streams without me. Yo, I mean, she's on Kick. There's a lot of money in there. I'll check. Okay. They're on 898. Damn. They didn't make much progress at all, huh? They haven't made much progress. They were like way up there. Rick. They were way up there on points. I like how when you reload, you're in a random spot. You're not necessarily right where you were. Wait, Snow, have you been in her Kick account, in her Kick streams, or no? Me and my baby mama, Jon Snow.
What do you want? This is private.
No. Yeah, she was on Kick yesterday. We were playing Deceive Inc. Me, Lev, and Cursed. It was fun. They don't have an app, do they? They do. I believe they have one now.
Out of the way!
Howdy, partner. First time? Hey, put that...
Let me into that back room of yours right now.
Sir, please. You don't want to get involved.
Yeah, he knocked me up. Not the Wigglytuff, bro. The Wigglytuff. Your son knocked you up? So we're gonna do this differently than last time.
Hey, open up. It's me. I brought some food and whiskey for you fellers.
Yeah, it's only the duck.
Don't try anything funny.
Your baby father's your son?
Who bothered us earlier? Put it on the table.
What the hell? Now's the time. Get in there and pull them out.
Come on. Don't be a coward.
Do you even know who you're messing with?
Damn, you still alive, huh? Good for you, bud. Damn. Now, where's that girl? Who's investigating?
Oh, God. Please, don't kill me.
That it? That's it, right? Money on the table and money in the metal box. Okay, got it.
Shit. Don't move.
Don't kill her. She's pregnant. You cold-hearted. Why is it auto-saving? Why did... Money on the box? This box? Yeah. Hello? Weapon case. There it is. This is it? Why don't you let her live? I was told you had to kill everybody.
What the hell happened here?
Stop, bruh. Put the mask on so you don't get wanted. Okay. Yo, Arthur, put the mask on, bud. Yo. Are we gonna have to kill everybody in the town? Look out there, what happened? I thought we weren't gonna be... You gotta run out of the red circle? Okay. I got what I wanted though, right? Is there anything else? You said there's a safe? Oh, this safe. I need dynamite for that, right? Snikel. Oh, wait. Flame. So I just have to run out? She was so pretty. My bad, bruh. I should have just put the mask on before I went in. Yeah, I don't have dynamite, so I can't do nothing about that. So I just have to run out of the circle. All right, let's go. How do I... Damn, I can't... Look for a horse to pick up? All right, we're gonna have to run out of here. We're gonna have to run out. All right, we're just gonna run. We're booking it. We're booking it. Arthur, please. We're booking it out of the circle. Run into the woods. All right. Book it, Art. It's the coppers. The coppers. Wait, is he on a horse? He is on a horse. I need that. I need that horse. Give me that. Give me the horse. Oh, I can't just take it. Damn. Go. Drop down. Ooh. Book it. Book it. Keep it pushing. Jesus Christ, Hal. Jesus. Yeah, we're dead here. We're dead. Obey the law. Shut up, bud. Your horse is right behind you? Is it? Oh, I see it. You're right. I wasn't looking at the map. I was just running. I just gotta hop on it, and we're out of here.
Why are you running?
You know why we're running. Yo, come here. Don't run. Come here. Come on. Let's go. Don't you kill my horse, you fuckers. Let's go. We out of here. We gone. I know. We out of here. We gone. Into the forest. They took my fucking hat, bro. Wet snow up. They took my fucking hat, bro. But now I'm dead because Doc killed me. Woo. We did it. Hell yeah. Gotta keep running? Oh shit. The circle keeps coming. You're right, I didn't notice that. So when I go back in town, is there gonna be issues if I take the mask off? If you're spotted by a lawman in red area, you'll become wanted again. People will have issues with you wearing a mask in town. But if I take the mask off, right, I'll be fine. Since I killed the only person who saw me in the mask. Guys, red and you lost it? Yeah, that's what it is. Fuck. Alright, let's do it again with the mask on. Jesus, because I actually need to be in town for the mission. Damn, Snow. Actually, we need the actual save. This one. You don't got to do it again? Don't I have to go back into town? Right? I have to go back. I mean, I don't mind. You could? Yeah, I don't mind. I don't mind. This game's actually fun, though. 40K? Phyllis is going big. Damn. Damn, Legate, that's tough. That's tough. I don't really care if I lose the hat, right? I just want the gun. You know what I'm saying? I want the gun. All right. This is the last time. So before we go in, put the mask on. Do I have to put the mask on before I go to the doctor? Yeah? Okay. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate you, for real. I do appreciate it.
Hello there.
So my horse is right there. Good. Remember, you also got to check the back. Yes. That's the hotel. And the horse. Yeah, we'll get the horse after this. There's the drugstore.
Evening.
Guys, give me some points. I got you, Doc. I got you since I haven't given him a stimmy yet. I got the Doc. Here's the stimmy coming. There you go, Doc. I got you. There's your stimmy. Can you find dynamite before going in the safe? Oh, yeah. Can I? Where's me and Snow stimmy? I gave you a stimmy at the beginning of stream. Can I find dynamite before that? Or do I have to come back? I guess I can always come back for the save. If Skratsx don't give me points, I'm just like in the UK. I tried dynamite on the safe. It doesn't open no matter what. Okay. Whoa, whoa, Arthur, calm down, bud. Why does it keep alerting me when it's gonna autosave? Can I turn that off?
What do you want? This is private. Get lost.
Are you still trying to rob the place? Yeah, because I messed up and did it without wearing a mask last time. You know? I did it without wearing a mask, so we're doing it again.
In condition or something?
Yeah, I do.
Hold on. I'm not about to sell to you with that mask on.
Let me into that back room of yours right now.
Sir, please. You don't want to get involved with them, I promise you.
Get to the back, my boy.
Them open up, or you're a dead man.
Did I all the bad guys at once? I'm thinking. I'm gonna have to.
Hey, open up. It's me.
Did you just do this? Yeah, but I didn't wear a mask.
Food and whiskey.
I didn't wear a mask, and so I couldn't go back into town.
Yeah,
so I'm doing it with a mask on.
Don't try anything funny.
Snow is killing these duels.
That cowboy who bothered us earlier. Put it on the table.
Got you.
Like a nice little... Going back here. What the hell? Bitch.
All right. Oh shit. There we go. Give me the gun. We got the gun. Let me pick up this gun. Might as well. Take that. Get your money. Yeah, I'm getting it. And then we're out of here.
Shit. Dumb move.
All right, and then we're just gonna run. Oh, wait, where's that money? You're right, I forgot about that. Thank you, Legate, I forgot. All right, give me the cash. All right, I got the money. Now we just run out, and I can take my mask off or no? Get on your horse and run. All right, bet. The safe? We can't open the safe. Wait, hold up. What? Hold on. He's in the way. You could let them arrest you? For what? I mean, it's too late now. We're running. We're running. Yeah, we ain't do nothing. Go, Arthur. Go. Running your horse? Oh, it's too late. I'm just gonna run out of the circle and I'll come back. Go, Arthur. We just gotta get out of the circle. Call your horse. They're offering to arrest you again? I mean, the bounty is only $1. But they'll take all my shit, right? Holy shit. They would take $1 from you. Oh. Here, hey. Oh, I guess it's too late, huh? Guess it's too late because I ran. It's too late to be arrested? Yeah, I noticed. You could have jumped on the train? That would have been amazing. I wish I would have done that.
Anyway, I started blasting. Bang, bang. All right.
Let's go. We out of here. We gone. My bad. Didn't mean to kill that one. Never a good time to be arrested, true. A-cab. You feel me? That's not even your horse, but let's go. Oh. I just saw a horse, so I took the shit. Yeah, keep it going. Yeah, we out of here. We gone. Yeah, keep it running. Keep pushing. I thought that was mine. I saw the icon, so I just got on it. Grand Theft Horse. You know what it is.
Easy.
Regain some stamina. Keep it going, though. No, like, we don't have... Oh, my horse is right there. I see it. Oh, shit. Yo, eat this.
Easy, girl.
We gotta go. Cross the river.
Come on, girl.
We did it. Being a good guy in games gets you off. We did it. Okay, so now they don't know it's me, right? So now we can go back in town. Woo! We did it. You can go back and do that mission. Yeah. That worked. All right, we did it the right way. We ranked homoerotic drill A tier. What? I don't care if I have to restart the missions a million times. Whew. That was fun. That was actually fun. So now we have to go get that horse after we do this mission. Yo. Oh, there's my horse. Sorry. Sorry, bud. Leaving you here. Getting on my rightful horse. All because of snow. But bro, it's been... I mean, the video you sent me was wild. Someone tells me I should have killed him. I'm like, fuck him. Elden Ring? Can you please get the horse? That's where we're going. We have a mission to do? Oh, shit. Wait, why do I have a new bounty? Oh, they won't know it's me anyway. That's right. Let me take the mask off. No bounty now, boys. All right, let's go back to town. I'm taking their armor. All right, so the mission is saloon. So they shouldn't recognize me now, right? If they do, I'm gonna be mad. Guys, you ever play Elden Ring? I did. I love that game. I can't wait for the expansion. I felt the thing that messed me up is I ran bleed until the last boss who doesn't take bleed damage, so that was difficult. I wish I saw you play that. Yeah.
Careful.
You said it's like they're getting touched on. I saw that video. I saw that video you're talking about. Yeah, the last boss, no bleed damage, unfortunately. Glitch, how are you doing with Millennia? How you doing? So that made it a difficult fight because I literally put everything I had into bleed damage. I like hard fights though. Me too. I can't wait for the expansion. Suck him up, mean rob him. I'm trying to get robbed in UK. Even if I'm losing my mind. Not good. How far have you gotten against her so far? You got it. I believe in you.
Where the heck am I? Hey there, pal. Can you help me?
Hold on, bud. Where'd that dog go?
Some help finding my way home. I can't make heads or tails of where
Come here.
I live.
Hey, boy.
Well, thanks.
There we go. I did it.
You okay, boy?
There you go. I like hard death. Now none of us can have to. All right, we did it. Big Pet Doggo, we did it. What was that guy saying? Oh, that whirlwind move she do is killing me? Yeah. You just have to, once you learn her timings and everything, it makes it a lot easier, right? There's no, like, real trick. You just have to learn how she does things, unfortunately. You know? And then when you get to her second phase, when she's flying around and shit and doing that, you know? It's all just learning it. That's really it. Unfortunately. Oh, my health increased. My horse's health. But you got it, though.
Hello.
What's up, bud? Going into a saloon. What's up, brothers?
Alright, there we go. Watch where you walk.
Wow, they're playing that.
Arthur, come here. Come over here. I want you to meet our friends.
Pleased
Wow.
to meet you.
Well, ain't you just...
There's a side quest in town in this game. Side quests are the question mark. Okay, thank you.
Anastasia. Anyone can tell this one is a pussy cat.
She just called me pussy. Like I got the blicky on me.
Ain't that so?
For sure, I'm slowly but surely getting it. Like had to light my load because I was dodging too slow.
Ain't that
Yep.
a nice way to talk to a lady?
Oh, I didn't know I was talking to a lady.
Excuse me.
Damn, Arthur.
Well, I must say, you got a fine way with the women, amigo.
Yeah.
Don't take that disrespect. I'm saying.
Charm.
You get dirty after this mission? What do you mean,
I dread to
Drills?
think about it.
What do you mean?
Hey. There he is. Watch where you're
Like, she can't just call me pussy and expect me not to pull the stick out. Damn. Damn. Yo. How do I defend too? Oh, X, thank you. X, okay, got it. Lenny, we're going after this. We got the gun. Fuck out of here. Best defense is offense, I agree.
Come here, you little greaser. You're dead. Yeah, I hit like I killed you, son of a bitch.
This is respect the 1v1. Got his ass. Now I'm not respecting it. Jesus Christ. He's got hands. He's got hands.
Come on, pretty boy. Pretty boy? You're kidding me. Pretty boy?
Can I stab him?
Come on, let's see it. Put Daddy down.
Jesus.
You okay there, Arthur? Yeah, I got this son of a bitch.
Jesus. He's got hands. He's throwing me. He didn't block when I'm hitting the eggs. Yo, it's a pussy. Yo, you it's a pussy. She was right. No. No.
Stop playing with him, Arthur.
Arthur, what the fuck? Damn. Looking for you, all you got is the first game art. Doesn't affect much. Beat the fuck out of him. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, fuck him up.
Stop! Please!
When you reach the first Red Dead Redemption, you can kill as many people as you want with almost no consequences. Sit on his face, Daddy Tommy Woo.
No business, sir, but please, I beg you.
Thank you. There it is. I gotta go get my hat though. Rikishi him. I need to.
Look who we found sniffing about. Josiah.
How you finding the game? I like it a lot, Meek. How are you? Tommy Mad Thick? Yeah. We gotta take a bath after this. Yeah, we do. Fuck.
You must be joking.
We gotta get my hat. I gotta go back in and grab it.
Well, quite well indeed. I went to Blackwater looking for you, gentlemen.
W.
Very popular there, it seems. Ah, Javier and Charles.
How's you? Pretty good. Pretty good.
And Bill looking as well
Pretty good over
as
here.
can be.
Gentlemen.
Always.
I'm trying to get Tommy to whip on me next.
Too popular in Blackwater.
Also, we hit 250 by the way, guys. 250 followers. Look at that. We did it.
Yes.
Next to 300.
He's being held by some.
Yes, sit on his face and drink bleach and smoke weed. Bros, are you good, bro?
No, he's in Blackwater.
Arthur's the only man I love. W250. Yes, yes. 250. Onward to 300.
Well, then we're dead men for sure.
W's. Such a beautiful man.
If he's alive, we got it.
One of those things can go.
It's you they want, Doctor.
Yeah, like.
Always is. Charles.
Yeah.
Find out what you
I think the drink bleach part needs to get out of that statement. You said twerk at 250? Clip or it didn't happen. I never said
Join
that.
them when you're ready.
What about
Clip from not today of me just reading that.
Exactly. What about you?
Arthur Morgan is the only guy I'd throw it back for. I'm straight. We got to grab my hat. We have to. Twerk? I will twerk for 50 gifted. We got to go back and grab this hat. Hold on, guys. Where the hell is my hat? That it? That doesn't feel like it. Didn't it get knocked off over here? No, I guess not. Well, you know what it is. Need the loots. I can't loot. That's your hat? I can't loot. It's unfortunate. Rule 34, Skratsx win? Ooh. What if there already was? Wouldn't that be crazy? Sorry, no more bleach. I don't think they have bleach. Look at them. When was bleach invented? You've already made it? There it is. There it is. It's just Link from Legate. Yeah, you're right. You know what time it is. Where's the hotel? Where's the hotel? Go find that woman who called you a pussy. Yeah, I gotta deal with her, bruh. I can't let that slide. doctor's office, newspaper, gunsmith, hotel. Bleaching powder, a solid combination of chlorine and slack lime, introduced in 1799. Oh, so they did have bleach. The question mark is there, by the way. It's a side quest. I know, I'm gonna go take a shower. 100 years before. Okay, I was wrong. I just assumed by looking at them that they didn't have bleach, you know? That was wrong of me. I'm not gonna lie. That was wrong. I wish I lived in this time, but not be black. Yeah, being black in this time would be horrible. You know what I'm here for, bruh? Take this 25 cents.
I got someone warming it up for you already. Just head down.
I would suck everyone up. I don't think that was very looked upon very kindly either, to be fair. It's still not very looked upon very kindly. That was very racist, homophobic, transphobic for you to assume they had no bleach. I apologize. Don't cancel me. It's ironic because Dutch isn't a racist. Does this count? Like we're good now? Let me just watch the robbing people. Oh, my bad. Cancel Skratsx. Don't cancel me, bro. He has black man, Indian man, tribe man, literally everyone. Yeah, we're a good
Yeah, I think I'm okay. Thanks.
we're a pretty good team here.
Okay.
You know?
Maybe next
It's very diverse. Sit on Tommy's head and shit. Grills just be saying stuff, huh? Grills, I feel like he's using like a random sentence generator.
But I hear there's goddamn sidewinders hot out in his pillows.
Goddamn sidewinders out here, buddy. All right. Let's look at the map. Multicultural in these streets, exactly. So the side quest is over here. I guess we're going to the saloon. 5-finger fillet? Let's do it. I love it. Grill's just out here saying stuff. You know. So let's do this and let's go get the horse. I already saw that. That is one way to use those words. Exactly. I've already saw that, Snow. I felt bad. They got like an old white guy with that on TikTok Live, bro. I felt bad for him.
Howdy.
Howdy, partner. Pickled eggs don't sound great, do they?
Mr. Calloway, sir.
Who's your friend?
Sorry, I'm dying of laughter. Yo, I'm glad you're enjoying yourself.
This is Jim Boy Calloway.
Old man Vietnam flashbacks.
Boy Calloway.
Who?
Let's see.
The gunslinger. Fastest left-handed draw that ever drew breath.
Oh yeah, I'm a lefty. You saw the draw?
In a fight at Lucy Hollow.
What are you waiting for?
How do you mean?
Well, I reckon right now, kill him yourself.
I don't want to kill him. I want to deify him. He's a god.
Oh, he's a meat writer, apparently.
How's that go?
Mission lets you hunt gunslingers?
Duel. Either I'd kill him and be able to be Baltimore's finest ever gunslinger, or he'd kill me.
Bro, these gunslinger duels in later stages are so broken. Are they difficult?
Well, you're starting to understand.
I'm about to have to redo these like multiple times.
What's that?
Can't stop laughing. I'm glad you're having fun, Grills.
Win, freedom or glory.
That's brilliant. I'm gonna.
I'm glad you're enjoying yourself, you know.
Be my guest.
Yes, they are.
What's
Great.
your name?
Skill issue? It's about to be a skill issue over here, you know what I'm saying?
You are a gunslinger.
Especially the legendary ones.
I mean, folks who need
Great.
shooting, I try and shoot in the back. All that other stuff.
Get some Plan B from the general store for that D riding. Exactly.
Once upon a time, I mean.
The meat riding is crazy. I want to deify him.
I don't think so.
Strange. But you like fortune.
I need money, sure.
Okay. Then forgive me, mister, if I seem a little desperate. I am a little desperate. This book, I've got to make
When a pop-up appears in a corner after this, you have to read all their pictures to find out where they are. Okay.
Legends, every last
There ain't no Plan B in 1899. It's just a hammer to the stomach. You know?
Billy Midnight.
This game is hilarious.
Bell.
Just a quick fall down the stairs, if you will.
Ask him about Calloway. Any of them get uppity.
Ye old staircase, exactly.
I can't believe I just said that, but...
You want me to go and find some sad, deluded fools like him, ask if he was the greatest, and then if they get uppity, shoot him?
Does sound a lot worse than it did in my head.
You having a son or an abortion? Average 1899 man. It's true.
I'll see what I can do.
Trying to make you laugh?
Get photos.
Okay.
We gotta take photos of me killing him too?
Portraits that should lead you to him.
I'll see what I can find out.
I imagine we'll be stuck here upon your return.
Probably.
Here or some other flop house.
Okay, so we have to inspect the documents. Boom. Okay. Flip it. Nothing. Read real quick. Yeah, you gotta flip it too. Black Belle. Okay. Interesting. Why they call her Black Belle? Maybelle Elizabeth Coulter, the grand of the gunslingers, diamond married 6 times to 6 gentlemen.
Wow,
Thank
that's
you.
a lot of words.
That's actually perfect.
Too bad I'm not reading them.
Okay. So I can put this one away, right?
I got that cream cheese coochie on lock.
Morning, friend.
Yes, them photo. Satchel. So we have to look at all of them, right? We looked at Bell. Oh, he looks like he's a real gunslinger. On lock. Oh, my bad. Wrong button. I was whistling. I was like, where the fuck is he? All right. Flip it. Lock. Read Emmett Granger's card when he comes up. This is Flaco Hernandez. Okay. Boot it away. Put my satchel out. I like that you can whistle for your horse. You said read Emmett Granger's. Got you. Hey, what's up, Mondon? How are you? Welcome in. Welcome in, brother. Flip it. Read it. Like, actually read it? You actually want me to read it? That was racially motivated. He looks like a real gunslinger. I mean, he does. You know what I'm saying? Didn't he look like a gunslinger? Pervert, killer, hog fancier. Excellent. What is this? Pervert, killer, hog fancier. 1882, Beaverbrook Massacre reported sightings. Rumors of involvement in the family. At present, keeper of hogs near Flatiron Lake. So he's a pervert. I like that they start with pervert. They have designed horses so beautifully in this game. They really did. I remember my white Arabian horse that I got straight away from Lake Isabella. They really did the animal model justice. It was so majestic. Cream cheese coochie lock. Damn. That was a good one. Like, I mean, he likes those hogs. You damn right he does, brother. He diddles the pigs. That's why he works with them. He loves himself some piggies. All right. So now we need to go. Where are we going? Lake. What's this red for? Why is this red? Yeah, they're all marked. I see him. He's a perv. So am I. I'll let you randomly encounter that. There's also incest couples. Holy shit. Oh, that's why, because I have a bounty. Okay. So we need to go here, right? Wish I was a pig. All right. Let's go.
Boy.
Incest up in this game is crazy. Scratch, you need a horny jail command? I think we do. We need a horny jail.
Problem here.
There a problem here? Yeah, you're in my way, buddy. Watch out, brother. Yeah, I got a problem with everybody. He's a pig perv, exactly. He likes them hogs. He likes them hogs, brother. I'll be back, guys, for the real quest. Wait, I feel like I should take someone else's horse and not leave. I feel like I should take a horse so I don't lose this horse when I get my other one. Is Noah serving the longest sentence? 100%. We need like a judge for it. Is there a horse I could take? I probably left one out there. Dog? Oh, yeah, you're right. You can get both to follow. Oh, okay, that makes sense. You're right. I see it. It won't be a problem. Okay, Judge Lev. Lev is too harsh. She'll put everybody in jail.
Hello, boy.
You're right, Legate. I got you. She'd love that. Look at that boy. There you go. Yeah, well, are we good with Lev being the judge? She can be the horny judge. She would love that. Pet him for a while and keep petting him. I'm a perv of women. I'm joking. Good thing you put that I'm joking there. Judge Lev, yes? All right. Judge Lev. Let me tell her. I'll call her right now. Hopefully she's not working. Let me see. I'll let her know. You should see my hogs. Bleh. The Wigglytuff is mine. Yo, Lev, I'm on stream. We just have to let you know something. Yo, it's quick, bro. All right, you ready? So, we now have a horny court, and we needed a judge. So we in stream have appointed you the horny judge. Thoughts?
What the fuck did you call me?
Also, Snow asked, why'd you leave him?
What?
There you go. Snow says he's innocent.
Snow's never innocent. Snow did that shit. You didn't even tell me what it was.
All right, there. Judge Lev said it. All right, thanks. Bye. There it is. There it is. There's Lev. I used to like kids. Legate, same joke from Mass Effect. Thank you. There she is. That Wigglytuff is mine. Damn, that judge is biased as fuck. There it is. Your horse is dirty. This will cause its health to... Oh, ride it through water. All right, we'll find some water. We gotta find some water. What's up, brothers? Oh, it does follow you. Okay, I see what you're saying. We're gonna pass water soon. Can also buy a brush from the stable. Dirty Horse Gang, you know what it is. You know what it is. Bro, can you like move fucking faster, please? Jesus. Get to galloping, buddy. Oh, there's water right there. We're good. There are lakes and shit everywhere. You'll pass through water on the way. Yep. Let me just dip in the water real quick. Get you clean. What am I hearing? Oh, this dude in the lake. What does he want? Let's see. Side mission.
Just go away, will you?
He looks like he's in a cult.
I'm not talking to you because you won't talk to me. You won't, and it's not fair.
If your bounty is high enough, bounty hunters eventually will come randomly and annoy you.
How come
Oh,
you get to make the choice and not
Left
me?
sound is so pissed. Yeah. You caught her off-stream personality.
Leave me alone.
They will.
This is...
She sounds so evil. She scares me. Kill him. What is he doing? Yo, are you gonna say something, bro? I just gotta hear.
He's watching. He's always watching.
This man seems perfectly fine.
He's never talking. They won't forgive you.
All right, you're talking a little bit. You're talking. It won't let me pull my gun out.
There is no forgiveness.
It doesn't let me pull my gun out.
None, friend.
Lasso him?
None.
I can't even access my menu.
I know you want it. I can
Whoa,
smell it.
I don't like how you talking to me. I can't even.
Well, it ain't happening. No, it isn't. That's why. That's why I'm out here, well away from them. See, they come for me.
I can't even get on my horse.
I'm watching. I never.
He's some prophet or divine being. That's what it feels like. It won't let me.
Give me strength. This is all I need.
Oh, I lost him. Let's clean the horse. Chase his ass down. Hold on. Gotta clean the horse. It's dirty and shit. It's not enjoying being all dirty. That's your horse? Oh, this is how you clean it. Okay. He's getting away. God damn it. Yeah, Lev was not. I don't think she likes being the horny judge, to be honest with you. Wait. Is that a bear, Mark? Did I just see a... I can smell it on you. Yeah, that was creepy, wasn't it?
Well, hello there.
Why am I saying hello? What just happened? The bear means dead animals. Oh. Disappointing you, Skratsx? I'm sorry, Doc. I'm sorry. Everyone is horny and you are hot. What? Pet your horse? I got you, Legate. I got you. Jeez. Oh, wait. Let me put this away first. There you go. Grills is off the chain, I'm saying. Grills is, what does this do? Pet that boy. Feed that boy. Got you. Here you go. Good boy. There you go. Need some more food? I got you. There you go. Horse is horny of drugs. What? Can we kill that bastard yet? All right, we're good now. Let's go. Back to where, did it reroute my map? Let me just make sure. Permanent horny jail. Yeah, I think Grills is getting a life sentence. Lev, you get to determination of length of jail time. Yes. Petting / feeding equals more bond, higher level of health, stamina, and tricks. Okay. Grills is off the rock. Yeah, no one's sending him bail money. So I'll go sit down. It's killing time. Here we go. Let's go get this horse. I have this friend that I always saw as a little sister, but recently she's been hitting on me with Riz, semi-flirty messages, and now I'm questioning what they think of me / want. They never did this. Oh. What did she say? 30 years, no parole. Damn. She just came through handing out sentences, huh? We have a new Dick Dastardly in here. 30 years right off the bat. Damn. Yo, if that's true, Sora, just be like, yo, what the fuck? What's going on here? Just use your words nicely. Gotta set the standard, you know? Yeah, I guess she made an example. Damn. No parole. Damn. We still down for deceive? Yeah. Get the horse, please. That's where we're going. I can't be extremely racist. No. Tough but fair. Yeah. True. You know? She said it. So. You know? Streaming on Twitch or Kick. Also, vids out? Okay, good. What if we're racist and Elvish? That's fine. Elvish is good. Elvish is fine, Doc. You know, we don't care about them damn elves. not here. Whoa. Okay. What the fuck? What am I hearing? Back the fuck up. Hello? Hold on. Get your dumb ass down, boy. I hate Elvis too. Fucking Wolf took 3 bullets. I'm saying, where does Wolf at? Where's his carcass? Skin it. Just run, avoid wasting time on these wolves? Okay. I thought it was a person at first, to be honest with you. Damn, this is a whole scene, huh? Put the pet and wolf on your horse's back. Got it. Oh, the pelt. Got it. Stow. And then, come here, boy. Oh, it's a train. I hear it. You can damage the wolf skin if you're too trigger happy. Best way is to use bow and arrow. Oh, yeah, I saw that. We have to use that. Remember the first time I saw that skinning scenario? First thought was to waste somebody and do it. Doesn't let you. That'd be wild if it lets you. Could you imagine that? You can sell this at the butcher? Okay. It's gonna rot if I don't do it soon, right? I'm assuming that things are like super realistic. So if I don't do it soon, it's going to rot. It'll rot in a few days. Okay. Once we get the horse, we'll take it back and do it. I string everyone up like Predator. A few days. Okay. I do like how realistic everything in this game is. Let's get a little giddy up, huh? Oh, there's another person. Why would you skin him in the woods? You have to, you know.
I'm a banana.
You're lucky I'm busy, boy. I just like sitting in silence, listening to the sounds around me. It is kind of serene in this game, yeah. Where's the I'm a banana? Until you get attacked by a bear, yeah. I'm still mad at this horse for last time a bear attacked. That sound alert came out as that guy showed up.
I asked and she jumped. I was being fair. I didn't say, yo, Kate, you lying bitch. I don't believe.
I got to put my winter clothes on.
Yeah.
Remember to change your clothes in winter clothing when you're entering snow. Okay, that's exactly what I was wondering. Okay, so now we... Horse cargo. Tonic ingredient materials kit. How do I... Where is it? Not the cargo section? It's gonna be... Damn. Where is it? No. You gotta get on the horse to do it. Oh! Okay, I'm on the horse. Sit on the horse and open the menu wheel. Oh, okay. Got it. Arthur's hat. Oh! Okay, thank you. Makes sense. I would have thought that I'd have to, like, get it out of the cargo and everything, and then, you know. Makes sense, though. Cool. We're warm again. You beat me in a duel and took all my coin. I love you. You treat me filthy. Skratsx, have you ever played Dragon Age? I haven't. They told me to play that one. Look at those swaying trees. They said they're good, though, are they? Skratsx? Yes. What the fuck? I never played them. You know? I've never once in my life. I got to. It's on my list. Yeah, Arthur sweaty. Oh, look, it's a moose. I'm so sad right now. I told you, Doc, I missed out on a lot just playing sports games. I use LMFAO even when it's not appropriate because I find the face funny. Be careful now, on the lookout. Are we by bears? Pulling the stick out just in case. Just in case. That's a boy horse and he's blessed. Get off your horse, you might scare away the Arabian. Oh, are we close? Pokemon is live? I mean, cool. So the horse usually spawns next to the water area. It's very shy. Oh, okay, I got you. Let me save. I pulled the gun out just in case. You just passed the water area. I mean, cool, yeah, like, cool, bruh. I mean, if you want to go watch Pokey, go watch Pokey. You know what I'm saying? Is that him right there? Or is that a deer? Like, I don't have noties on for Pokey. You know what I'm saying? She is the face of Twitch, though. You gotta get off the horse, or you will scare him. Pure white. Okay. Let me put this horse by this tree right here, and then I'll look. You better put... Damn. Would you ride for Pokey Grills? Turn the alerts on for Pokey? Damn. Think Pokey's the face of Twitch? Here's why I would say so. If you go to the App Store and you look up Twitch, she's quite literally the face of Twitch in the app thing. You know what I'm saying?
I started blasting. Bang! Bang!
That's what I mean. That's what I mean. I think they changed it now, but it used to be her. I haven't looked recently. Oh no, not anymore. They took her off. Damn. I don't know who this person is. Never mind. She used to be like when you looked in the App Store, she was the actual face. I don't know. Like if you ask somebody who's a streamer they know, are they still going to say Ninja? You think? I'm going to put him right here. You think they're saying Ninja? Like who is the face of Twitch? Do you think? Was it now? I actually don't know. I say Skratsx, not me. Ninja's still the most viewed on Twitch? Because even though Kai's the most subbed ever, he's not. Because they did him dirty, too. Yeah. I say it's no, probably. They're going to say Mr. Beast because they don't know Twitch. So he's on here somewhere, right? Or did I scare him away already? After Doctor's Disrespect has been vacant? Is it on this? Wait. Will this ice break? It's clearly Andrew Tate. Oh, yeah. We don't know who the face of Twitch is. No. But we do know who the face of Kick is. You know? It's really thick ice? Okay. Been cold for my husband. The doc. Me, yes, sir. Mr. Beast is obviously the face of Twitch. It's not ice, just near there. Keep searching. Okay. Would it be over by... Where's that cabin I saw? By that cabin? You think? Go to the cabin as loot anyway. That's what I was thinking. I probably could have rode my horse across the way. You think it's Ninja? I don't think it's... I think, like, he's the most... I don't know. I guess it may be. Why aren't you sprinting? I'm scared of slipping on the ice, to be honest with you. Doesn't have a fixed spawn point. You'd probably need to move around a little bit. Okay. I was also walking slow in case I encountered it and I didn't want to scare it off. You stop sprinting, you slide. I don't know who the face of Twitch is, to be honest. See what's in this here cabin. Look at the snow effect, so great. Mr. Beast would be like, I put 100 billion pennies in a jar. It's definitely not Tfue. I haven't heard the name Tfue until, like, now. That one girl who has sex on stream, it's her face. Really? KSI is not a Twitch streamer. KSI is a YouTuber. What? He's a YouTuber. You know? Why am I examining this? There's a silver watch over there. Logan Paul is also a YouTuber. You know what I'm saying? Take the bourbon. Take the bourbon. I see the watch. I got the watch. XQC said that he is on stream. I mean, I don't think like I think like if you watch Twitch, you could agree with that. I guess I have too much. Howdy, partner. Reach for the sky. Reach for the sky. It's definitely not me. If you watch Twitch, I can see XQC being it. But if you ask the regular person, right? XQC is not the face of Twitch to a person who doesn't know what streaming is. It's Shilly the VTuber. Asana and XQC are two people I hate the most. Why do you hate them? Why do you hate them? What they do? It's not Hassan either. It's not Hassan. They're just annoying. Okay. So I wouldn't say it's Hassan either. Jarvis. Who the fuck is Jarvis? At what number do you think people join streams based off seeing the viewer count? I think it has to be... I think it was once you hit like 1,000 or something. They're just annoying for existing. I actually like Hassan. I watch Hassan and XQC. But I've been watching XQC since the Overwatch days. What viewer count do you think people go, oh, FaZe K? Isn't FaZe like breaking apart? Run on the ice and stop, you'll go on a fun little slide. I feel like, so think about it. If you're on Twitch, right? I prefer watching lower because the streamer can actually read. True. What up? How are you, YK? I like watching Shroud. Shroud is so fucking good at games. Snow Effect. Who's Tico? Let's see. Nope. Let's try it again. Is that a fucking bear right there? Okay, hold on. Let's play this safe. We gotta find the horse. We're not here to fight. So we're looking for a white horse. Get that bear. Get him. Laser. Eliza Beam. I always looked at him as a YouTuber. Attack him with a knife. Trust me, it works. Yeah, I feel the troll energy there. Wait, are they attacking my horse? So that's a wolf right there. I don't see a white horse, though. What the fuck? No, it actually does. I have one with a knife. Let me get up here. I don't like that energy I was hearing. Pull the blicky out just in case. I'm watching the face of Twitch right? The fuck everyone else is talking about? I appreciate that. What? So if you're looking at, like, do it, pussy. I mean, you can call him, like, I don't care. Trust your guide, come on. Family Guy? Yeah, Grills is just saying stuff. Grills is just saying stuff. So the horse spawns around here, right? Come on, man, you gotta do it. I'm not fighting the bear with a knife, bruh. With a knife? You want me to just go? It works. You know what? Fuck it. Fuck it. I got you, bruh. We'll save it. Keep circling the area. It's here somewhere. Okay. I was worried about scaring it off by running. That's why I was walking slow earlier. Not gonna lie to you, I don't know most FaZe members. The only FaZe members I really know is, like, Banks. Latte actually wants to do something cool. Wow. Okay, the wolf ran. So we're going after the bear, huh? Oh, wait. Here comes the wolf. Come here, boy. Damn. It's just weaving my shit. Got him. Alright, so we did that. I'll come back for it. I'll come back for it. Let's get this goddamn bear now. Kill the bear now. I got you, bro. Hold on. FaZe Jarvis. The only thing I know Jarvis for is when he cheated on Fortnite purposefully. Which was pretty fucking stupid. And then he made that video crying. Oh, wait. We gotta heal up. Pull the dynamite out? Do we dynamite him? Oh, stamina 2. Did it kill the horse?
Get back.
Did it? Did it kill it? You can't stop with the knife now? Yeah, we're fucked. Yeah, thanks. Thanks, Legate. We just got fucking Deadeye with the knife. Holy. That's what happens if you go at it with a knife? That was cool. Who's Arthur? Oh, that's just a deer. Bear equals bullet sponge, yeah. Bro, I just got Revenant vibes. That was fucking crazy. Look at these marks. Arthur's your character? Oh. I thought you meant like Arthur, a streamer. That was actually kind of cool. Legate, I gotta give you that one. That was cool. I thought I was fucking dead when it bit my stomach. Let's put this on the horse. This is more valuable than the wolf. You should put this on your horse. Where is my horse? Oh, here it comes. We smoking bear pack tonight. You know it. How much can the horse carry? Come here, boy. You should see the legendary version of these suckers. They can take anything, TNT guns. Heck, they'd even take a nuke. Jesus Christ. Can't wait till we see that. So we can't take the bear. We can't take the actual bear itself, huh? You gotta get rid of the wolf for the bear. He looking at you like, what the fuck you doing with that? Yeah, we can't do shit with this. Okay, let's look for the actual horse now. You think your horse would hold that? Nah. I don't have faith in him. I'm trying to think. So if you're just looking for a random Twitch stream, Arthur is fucked up. Let's heal you up. If you're looking at a random Twitch stream, right? What number of views would you be like, yeah, I'm gonna watch this stream? Like, what's the good number of views? 5? So you like smaller streamers? You? 0? 0's always cool. I can see that. So, like, you like smaller streamers. I mean, I guess you guys like smaller streamers. Large streamers are boring as fuck. Is it because they don't talk to you? Damn, girls, you like the biggest streamer, huh? I'm just walking around looking for the horse, but I don't want to scare it. Turn around and check the other areas. Okay. Adult male grizzlies can weigh 400 to 600 pounds? Jesus Christ. Wonder how much a pelt weighs. They're mostly very egotistical. Why'd you spell it egotistical? What are you doing? Skratsx, you could be at 0 and I'd be coming here hyping you up. I appreciate that. I really do appreciate that. You can explore a bit deeper to see it. Only large streamer I enjoy is the dock. Not to circle the perimeter. Bear is the king of Twitch. Oh, is it? Wait. What is that I'm seeing on my map? Oh, never mind. So it's going to be around here somewhere, right? So we're just going to circle the perimeter. Yes, okay. I'm just going to walk in a circle until I see something. My horse needs to stop. Is this thing about to try to fuck me up? No. I was worried for a second. What is that eye blinking again me? Oh, dead eye. Always believe Legate. I think, like, I watch a few big streamers, right? So I watch Tim the Tap Man. I watch Your Rage. Bruce Drop Him Off, right? I've only been wrong a good 200 times. I mean, you've played this game a lot more than me, though, so I do trust you. Need this horse to fucking chill. Stay where you are, boy. The Lake Isabel on the map. There's a small C shape. Ideally a straight path from here. Wait a second. We're not even at the right fucking spot. I didn't pass the... Legate told me that we passed the water spot, so I came here. Remember I was riding past you go, oh, you passed the water part already. Fucking... This is me listening to Legate. Yeah, I listened to... He literally just said, listen to Legate. And I did. Fucking... Troll. Alright, let's actually go this way. Probably just wanted to watch me fight a fucking bear. Well, we learned. We learned what happens when you... That's why I was wondering why the fuck the horse hadn't spawned yet. Yep. Yeah, it's because literally Legate was like, you passed the water part. And so I, trusting Legate, didn't double check myself. So I was like, oh, you know, he must know. Drake is the king of Twitch, of gambling on Twitch. It should make it easier now that we're not going up a mountain. Scammed, I'm saying. I would never want you to fight the bear. Oh? Do we check the chat logs? Do I check the logs? You know? No chat logs. Oh, okay. It was fun fighting the bear, though. So beautiful. They really did a really good job with this game. You're the king of Twitch? Yeah, no. No. 20 watching, massive W. Wow. The views, I said my goal for April is to average 15 to 20 concurrent viewers. Because last month we averaged 10. 14 watching now? Yeah. I mean, it goes up and down. But like, for no raid, that's actually kind of crazy. You know? For no raid, that's crazy. I guess he's kind of weighed down, so he can't really sprint. Don't refresh for me, still on 20. Oh, you're good. Screenshot that. Save that moment. I was averaging around that playing Fortnite. You know why? I've seen it. So I have a friend on here who's a VTuber, right? She's a big streamer now. But when I first met her, she wasn't a VTuber. And she would play Fortnite, and people would come through. Can I play? Can I play? Oh, can I play? And you play with me? Play with me? Oh, please, can I play? Can I play? And you're like, Jesus fucking Christ. Yo, my horse is really struggling right now, huh? Fortnite doesn't build up loyal communities, it's just kids. Exactly. One of the reasons why I didn't play BRs is I feel like story games give you more time to talk and relate to people, you know? I feel like story games are like good ways to do that. Plus, I needed to catch up on story games that I'd never played anyway. So it's like the best of both worlds, I would say. Can I play? Yeah, there it is. Monton, you know? Like, you get a lot of, can I play? Can I play? Oh, you can't do this build? The fuck? The hell did I just hear? I hear gunshots. We run towards gunshots over here, brother. Oh, they're fighting a wolf. They got it. Kind of happy my kids hate Fortnite. They like to vibe and build houses in Minecraft. Yeah, that's pretty good. Hold on. Let's help this poor guy out. I just headied that wolf and nothing happened. I literally headied it. Why am I heading these and they don't do nothing? I headied it. I headied that wolf. I wanted this game, but it's $60 still. What game? Red Dead? You dead, boy. Red Dead, $60? Big fur? Apparently, it's fucking bulletproof. Oh, strange. Are you trying to play it on Xbox or PC? You need to be higher level. That's why I told you to avoid them for now. Oh. Yo, where's my... We're reloading. I'm not losing my fucking hat over that. How much you get it for? Strange. Let me... Xbox? Okay, hold on. What's that other site I saw for Xbox? Because... Let me see. Dad is the king of Twitch? Yeah, you're right. You're right. What is the Nintendo? It's Deku deals. Let's see if they have it. Xbox. Boom. Is Xbox, yo, what's up, Broward? What's up? How are you? I'm looking for... That's Xbox 360. What mission you on? We're looking for the horse. This has been on discount many times. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm looking for. X. Okay, we're looking for Xbox Series X. It's like right here, it's like $30. You see? On Deku deals, you can look on there. I play this game on PS5. It feels amazing on next gen. Although this is one of the only games that's still slow in loading times, even with faster drives. Yeah, we just we robbed the doctor. We got to like the first like Valentine, and now we're looking for the best horse. So try this, Strange. Try like Deku deals or something. Deku deals is PC only? No, this is console. See? This is the console site. The PC one is gg.deals. So look on here, see if you can find it. I don't know what what console it's on, but it might this might help. You know? So I think you got a bot in here. Cyberpunk on PS5 has instant loading times. Cyberpunk is fun. Can you send me the link on Twitter DMs? Yes, sir. I'll go back to the search. I'll send it to you right now. Have you tried? No, not yet. I need to. I've been listening to a book lately, so I have not done it. Who's the M? There you go. There you go. Damn you books. I like books, man. What can I say? You can buy a faster horse if you got enough money, but they'll give you a free one. Interesting. I DM'd it to you. Did you get it? I said we're reloading from... Yeah, right. Yeah, Grills is just kind of saying shit. I don't know if you noticed. Yes, I did. Okay. He's just kind of saying stuff. You know? He's just typing stuff. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. Sorry. You're good. I just noticed it. Grills off of Yerk. I'm saving Deku deals, but Red Dead doesn't show up. I think you have to change what console you're looking at. Not wrong, though, that last time? True. Damn it. That's the wrong one. My check. Did I think it was here. How far back is this taking me? It doesn't matter. We'll just keep going. Lost the hat. Damn it. Lost my hat. Damn. I thought Red Dead was still on Game Pass. Is it on Game Pass? Oh, there's my horse. I didn't know it was. I actually didn't know it was on Game Pass. Map. Oh, we're close, though. Oh, that's where I died. Let's go to my corpse real quick. It used to be. Man jumped in here drunk. I'm trying to enjoy myself. It's not? Damn. Yeah, see, Grills is kind of just... He's just saying shit right now. It's going to be wild riding the horse in the dark. At least we still got the bear pelt. See if my hat is over there. I'm literally just going for my hat and then we're dipping. Anyone else watch the English Premier League? I've tried. I don't know who to watch, though. So I kind of just like... I watch from afar, if that makes sense. I don't know who to root for, though. If I had a rooting interest, I'd watch it more, you know? Does the Ultimate Edition have anything good? I don't know. I think I got the Ultimate Edition. I think it's just extras. I believe. I'm not sure, though. That girl's cookie valid? You know, I'm cool with Grills. I'm cool with Grills. I got no beef with him. You know, he cool with me. I just like how random he is. Chelsea fired Frank Lampard, got 2 managers afterwards, sacked both. Now they're about to reappoint him. Damn. Look at all that wasted time. Legendary fish. We found a legendary fish location? Okay, so where did I die? Where's my corpse? Did you watch Liverpool yesterday? The only game I watched yesterday that involved sports was the Los Angeles Lakers. Liverpool versus Chelsea was boring. Yawn Fest? I'll park my horse right here for a second. I'll call him if I need him. Park him like right here. You don't like football? Me? Do I like football? Like, I guess you're referring to soccer. I mean, I only really watch it during World Cup times, to be fair. I don't know. I don't really have a rooting thing, and there's so many teams that I don't know who to root for. And so many leagues, you know? Yeah, he means soccer. American football, I'm here for it. I just don't really know much about football and stuff. I respect. You know what I mean? Like, if I knew more about it and had a rooting interest, I'd probably be more willing to watch it. It also comes on early as fuck because of UK time. Eating rat dropping oatmeal is not good today. Was it just... What are you rating it now, Phyllis? I watch a little bit of everything, to be honest. The other sport I kind of want to get into is... I wish I liked baseball more. The only sport I watch is Flight 1v1s. Those do be valid. 4 out of 10? Damn it. Okay, I can't climb up here. I think I have to go around this way. Damn. El Clasico is starting right now. Barcelona versus Real Madrid. One thing I can't stand is golf. Yeah, I can't get into that. Why does it say I died here when I definitely didn't? Is this game trolling me? This game's definitely trolling me here, isn't it? I definitely... This game's fucking... I'm going back. Golf sucks. Yeah, I can't. The only time I've like actually played is Top Golf. That shit's low-key expensive. They get you. Before I go to your body, I was trying to get my hat, to be honest with you. I wouldn't worry about getting the best horse. No, we're getting there. We've committed all this time. We're getting there. Seen Tiger play in the 2000s. I would always watch him on Sports Center, but I'm not going to lie. Him winning that U.S. Open on the torn ACL is one of the most impressive sporting feats I've seen. You can put your hat back on with the weapon wheel? Oh, I thought I lost it. Didn't I lose it? Yeah, it's gone. It's out of here. Since you DM with the glasses I got, all right, I'll look. Yes, it's out of here. I lost it. It's gone. You watched Trump yesterday? No, I was streaming for most of it. Plus, I'll be honest with you, I don't really care that much. I know it sounds weird, but I just don't. You can get the hat in the menu where you got your clothes. Oh. Why didn't you? Oh. Oh, we're good then. Let's go. I didn't know that. Thank you. Yeah, I know it sounds bad. Rip hat. I think you got to buy one to save it. I think we got good. We're good now. I'm going to go here. I think, like, as weird as it sounds, I just don't care. You know what I'm saying? Like, I just don't give a fuck about what's going on with it. There's stuff in the world that I do care about, and I will look into. That, I just do not care in the slightest. The guy from The Price is Right? Exactly. So we have to... Same as fuck. Like, I just, you know... There's stuff I care about, and yesterday, all I cared about was starting Red Dead and the Los Angeles Lakers. You know what I'm saying? I only care about Trump because he freed Kodak. And ASAP Rocky. He got ASAP out of there too, remember? Red Dead 1 will be real evil mode, killing everyone. Okay, I'm good with that. That tweet about freeing ASAP was cold, though. I'd probably care more if he's back on Twitter, because his tweets were actually very entertaining. I'm not going to lie to you. We going the right way? It wants me to circle around, doesn't it? Where am I right now? I mean, we're here. I can't really... Oh. Waterfall. You know, Trump's a real hip-hop. Yeah. Yeah. So he's going to be around here, right? The horse will be around here? You think? Like around the icy area, I guess? I think you should set up camp and sleep. I doubt it spawns at night. Horse is on the other side. How do I set up camp? If Kendrick gets in prison, I would vote for Trump just to get him free. I think Kendrick's good. Yeehaw! Use the wrong color to be on that horse, boy. How do I set up camp? Hit down weapon wheel camp sign. Got it. Thank you. Thank you. Camp. There it is. Got it. Hello, Daddy Scratch in chat. How are you, Gravity? How are you? How's it going? Damn, he sets up a pretty nice camp. All right, Arthur. Head to sleep, my boy. Morning time. Good, I miss you. We miss you, Gravity. How's life been? You'll spawn a little bit away. The white horse is on the other side. Okay. Bet. How you been? All right, get up. Get out of the tent, Arthur. Living, bro. Work, work, and work. Yeah. I feel that. Oh, speaking of work, a girl wants you clap the horse cheese. Get that horse ass. It's a white horse, I know. Speaking of work, Friday stream's gonna be a short stream because I have a shoot at 3, and it's like a drive. So take the camp back. Oh, you have to pick it up? I guess that makes sense. Oh. Thank you. It's me. I'm the shoot. Yeah. So short stream Friday. Just letting you, it's gonna be like actually 4 hours. You know, like lately I've been doing like 6. It's gonna be 4 exactly. Because I have to leave the house on time. I can't be. How deep is this lake? I can't just jump across, can I? I guess I might have to go around. Real life sim, don't assume anything. True. You could swim? Yeah, but I don't want my horse to die. I guess we just have to go around. All right, we'll go around. It's on the other side. That's fine. Let's go, horse. Giddy up. Yeah, I was about to treat it like other games. Love this game. It's pretty fun. Your horse won't die. Oh. So I can make it swim? Be on the lookout? All right, we're going to try it. Fuck it. What's the worst that could happen? Says me before every time I die in games. Just in case. Yeah, your horse can swim Kappa. All right, you're not really... I'm not really getting... I'm getting mixed signals here, but we're going to try it. The emoji was a joke. Oh. Get up. Oh, okay, good. That makes it easier. Thank you. Just don't make it run out of stamina. Oh yeah, then it'll die. Yeah. Or I'll have to take it a little bit. Okay, so it's over here, right? The horse gets started quickly. Startled? Yeah. I hear it's shy, so I actually have to walk. Alright, we'll park you right here. Now we gotta walk. Yep, start exploring now. Okay. It's a white horse, right? This music is really good, by the way. I'm not running. We're looking. Trying to see if I see a horse anywhere. Let's see. Red Dead got the best soundtrack? It really does. The music is really good in this game. It's my horse. Behind that rock? This rock? This giant-ass rock right here? Or this rock over here? Like, the music's just really good. It kind of makes me think of, not Journey. What's that first game? Firewatch. I like the bird chirping in the background. It's very realistic. It's almost like they actually came out into this environment and recorded it, you know? Look at the map, make sure I'm not going too far away from the... Okay, we're good. You said it's in the C shape? So it should be around here? Oh, we found a legendary fish. I just saw it on the map thing. This is the right area? Okay. We have to get a fishing pole, don't we? You gotta wait till a certain mission until you can get a fishing rod. How hard? I mean, I know they're legendary, but like, scale, are they a 10 out of 10 hard to catch? They're not super hard? Okay. I think I hear it. Did I just hear galloping? Not hard to catch with the right bait / lure. Okay. Oh, that's someone else riding a horse. That's what I was hearing. This motherfucker's gonna scare my horse off. If he scares my horse off, I'm killing him. But it should be around here somewhere, right? See if you can track it. Oh, yeah. Nope. Nothing. I completely forgot about that. Good looks. I'm gonna see if it's over here first and then... So it's not over here. This is a spawn area, so keep looking. Don't I have binoculars somewhere? See these. Which horse are you going for? It's a white horse, apparently. Have you checked the rocks? I'm not gonna lie, these binoculars suck. Jesus. Nothing here. Maybe you're in the wrong area. I might be. Let's go across real quick. There we go. Now the right area, double check the web. Okay. So it's got to be over here somewhere. What's that? It's just a tree. We'll use the binoculars. Just need to roam around. Could it be in here? Check in here. I should be like a fucking bear in here and I just get fucking murdered. Was he looking for the White Arabian? Yeah. We're looking for that early. Damn. It's definitely not here. Yeah, I got curious. Damn, that's tough. Anything in this box, though? Might as well have your lasso out. I feel like we're going to need to. Might as well. We saw the loot. Take it. Give me the billfolds. Yes, sir. Give me all this. All right. There we go. All right. I just got banned for saying I hate the Cowboys in the football fans chat. Yeah, Cowboys fans are different. Yeah, you went too far. Cowboys fans are like that. That's why I don't like them. And I imagine how I feel in Dallas. Oh, wrong weapon. My bad. Thought I still had the... Cowboys are dookie? They are. They really are. We're gonna have to re-pull this out. Okay. I'm out the walls for now. What's good, Skratsx? Yo, what's up, chefs? How are you? How are you? Great job, yeah. I thought he was just gonna pull the binoculars out. And he's like, nah, we shooting. Tex. Try tracking now. Nothing. Nothing. About to get down on some Apex before stream? There you go. I haven't played Apex in so long. It's around the woods over there whenever I see it. How's Red Dead? I'm actually loving it so far. Right now, we're just getting some like this woods right here. This or over there. In front of me or behind me? In front. Okay. Thank you. Could it be at that stable right here? You think? No. Look, there's foxes. Go slowly, crouch. I see the foxes. It's always in open areas. Okay. Don't scare them? Okay, I'm not. Open areas. You never see it in open areas? You need to venture a bit far, but not too far, if that makes sense. Yeah, like, don't get too crazy in these woods. Solve mine. Gotta check your Discord? Okay. Okay, I see what you're talking about. Let me put this over here real quick. I said your search radius. Thank you. Let me put this over here real quick and make it smaller for a second while I mark that. So it's over like, I'm going to mark this. I'll mark it like right there. There we go. Thanks, Gravity. Look at you winning, Shell BB. Much love, always. We're just heading towards this X. I saw the foxes. So, then I can walk again regularly. They ran to the left, though. Yeah, there's the fox. I don't want to scare them, because if I scare them, I feel like I'll scare the horse. It was near the lake when I got it. What does the fox say? That is a good question. Remember when that song was like really blowing up? Look at it. Look at that majestic beast. Do you already know the storyline, or is this the first time seeing it? This is my first time ever seeing it. Study it. Study it. Look at it. It's a glorious creature. Look at it. Glorious. Yeah, it's my first time ever playing it, Broward. Hold on. Okay. Hold RB when you... Oh, literally study it. Oh. It's a California coyote. Oh, I thought you were saying like, hi, Beck. Snowing like crazy and the horse is white. Game is trolling you. Yeah, it is. That is what it looks like outside my window right now. The school I work at got canceled today because of 13 inches of snow. It's still snowing. The other day it was 94 degrees here. So it says we're in the general search radius. Oh, Beck, so far in the book, I'm at where they got an apartment, by the way. I'm in Minnesota. There's this guy who came in as streamers, like streaming, and said every single character death, and he checked the deleted message every time, even if I tell him it's spoilers. Snow got 13 inches as well. Oh, I thought something moved for a second. Well, it's not going to be there, but we're in the general vicinity. The snow in the air is making it harder to see. Yes, it is. There's the coyotes. May have to like come back later for this horse. But it's not always snowing here, obviously, because there's seasons, right? I find mine in 5 minutes in the game. This troll, like, I do not see it. There aren't seasons in this game. It would mess up plot points. Oh, so it's always snowing here. Right? While I'm here, let me just, you know, I'm nosy. Might as well check this out. There's no loot in here. Damn. Thought there might be. Weather will slightly change between chapters, but that's a while off. Oh. I thought it'd be like seasonal, like sometimes it's not actually snowing here. Yeah, because I don't see this. Red Dead 2 is the only game where doing nothing is fun. Because I do not see it at all. Oh yeah, we gonna be in this game for a while with how chat and Skratsx get distracted? Yeah. It's gonna be a long ride. Can't be seasonal because then it would be the year 1900 and that would mess up the whole plot point. I mean, that's true. I thought maybe they let seasons happen, but they just ignored that, you know, dates and stuff are going by, if that makes sense. Wait. Is that it? No, it's a fucking cow. Damn it. I thought I found it. It's a fucking cow elk. I've never played the story, but I've got 100+ hours into the online. How's the online? Might as well study while I'm here. You say a cow? That's an elk. It's a cow elk. It's literally called a cow elk. See? Cow elk. Bro found the rarest cow. I really thought I'd found the horse for a second. The online has a few hour-long story if you want to play it. Near the river. Alongside the river? Yeah, let's just go to the river. Online is a giant paywall? Oh, then I'm out. Wait. Or a grind fest? Either way, that doesn't sound very fun to me. So we're going back to where we were. Online is good if you want to spend 10 hours a day on Red Dead. Jesus. That doesn't sound fun. I just like doing the dailies and playing with people. Never paid a cent, and I enjoyed it a ton. Okay. You got to pay to play the story. You can just finish and leave it for good. Rock. All right, so we're by the river. The Dwayne. Exactly. My fault. It doesn't want to be called The Rock anymore. I forgot. Yeah, but I hate how they couldn't be bothered to give your character a voice. The only Red Dead Online I've seen is that there's like RP servers and stuff. Have you checked the rocks? Over there? I haven't checked up on them. I can check up. I'll walk around this and see. I don't want to run just in case I scare it off. But I guess I could always chase it. Behind you? You mean this rock? Right here? Or like these rocks? This snow is making it really hard to see. Let's get a little higher vent. Like, look at this. I can't see shit. This whole stream's about to be a horse stream? Yeah. Okay, good shit. In fact, I did that in GTA Online. I don't know why they scared to switch up the formula. I can't see anything. What? You can run around with your horse, to be honest? Okay. What's that blinking? Wait, what's that horse blinking? I just saw one blinking. Set up camp and sleep. This will disappear. You see that on the mini-map? The horse that's blinking right there? That's your horse, I think? Well, I see two. So there's my horse right here. There's a gray horse. How far away is that horse? Snowstorm will disappear. I see you. Was that the one that was... No. Oh, that's the other horse I abandoned. I forgot about that. I forgot I abandoned a horse. Alright, let's just run around and look for this motherfucker. Let's go, buddy. We're gonna find this son of a bitch. You set up camp. You can get past the snowstorm that may appear. Alright, we can set up camp. That's fine. I mean, if it'll help it appear, I don't mind. Or dropped a big-ass dookie. They really do. It's actually kind of wild. Let's do this real quick. You know? Sleep at the camp? Yeah, I got you. So it doesn't spawn at night, though, right? I guess we have to sleep 18 hours. All right, let's see. Only daytime. Sent you something else, Skratsx? Okay. You can also cook the wolf meat you got from killing those wolves. Remember, we dropped the wolf. Remember to get the bear? Remember? Look, you read before you tame it. Okay. Got you. No, you still have some of the meat? I thought we dropped the whole thing off for the bear. Start from the river area. Make your way forward. Do it faster with the horse. Okay. You can find special horse. Northwest side of Lake Isabella in Grizzly's West. Okay. Find the white horse in the snowy bank around the frozen lake. It lives alone without other horses. Once spotted, approach the one. Study her with RB. After you study the White Arabian, you'll get a calm bar. You will then unlock a pat button pattern. Okay, got it. Got it. Thanks, Gravity. You have some meat from skinning it? Okay. Let me get it off the horse and we'll cook it so it doesn't go bad. So it's in the storage, right? In the cargo? I mean, it's this? You don't need to take it off the horse. It's in your satchel. Oh. Thank you. Someone just rang my door. So, see who that is. It's another weird-ass DoorDash person. I'm screaming. It's not. It was UPS. I'll deal with that later. Salted beef. Not that. Ingredients. Stringy meat. Is it that? Go to the fire. Craft and cook. No, I know. I was seeing if I had it. I was looking for what it was called. I'm aware I have to go to the fire to cook it. It's this one, right? Yeah, that's exactly what just happened. Cook. Plain big game meat? Do I have? I gotta look. Let me see if I have it. Guys, why did you tell us you got ops knocking? I would have pulled up. Okay, stow it. Cook another. Oh, wait. Stop cooking. I didn't know I had ops, to be honest with you, Broward. People just kind of showing up. You know? Stow it. Back. Oh. I thought that, I thought it was just like, depending on what kind of meat you had. Stow. How much can you cook? W eats? Yes, sir. Okay. Now I know this just makes it a little bit easier. Stow it. We're gonna have to eat some. W eats. We have fish too. Plain venison. Bet. Cook it. Cook it up. Get it all. Stow it. Plain big game fills your cores all the way up. Okay. All right, that's enough cooking. Let's get this horse. Let's get this horse. Let's get it.
Anyway, I started blasting.
Yeah. Here we go. Let's tear down the camp. Sleep, cook, horse. Exactly, buddy. Tear that down. Come here, buddy. Get that thick boy.
Let's go, boy.
Let's go, boy. All right, so it said northwest, I believe is what it said. Where's that browser I had up? Northwestern side of Lake Isabella. So, I mean, we're good. Get her done. Exactly. So we got, where's the compass? Northwest. So it should be over here, according to the guide. Get her done, boys. Let's get this goddamn horse.
Wow.
Northwest. So we're solidly northwest right now. Do we see it? Yo, chill out, bruh. Chill out. Scary ass horse.
You don't know the way. Do you know the way?
I know the way.
Go over here. Can I cross right here? I should be able to.
Yeah.
Let's cross. There we go. Slow down a little bit.
Whoa.
Slow down a little bit. This is a horse acquisition stream. It says northwest. Something ran to the right. Did I miss it? I just got back in that server and they greet everyone in the server. I got no greeting. Yeah. Is it that deer over there that we saw?
Easy.
No. Oh, nope. That's not it. Keep going. Except the one guy who wrote my apology for me, he greeted you. How come you just didn't use ChatGPT to write your apology? So it's got to be over here somewhere. Right? If we look at the map. It may be like, because it said, I'm looking at the IGN, it says like over here. It says it's like in this location somewhere. More or less. Yeah. Yeah, you should have used ChatGPT. It's quicker. You know? Then you can have it write a few. Yes? Okay. This horse is kind of pissing me off. I can't wait to get rid of him. Like, tee up. Actually, we'll just follow the red line, I guess. Get over there. Watch me scare it away, galloping over there. Let's see. I'm so sincere that someone else wrote it for me. Exactly. Do we see it? Okay, we're in the area. Get rid of the horse, blast it. Where's the other horse? We're in the vicinity, I guess. How did you guys find it so fast? And I'm not even... Google? I have the site up. It tells me the general vicinity, but I do not see it at all. I just do not see it. Up, here we go. Doc got grill started. Doc got grill started again. The dude wallet, I'm saying. I'm gonna see. Let me see where it usually is. Let me see. How to find and tame it. Let's see. Oh, so it's normally along the path, I guess. What does it look like? Oh, it's like real bright white. Although grills might be spitting. So it's like a really bright... I just saw what it looks like on there. Grills might be spitting, bro. I saw it online, but I do not see it in person. Where they saw it was by the edge of the water. Snickle still ain't find the horse? Nah. Grills on that cough syrup. Let's go back this way, towards the actual water. Like, I literally was in the location, nothing yet. That's not it. So they were around here when they saw it. But I don't see... Snowstorm again. You're on cough syrup. Like... This is where they were when they found it in the video. Yes, I am. Well, at least you admit it, man. In the northwest quadrant. Okay, I'm about to just go back to town. So on the hunt for Gandalf the White Horse, huh? Yep. It's 2023, who am I to judge? There's worse things you could be on, I guess. Got another meme in the meme section? Are you sending it to somebody, or are you just like... Hey, what was that? Shadow facts. For you? Alright, let me see. I was just making sure, you know, like yesterday we, Oh, you tagged me in it too. Oh, great meme. Great meme. You know, love... Oh, wait, that was in the regular one. Nigward twerking meme. Okay. What is this? Interesting. Interesting meme. You know, interesting meme there. You know, Coca-Cola. Yeah, Coca-Cola. You know. So they saw it on like that hill right there. But it's not popping up for me. Low key, I may just go back to town. You know. Maybe the Arabian's not for me. Maybe it's just a figment of my imagination. You know? There's a side quest near here. He also has 100 ways to die in game. There's a side quest near here. Let's see. Look at your map. This Flacco. It's up there. Flacco, right? Or is there another one? Flacco, okay. I do like that those pop up. I just don't know, man. Maybe I'll see it later. Make a save when you get near there? Okay. Got you. Got you. Let's see. Watch me look. Don't give up on the horse. We did. We gave up. We gave up for now. We did. We gave up. I'm not even gonna lie to you. I feel like it's a figment. My imagination. Oh, cross. It might not spawn until later. That's what I'm thinking. Maybe it's too early. Heck, that white horse. Yeah. I think maybe it's too early. Because I saw where it spawned in the video, and there's nothing there. Because yeah, maybe like chapter 3, maybe. Girls would say, "Fuck that white horse." Yes, he would. Hey, bro, what's up? Yo, what's up, Vioro? How are you? How was your day? Find the horse and murder it to spike chat. Yeah, just this what you wanted? Is this it? I got attacked by a bear for this. Petition to put girls in horny jail, 30-year ban. I found it. Skin it and everything. Is this what you wanted? Is this it? I just got home having dinner. Yo, what are you having? What's the dinner eats looking like? That's an idea. I agree. That's what we should do at this point. You know, I don't know what's left in the fridge. I feel that. Leftover dinner. I get it. Fucking white horse, kill him and skin it and shit on it. There it is. Yep, Rose is on one. There it is. You called it, Legate. I feel you. Leftovers are good. You like shit on stuff, huh? I think he unlocked something. He unlocked something here. Get this side quest and then we're gonna go back to town. Half your messages sound like they put through Google Translate and misspelled. I think it's... I'm joking. What mission is it? So we're still in chapter 2. But I was told we were looking for the White Arabian and couldn't find it. So while we're here, we're grabbing this side quest. You said make a save when we're close, right? Are we close? No, we're not close yet. Leave Grills alone. He cooling. He is cooling. You were right about that. He is cooling. Not joking. Grills, I need your dirty ass in my chat. Yeah. Go see Doc. Like, if you're not following Doc, you gotta follow Doc. You know? Grills cooling. I'm funny. There you go. Let's see. Yeah, they're right. Just save, sleep 3 days, save again, and load it, and it'll spawn 90%. Oh, I should have slept 3 days. Okay. I may try it later while we're over here. Does this spawn in chapter 2? Or do I have to wait? I got it like this? I know you'd love me in your chat. Yeah. Yeah. Should be a comedian. Yeah, they spawn in any chapter, okay. Can't wait till I get out of the fucking 2 comp matches a day bullshit. Yeah. Being only, like, I hate that they do that. I don't understand the reasoning for that either. I got it as soon as I finish the prologue. Damn, okay, we may have to go back. Vioro's kind of convinced me we may have to go back after we get this side quest, huh? We did get the gun, though. Just do this mission? Yeah, then we'll do it. Oh, love Scratch chatters in my chat in general, man. This is the most loyal community I've seen for a small-time streamer. I def don't have that. I don't know where... The thing I always wonder is, like, where'd they find... Like, some of them came from TikTok. Some came from TikTok. But I'm not sure. Search the camp for Flacco. Okay, this is where we save. I already saved it. I think some came from my... I came from Twitch recommendation while searching for anime recommendations. Oh, does it have anime in my thing? Keep your dreams simple. Remember that, chat. I came from Lev. Yeah. I think Apocalypse was like one of my very first followers ever. On my 3rd day out here. But I've seen Broward and like Petty in them chat. Your anime tag brought me in? Anime tag, it's real. Like, I'll talk anime all day, you know. I get viewers, but def not chatters. I just searched Red Dead 2 and you popped out. Okay. What am I looking for? You're the only anime person who isn't a damn VTuber. I came from Left 2. Yes, we welcome the Left chatters here. Oh shit, I have to be careful here. Okay, hold on. My bad. I guess I should sneak around. Oh shit. You there. You're only gonna find trouble here. Go away. Now I watch you and not her because DGen hours. You know? Talk to him and antagonize him. Oh shit. What the f... What gun was that? After work tomorrow, I'll be on those hours. We love DGen hours. Bodied. Yeah, what's just... Oh no, sorry, you're good. Bro got smoked. That was crazy. I didn't even get to pull... So, who are we talking to in this camp? Yeah, I got bodied there. I guess we just go up and talk to him. You got to get into that house. Oh, that house right there? Okay, let me run the long way around. Antagonize people at the front. This guy right here. Yo, what's up, my boy?
Anyway, I started blasting.
It'll work. All right.
Hey, who's that? You're in the wrong camp, stranger.
It won't let me,
I don't mean no harm, okay?
We don't like visitors up here. Kill this fool.
Okay. Yeah, so that's not... Threaten, I meant threaten. Oh. So I was like, what? All right, let's try it again. If you threaten, they get scared? They don't seem like the scary type, but we'll try it again. Use Deadeye? I may have to if this happens again. Let me go this way so I have a better angle on him. Yo, what's up, my boy?
You don't want to die for Hernandez, do you? Take me to him. I got some questions to ask.
Okay, if it's just
Oh,
questions. He's
there we go.
in the cabin. Watch it, people. Stranger in the camp. He ain't going to be here long.
W Mans. W.
You better not be full of hot air. On you go.
Kill them all and make them take cocaine shots. Yo, what?
Flacco Hernandez? What? I don't want any trouble. I'm here to speak with you. About boy Calloway. I'm on.
They're already dead, they can't take shots, that's true. This is one of those gunfights? Grills is a diabolical creature.
I just want to talk. About boy Calloway?
Sure. Here's your message.
All right, now how do I take a photo? These look like some bad motherfuckers, don't they? Say cheese, buddy. Got it? Yeah, it gave me instructions. Bro got stormtrooper. Why did he dive like that? Post it on Insta. I have to. What's the hashtags? What hashtags do I use here? I'll take that. Anything else? Why am I? There's that. Do I want Flacco's? Put him on a t-shirt now. Take a special revolver. All right, I got both. Wait. I guess I can't hold. Why can't I? What the? You dropped the sawed-off. Yeah, that's what I'm. Okay, we're good. No, because it keeps making me drop one. I guess I need my horse to stow one. Weapon will magically reappear in your horse once you pick it up once. Okay. Pick up mine, though. Jesus Christ. So I got Schofield, right? Which one is this? Storing your horse? That's some, you know what? Come here, boy. Yeah, we're storing it all. Where is he? Oh, he's coming. Take a picture of it and you shitting on his face. Yo, this is... It will magically appear? Okay. Thank you. Guys, picking up once makes it so it'll be always accessible. Both guns, right? Sorry, I'll stop. You're good. Where did you come from? You're good, girls. You're good. Both guns, right? I'm just making sure so I don't leave Schofield since we did it. Liking the game? I do like this game. It's pretty good. Yes? Okay.
Okay, boy.
Schofield's, sawed off, cattleman. Oh, we got them all. Yeah, you're right. You're right. You're right. Thanks. Why you always coming out the woodworks? Girls, you don't sound like a native. Well, yeah, where are you from, girls? Where are you from? Okay. It's always right when I look away. No, not what's your name. Where are you from? Where are you from, bruh? Where are you from? Luden? It's over here. London? London. Okay. Okay. What the fuck is Luden? London? Okay. Cool, cool, cool. Why? Just wondering. You know? Just a little curious. Yeah, London, London, London. You're all gonna visit, yeah. Yeah. After our trip to Japan, of course. For that festival, you know what I'm talking about? You remember?
Hey there.
Nah, fuck this. Nah, hell no. We're not doing this right now. I'm busy. Leave me the fuck alone. I don't have time for these fucking wolves. Okay, oh shit. You guys have Kinder Bueno? What's that? What's Kinder Bueno? What's Kinder Bueno? Call me a horse down? I'm gonna have to. It's a sweet? Oh no. We do? I've never seen it. Yeah, we do. We have it at Walmart, actually. It's very good. Yeah, I just saw Walmart sells it. All right. Some hours ago when I was out, I stole 6 of them and my friend 9. Damn. It's heat for real? I've never had it. And Walgreens? Dying of laughter. I'm glad you're having fun, Grills, you know. I'm glad you're having fun. Fucking love Buenos? How have I never seen them? Tradition when we go to the shopping center. I'm not a savage, though. I pay for mine. Yeah. Not stealing 15 as a 69 joke. I see it. I see it. Okay. So we're back. We're just going to rest until... Bro, you must try them. I don't know how I've never even heard of them. But I don't really... I remember when they banned them Kinder Eggs. So you know what's funny, Broward? I said that they were banned, and then I was told that they're now unbanned. Skratsx, I'll send you snacks. Please do. I'll try them right on stream. Like, right on stream. I also stole, like, 3 Kinder Maxi King. I guess because I thought, like, Kinder Eggs with all the previous chatters combined is how Unhinged grew. Well, not more unhinged than Oswald. You guys weren't here for Oswald. Keep a list over the next few weeks, right, of things you want to try, and I'll post a box. Okay. Thank you, Bag. Thank you, thank you. We got Iron Brew and Buenos. Yes. What is your Appian on print? What? What are you saying, Grills? What's my what? Had you made a Japanese snack review video? That would be fire. I need to watch it. It's on his YouTube, right? I haven't seen that one. Did you do it recently? What Petty needs to do is try that cookies and cream oatmeal Phyllis had. Yeah, on Maine? Okay. Opinion on Prime. The drink? I mean, it's alright. It's not gonna be my go-to. You ever watch that kid who reviews the fast food place in his suit? Yes. Opinion on Prime. I mean, it's alright. It's not my go-to sports drink. You talking about like Prime the drink or Amazon Prime? Because my opinion's pretty. Review, bruh. Let me see. I've only had it like once. Prime is mental over here. Drink. It's cool. Like, for me, it's not better than like the blue Powerade or the blue Gatorade. You know what I'm saying? That's the guy in the suit. The guy in the suit is, I love it. Review, bruh. What's with your spelling, Grills? Give me a review on your horse. So far, this horse, not the best. A little bit of a coward, you know? Early in the game, a bear ran up on us, and I was going to take the bear, but my horse threw me off and got scared and ran. So ever since then, a little bit of trust issues with this horse, you know? Grills just took a second year. I'm shit on my spelling? Oh, you're good. We don't get Gatorade the same as you here? Is it different? Is it different in the UK? If you get enough bonding and trust you more, it won't throw you off. Yeah, right now, so if I had to rate it out of 10, 4 out of 10 right now. 4. We also have a sugar tax. Oh. Fuck that, shoot the horse. Yo, Bean Man. It's our Bean Man redemption. We love Bean. We love Bean. Where is it? Always got to do it. Exclamation mark Bean. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, I should be able to have instant approved tomorrow. So we can all spam Bean Man emotes tomorrow. That's banned in a lot of countries. Prime is? Where's our Bean emote? It's not approved yet. I'm trying to get it approved, but it's just not yet. Let's see if I have instant approval yet. Community. No, it's not community. Bean. Where's the damn bean emoji? I'm trying. I mean, red 40 is banned. Oh. What? I didn't know that, actually. It's a Twitch thing. It's not me. It's already like, I uploaded it the day of. How long did it take you to realize he just used that sound alert and left? About a week. It was like a straight week. It's so funny. About a week. And so then we were like, we were like, wow, this is actually hilarious. Right? And so, you know, we made the command, and it's just a legend. Red 40 is synthetic dye that comes from coal tars or petroleum. Why the fuck do we allow this in America? We allow a lot of stuff in America, you know? If you got the right amount of coin, you can do a lot here. You know? I still don't have automatic yet, so we're still waiting. It's literally right here. Right here waiting to be approved. Once we get the automatic, We're good. It was approved by the FDA. Yeah, you get the right amount of coin, you know. You can do a lot. I can see why that's banned, though. We're looking here. You can't handle red 40. It's just natural selection. JK. Yeah, here, you know what we want. All right, I'm going to set up camp right here, and we're sleeping till this thing pops up. All right? In 11 months, when I'll be 18, pay me a flight ticket, and I'll come right to Texas and try out some guns. Yo, you know we got that here. We definitely have that. Items. Set up camp. You got one? I personally do not have one, no. I personally do not. Not yet. Most people do. Just forget the horse? Yeah, we may have to. We're trying it one more time. Morning. Ever use a bow? Years and years and years ago. Like a long time ago. I got a couple guns. In July, you won't need a concealed carry permit. True. I bow hunt. I did a lot of tournaments growing up. That's actually really cool. In Florida, here too. I think it's already done here, to be honest with you. Sleep to maximum times 3 times. Okay. Guys, you got a Glock with a switch? You know it. You know. Get knocked off your horse and shit when you fall on a mountain of cocaine overdose? You know what we should do? We need like a quote book of grills. Does that mean I can get a refund on my concealed permit? Probably not. They're gonna be like, hey, that's tough, my boy. That's tough. You know, they're gonna be like, hey, that's tough. You already paid for it. Yeah, here it's been up since like last year. Try to sleep again. All right, we're in morning. We're in the morning time, not in morning. Maximum should be 3 times. We'll try one more. Yeah, I can't. Okay. So we did 3. Let's get the camp up. After the horse still. If it's not here, now save and then load the save. Okay. If it's not here, we're going back to town and we're saying fuck this horse. Save. Imagine sleeping out in the snow under a fucking flap of cloth. That'd be miserable. Could you imagine that? Load game. Flaco Hernandez. That'd be horrible. I'd at least clear the snow. Yeah, you'd have, like, he just says, fuck it. Sounds like camping I did when I was in the Scouts. You were in the Scouts? I never did it. Sleep on cocaine and fuck the white horse. What? Yeah? That's cool. I was never in the Scouts. I never did anything like that. I'm not like the biggest, I've never been camping in my life, though. For like 16 years? That's cool. Okay. So it should be... You got a colonoscopy? Girls, how did you spell that word right? Out of all those. Scouts are unified here, so for most of it, it was just me and like 40 boys. That had to be interesting. I bet you can sell the shit out of cookies. Do you girls... Do they sell cookies there? I'm shit. Use the eagle ability to see the horse. What eagle ability? What eagle ability? I've just been using these. Give me your fucking Samoas. Press... I don't see... the tracking. You know? It said it should be over northwest. Got a mean for you? No, you just need to see the... Oh. Yeah, I don't see it. There's my horse. I see mine. You got another meme? Okay. Your memes are borderline questionable? Yeah. Did you hear yesterday what we were talking about? Legalize nuclear bombs. Do I want to click this? It's near the lake at the north. I mean, you can best believe 14-year-old Beck was very happy sharing a tent with the boys. The meme isn't questionable at all. I'll be the judge of that.
Legalize nuclear bombs.
This is it.
Legalize nuclear bombs.
That's it? That was way tamer than I thought it was going to be. Lake to the north? Okay. Let me hop on the horse.
Boy.
I thought it was going to be crazier. I was in the Boy Scouts for a while. Like, actually, did you like it? I feel like just when I start to, like, pin down the humor, he switches it up on me. You liked it? It was good? Yeah, I never did. I was never in the Scouts. Put something in General Cord? Yeah. "100 Ways to Die."
Arthur, you are in Tahiti.
Hello? I'm a 1.5 it. It was Boy Scouts I was in too, because we don't have Girl Scouts.
Of course.
You got kicked out of Scouts, Doc? Skratsx, what's the other website that's like CD keys? It is...
Not again.
Hold on.
Sneaky, sneaky, I see you there.
There it is.
You look stupid now, don't you?
W Skratsx? Yeah, absolutely. Damn. I was teaching the others how to skin animals because they asked. Hope no spoilers? I don't think so, right?
What do you think you're doing? I'm just messing.
Thank you so much. Absolutely.
I'm sorry. Might just be a hero, mate.
Actually, I'm gonna 2 times it because this is actually funny faster. Why do I feel like I'm experiencing all of these? No spoilers. Yeah, exactly. None.
Excuse me. I need to go to Rathskeller Fort. I can hit a rat up an asshole with my eyes closed. You're an idiot.
Asking for directions in the wrong hood. What are we watching? How you can die in this game?
Excuse me, sir. Can I bother you for a minute of your time?
Sure.
We're trying to raise money. What do you think you're doing?
Robbing you.
I'm not gonna let you get away.
Smile, okay? It's over.
Damn.
You're gonna regret this. Shut up. I was on the plane. Relax.
What are you doing? Robbing you?
This is turning into one.
I won't let you get away with this. Damn.
Inbred bastard should turn back around. Shut up. He's Murphy Hill, stranger. Might watch where you wander.
Stop. There are spoilers. I'm not seeing any so far. I just know I can die like this.
What the hell?
There's UFOs. Whoa. Takashi 69 boys. I'm not gonna let you get the chance. Hell yeah. That's cool. All right. I gotta get abducted in this game. The UFOs are actually part of the game. Now we know what happened to Snow.
I have a small fry. Hey, yeah, you get off your horse. Not neighborly, mister. How'd you find out? Cut left. I hope you know what you're talking about. Yes.
I love this.
And I landed on my foot. Hands up now.
Yes, you got me, lady. For which I will be sorry until my dying days, until my dying days, until my
Mama Bear finds.
Is this a good idea? Nowhere to run. There's almost nothing here.
Damn.
Hell, I ain't got much to lose. I'm just...
Of course, there's gators. I should have known.
Hey, you need a ride to Blackwater. Let's do this. You cream puff. Get off.
Hello.
Hi there. You'd be beautiful if both your eyes looked in the same direction.
What?
My God. You look pretty inbred, friend. Was your mom and daddy related? I was just kidding.
He said, was your mom and daddy related?
Hello.
Why Arthur in Broward County?
You smell nice.
Shut your mouth or I'll put one right in your family jewels.
Careful not to work yourself to death there. Oh, I got lumbago. Very serious lumbago.
Got that lumbago.
Painful death, my brother. Out of the way. Move.
Sit down.
Shut the hell up. What?
Whoa! All you little shits, listen up. What the? Game Cook's back. Pick up some hot design. We're ready, okay? Hey, swag.
Damn. They worked this ad in really well, huh? Okay. I don't want any more. I don't want to watch spoilers. I want the UFO. I have to find the UFO. North side. Let's go north. That reminds me in Valentine in this game, we can watch movies. Is that where he was? Play the fucking game. I got you, Vioral. I'm here. I'm playing it. I'm playing. Love you, bro. Okay. It should be over here, right? If it's not, I'm going back to Valentine. Nope. Alright. We're going back to Valentine. Let's go watch a movie in Valentine. Can you fast travel or no? Do I have to ride all the way back or can I fast travel? If we do go back, you gotta promise me you will watch a full movie there. How long are the movies? What's the quest I need to do? Create a camp, you can fast travel. Oh, so I have to be in the camp to do it. Okay, bad. A few minutes? Oh, that's not bad. Yeah, we're out of here. Fuck that horse. We don't need it. Gotta go. I love you, chat. We love you, Gravity. Thanks for stopping in. We love you for real. All right, so now I can fast travel? Right? Okay, so I need to go. At the camp, there's normally a fast travel option. Oh, so I can't fast travel yet. Right? I can't. I just have to ride back. I mean, that's fine. Oh, you haven't bought the camp upgrade fast travel. Oh, okay. Let's just ride back. Damn it. All right, here we go. Let's start the long trip back. What do I do with this bear pelt? Let's talk about that while I'm going. You have to purchase upgrades at the main camp? Okay. So here we go. We're going all the way back to Valentine. Or here, actually. Sell it to Valentine to the butcher? Okay. Bro, get the horse first? No? I give up. I give up, Vioro. Valentine's on the way? Yeah. I give up. I'm not gonna lie. I'm discouraged from finding this. I'm gonna try Coke Saturday. Goodbye. In a joint. Interesting. You ever crack your neck and it feels like you bust that shit phenomenal? Yeah. A good neck crack. Fast travel's expensive? How much is it? I feel like that's a must buy, right? A good neck crack is like good is good for you. Yeah. Fast travel is expensive to create. You can need $400 to $500. Holy. Yeah, so we're not getting it. We're just gonna go get these quests. Like, we're definitely not getting it for a while then. I think we have like almost $100. You can go and get gold bar for a treasure hunt. Oh, we may need that. There's another fast travel opportunity. If you get to train station, you can take the train. Oh, that's true. You reach max bonding with this horse. I got the trusty street. They're easy and fun. Okay. I got the trusty steed accomplishment. Your map for nearby train station. Start selling cocaine. If I can in this game, we will. I don't see a train station anywhere nearby. What's the icon? The icon looks like a stagecoach. Zoom out further. I don't see any. Oh, there's my temporary horse. Yeah, I don't have one discovered yet. We're just hoofing it for now. You can bring up the index with X. X. I don't. Oh, when I had the map up. My bad, my bad. I probably should have looked at that. Thank you, Broward. Temporary horse. We're going to... There we go. Mail symbol is where 1 is in Valentine. You should check your mail there. Okay. After a while, I would recommend you check your mail. Should I just do it when I pass through? Should I just do that when I pass through?
Yep.
Here we go, horse. You should watch that movie and sell the pelt and check the mail. Got you. I got you. Yeah, as you can tell, this is gonna be a long playthrough, huh? We got basically nothing done today. You know? Basically nothing. Get on the path. Go. Around the corner. You got a lot done, Skratsx. I'm so proud of you, LOL Kappa. It's already like 3 out of 400 to 3 to 400 to finish the whole game. For you, it's gonna take 1,000. Yep. Bro spent half the stream looking for a horse. Exactly. We're gonna have to be more quick. The horse needs to die for all the time wasted. Yeah, when I find it, 2 in the head. So proud of you, Kappa. Your father. No, I've never heard those words. It's the horse, not a horse. Watch me find it like off stream. Not that I play this off stream, to be honest. It's the horse that gonna die. I hear it respawns. Watch out, dear. Well, the horse is invisible. That it is.
Yep.
That it is. You can find it later in the game for purchase, but it's 2K. Yeah. Jesus. No shitting. Kill the horse and make food out of it. It's not the same. It's slower. Yeah, so we have to find the one in the wild. Maybe I'll try to find it off stream like I did with scanning stuff, and then if I find it, I'll let you know.
Yeah.
You know? Then I'll just pop in tomorrow and be like, hey guys, look at my horse. Found it. Yes, and shit it. Guys, would you say Scrutinize was easy or hard? Scrutinize, it was harder because I have all these scare options. Once you figure out how to actually play, it's not that hard. But you're bound to get... It's the jump scares that make it difficult. You know what I'm saying? Okay, thank you. No problem. It's the jump scares that get you. The shit was not fun. Did not enjoy it. As you saw. Good times, yeah. That... I have never been more paranoid playing a game in my life. Oh, he's back. Morning. Speed doesn't make it look... Doesn't make it the best health and stamina better. Oh. Yeah, let him go back. Alrighty. Where's he at? I got you, Doc. Where is he? He's right here. I got you. I got another meme for you in Discord. All right, hold on. You want Skratsx to get wanted by the cops? Oh yeah, let me put my my mask on. That's right. Put that on. Roll up. There. There we go. Take the mask off. Put my gun away. Pew pew. You know, sometimes it's gotta happen. With $2,000, you can buy 200 liters of Red 40? Jesus. Let's see my meme. Stupid ass addict. W-op caught lacking. You know, sometimes... Alright, let's look at the meme. You see what I'm saying? This is why I can't pin down your humor. I love Red 40. This is why I can't pin it down.
Skitters. Today we are making giant hamburger horse meat. Red hot chili peppers. Grass of death.
I can't grasp your sense of humor. Legate. I can't grasp your humor. This is the Brazil man. Listen to me right now. Yeah. YouTube kids, huh? I can't grasp exactly what it is. Never fucking show a woman your memes. Legate, was that the Brazil man? Like literally ever. Where can I send you a video? Here. Put it in the meme section. Oh, Phyllis beat me to it. Put it in the memes. I wish you could grasp me, Scrat. Yo, Snow, where have you been? Yeah, I know your humor, Grills. I think I've got a firm grasp on your humor. I think I get your humor. It's just Legate surprises me every once in a while, you know? Where I'm assuming something's gonna be crazy and it's just not. Oh, did I take my mask off? Take that off. W, there we go. I got that beginner's luck. Yeah, it runs out.
What's your issue?
Hold on, dog. I see you. It's right here.
Welcome.
Come here.
There you go.
Welcome back. Something slip your mind before.
Broward won the duel too. Look at that. There we go. We did it. All right, so we're selling the pelt at the butcher, right? Let me take the pelt off.
Thank you. Beef, pork, venison, all right here, folks.
It's a poor one.
Looking to shift the pelt you got there?
Yes. Let's sell it. Oh, I didn't need to take it.
Well, them horses stopped letting you watch through the window for free.
I can give you a
It ain't fair.
little.
That's the way things are around here.
So let you win. Do I need to sell the bear claw? Or do I keep that? Should I keep that? No, you didn't. I got one last meme of the day. Okay. Legate, do I keep the bear claw or no? Do I sell it?
All them fancy butchers in Saint Denis, half of them learned all they know from yours truly. No
You can sell it?
word of a lie.
Yo, I'm a fucking homosexual.
You see what I'm saying? I just don't. Only 40?
A lot of folk coming by with these lately.
We're good.
Been a pleasure doing business with you.
Okay, so what else do I need to do here? Little Skratsx. I got you. I got you. There we go. Movie time. Damn, Broward wins everything. Check Discord. Got you. Okay. Here we go. I don't know if I'll be able to understand it. Is this it's a Neapolitan kid singing? How the fuck is he singing with all this spray? Tyler the Creator got bars. How's he not like dying from all this fucking spray? Yeah, how's he breathing? How's he breathing? His lungs blacker than me. How's he breathing through that? Yo, what's up, Bert? Skratsx, I wish I could get a group of men to spray me down. I mean, I'm sure you can find it. Map for the show, beautiful voice, yes. I'm sure you can find it, Snow, you know? So we're here. Wow. Hotel. It's show, right? It'll be a Valentine. It's a show symbol. Okay, yeah. A lot of beggars here.
Thank you. Really?
Start a raffle. Got you. All I could do is 6,000. There you go. Exclamation mark join if you want points. That's the max amount of points it lets me do.
I got that cream cheese.
That was a guy raising money for charity? Yeah, I'm not giving charity. Damn that.
Waltzing through here like you own the place. But the O'Driscolls got designs on it.
Hello there. Here for the show?
Yes, sir.
Ticket for one, please.
All right, let's see who wins.
Okay, head on in. Tent to your left.
Oh, look, 3 of you won. I didn't know 3 people could win. You ignore all the random encounters? All right, let's watch this movie. I fucking won. I'm the best. You ignored like 3 in a row?
I'm going to tell you a morality tale from when our country was young that the settlers used to tell.
Look at all these gamblers.
Massachusetts and the creatures that lived there.
Look at y'all.
One summer, a bear was by the stream. An old man wind appeared and said,
Oh, yes, time for a picture show. You know what it is. I'm jumping.
Gorge yourself on
This is so shit.
Go find a den. Then sleep. Not for one night, but for 60. Go tell
Damn.
all the animals of the forest.
Yo, do y'all want a stimmy? Y'all need a stimmy for points? I'm a gamer. I do this. Yes, sir.
And now,
Guys, I'll let you have my mouth. What?
but he knew to do whatever the wind
Only 670 points. Sad.
often teased Bear and said he was slow and lazy and foolish for listening to old man Wind.
Damn, what a movie.
The wind again, eh? Laughed the rabbit.
You got waves? Nah, cornrows. I want someone's mouth. Holy.
And he's getting so rotund that even I could outrun him. I'm smart.
One dissertation done, one to go. There you go. Stim for everyone but Doc. I don't think I could. I don't know everyone who's in here, so it has to be all or nothing.
If wind comes, I'll just hide in my shell.
That's be all or nothing.
Bear went and warned Coyote and Possum that they should prepare for a long, cold winter. It's so hot, said the
Did you imagine like watching these?
The lazy possum said, well, there's an abundance of food. Maybe I'll just store some in my pouch. Even his squirrel friends made fun of Bear. They laughed.
Look at Broward. Broward's generous. He is very generous.
Chunky needs a nap. Fatty Goody Two Shoes does what he's told. Bear was very
Used to doesn't matter. Do you now?
Bear, and he always did what old man
Legate really was up there. He had 4 million and then lost it. Why do you ignore random encounters? I don't know. I can stop for more. I can stop for more if I hear it. Skratsx, yes. Skratsx, yes.
Bear snored and
John's looking for your kid. Shoot the screen. I don't think I can right now.
He saw spring had come.
Hold on. After the movie. I think my peak was around 9 million. Yeah, you had a ton.
He saw all his friends who hadn't listened.
You had a ton.
Frozen.
Hammer flicked the fucking. So entertaining, you know.
That's why the bear hibernates. So listen to your elders and do just what you're told.
Woo! That sure was worth my 50. That sure was worth the 50. Is it a different one every time, Legate, or no? Is it? Yeah, I can't shoot it. It doesn't let me. It's different. It doesn't let me pull my gun out. It doesn't let me pull my gun out, Doc. I tried it.
Anyway, I started blasting. Bang!
I tried.
All right.
It doesn't let me pull it out. Nice show. This is BS. All right. Where's my horse? Now we're going to... Was there anything else I need to do in town? I sold to the butcher. We watched the movie. All right, let's get out of here. Oh, actually. There we go. There's a bounty mission in town. Isn't that my bounty? Oh, post office. That's what I need to do. Skratsx, give us a streamer you can't stand. I don't really have streamers I don't like because I don't know. I kind of stay in my bubble. Look up the skull symbol. Okay, let me check the mail too while we're doing this. What's a streamer I can't stand? No, I love Beck. What are you talking about? Don't say Beck. I heard Danny DeVito just saw the first season of Always Sunny and called them up and asked if he could be in the show. I don't know if that's a rumor or not. Who do I not like? I'm not Skratsx, but Dr. No, I love Doc. Who do I not like? Like a streamer who I don't find very entertaining? Well, there's a lot of streamers that... There's streamers who people love. So I don't dislike people, right? But there's streamers who I just don't find very entertaining. You know what I mean? But... SQC is hard as fuck to watch. Glitch? No, I like Glitch's videos. I like your YouTube videos. Okay, so give me one you don't find entertaining. Like, I'm not necessarily a Dr. Disrespect guy. You know? I'm not his intended audience. Oh, actually, if I had to say a streamer I don't like, it's probably Aiden right now, to be honest with you. Aiden Ross. I don't really fuck with him. But I think that's most people. I don't really fuck with Aiden Ross's content. But I've never really fucked with his content. It's not for me.
Crook kept talking to the law.
You know?
So they made him food for the buzzards.
You know what I mean? I can understand, though, when I'm not someone's, damn, what the fuck? I'm just here for the long story arc, waiting for you to hit your pools in hot tubs phase. Duh. Oh, yeah, it's true. You never know. I'm not here to pay my bounty. I want... Where's the mail?
See you later.
Aiden fell off hard? Yeah, he did. So I guess I'd say Aiden. Where do I get my... Do I have to go in? Doc out, leaving work. Appreciate y'all. We appreciate you, Doc. You don't have any mail if it doesn't give the option? Oh. Should I pay the bounty or just leave it?
Hello again.
I'll pay it. It feels like it'll be annoying.
Nothing like a fresh start.
There you go. There you go.
We'll
Take
make
that.
sure
Leave me alone.
Hanover gets word of this.
Thanks, mister.
You creaming today? Peace, Doc. We need a rematch next stream? Yes. Get them rematches. Okay. You can take a train ride? Will it take me to where I need to go? Should ride over to St. Denis on the train. Now go and get the horse knife emojis. Damn. But we tried for like 3 hours. Yeah, there's always a problem, buddy. Watch who you talking to. We tried the horse for like 3 hours. The mailman offers you a train? Yeah, but to where? I was trying to go back to get the other missions. So that we actually get something done. Guys, up with them stimmy? Alright, y'all want to stimmy? Here, I got y'all. I'm giving you 25K. Take it or leave it. Please do a mission? Yeah, I'm going back to camp. There. Enjoy your 25K. Do with it what you will. We're going to camp.
Hey, boy.
We're going to camp. We're going to camp. We're doing a mission. This has been a very distracted stream. We're going back to camp. We're going 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 to camp. Give me more. Did you just lose all yours? Yeah. I'm rolling in though. Yeah. Let's do some adventuring at St. Denis. We're going to camp. We're going to camp. We're going to camp. We are going to camp. Yeah, I'm on 1 point. Damn. Damn, Glitch. You're going to camp. Do Hosea's mission in camp. You get a free horse. Okay, I will do that one. I will do that one. See? You know, there. That way we get a horse. And, and we get a mission done. Feeling so lightheaded and dizzy, might take a nap. Yeah, take a nap, bro. Bro, the real stimmy giver. I just like bump everybody up. I mean, I can bump everybody up for a little bit. What's a fair stimmy? What's a fair stimmy number? I'll ask Broward. Broward, what's a fair stimulus number? What should I give everybody?
I got that cream cheese.
What do I give everybody? What's a good number? That's like not insane. 45,000? Got you. I got y'all. 45, 1, 2, 3. There you go. There you go, y'all. There you go. Give me more, I need it. I gave you 45. Look at you. Doubling it.
Hey, Arthur.
There you go. Hosea mission's good.
Hosea?
You want to go hunting?
What are you hunting? An elephant?
I wish. No, I saw a huge bear.
Oh,
One
fuck.
of the biggest I ever saw. I reckon nearly 1,000 pounds.
1,000 pounds?
But you need me to come with you.
Of course. Let's go.
Where are we heading exactly?
Up near the Dakota River. Might take a day
Dakota.
or two.
I could do with a break from this place.
Oh, me too.
Legendary bear hunting mission time?
You need anything?
I don't think so.
Jate, why do you keep setting me up with bears?
So you still ain't replaced Boadicea?
Nah, I miss her. She was quite a horse. This one's okay.
Doesn't work? Did someone just gamble? You may need a cooldown. Let me see.
Shire horse for a while now. Unruly bastard.
Where'd you get
Bears are friends?
Some big loudmouth bastard.
Yeah, it's a
tried to rob
15-second
me when I was
cooldown.
riding, so I...
15 seconds.
Well, you know how it is.
I see.
Let's take him to Valentine. It's on the way, sorta. There's a decent dealer there. We'll unload him. You can buy yourself a new horse. Put
I
your
need to
saddle on.
gamble.
Let's get going.
The gambling is rigged. Delicious, delicious friends. Ah.
I like this horse.
There's nothing wrong with two horses, and the stables always have the best ones.
Well, I guess you're right.
Taking the saddle off, Tennessee.
That's sliding the load.
Damn, Snow. I need more, I think. Do you have to add the person? No, you just write their username.
If I'm near him.
No more loans. I feel you.
Don't be rude about this.
Broward's giving so much. That could be your new horse if you don't sell the black horse. Is it a good horse?
Okay, see if you can get your leg over that brute.
Easy, big feller.
All right, let's head into town. No bar fights, please. I heard about that.
I'll do my best.
This is a great horse, in my opinion. All right, we'll keep it.
Might be gone a couple of days.
The more, the merrier.
They got a good range of horse tack at the Valentine stables. Some beautiful saddles.
You know?
I used to have a real nice one.
The more, the merrier. Shit on that big horse balls.
Stolen outside
Interesting.
that saloon in Deer Creek.
Any takers?
I remember now. Just about. That turned into a
Which really is. He's rolling.
Yes. Remember?
Absolutely rolling.
Threatened to kill the whole town. And Davy was passed out so cold we left him there. Came back in the next day.
I regret not gambling all. Yeah, you've grown a little cautious in your gambling days, Legate.
I'll miss those boys.
You know?
Jenny too.
Yeah, Broward's also rolling.
Girl.
It must be pretty hard on Lenny. You could tell.
Are you pretty early in the game? Yeah, we're in chapter 2.
Well, Lenny and
We're in chapter 2, Bert.
never have worked. That's like Arthur and
You know?
Martha, or Bill and Phil.
Yeah, maybe you're right. Does feel a bit.
Don't call me cautious, damn it. Gamble.
Nonsense. We'll be all right.
Oh, the bot's on a timeout.
Money to get back on our feet.
Gotta wait. Real's breaking shit. Real estate, my guy. Yeah, when I'm gone, Glitched often takes control. He's the captain.
Need to be
You know?
done right. I have a couple of leads
Damn.
I'm looking into.
Damn.
Don't let that big bastard get the better of you there, Arthur.
Hey, he's all right. Yeah, okay, boy. Right, boy.
All right, boy. Also, the camp smoke means there's a campsite you can talk to people.
Stalls are just up
When I'm at camp, or like at the camp I was just at, El Brokies.
Go sell that big brute.
What if I don't want to sell
A
it?
horse.
Okay.
I'm going off to the general store.
You see camp smoke in the distance while riding. Oh, okay, got it. Oh, like right there. I see why you said it. I don't want to sell this horse, though. Yeah, the option not to? Okay.
Hey, how can I help you?
I'm in the market for a new horse. Something strong and fast.
Yeah, well, you're in the right place. I got some beauties in at the moment. Yeah.
So, Grills, you okay, my boy?
This one here.
Grills just like saying random stuff.
Yeah, you looking to
You can not sell if you want? Okay.
I'll show you.
You got papers?
No. No papers.
I just like how big that one is and pretty a lot.
But your luck's in. I got a fella.
John Chill Grills is cool. Yeah, he just cooling, you know? He just doing his thing. I like the way he talks.
Otherwise, I can always stable him here.
Looks great in my opinion. I do like it.
Yeah, take a look.
Okay. So I can just stable him, right? I kind of like him. What is your opinion on 9/11? It's a thing that happened. And the day that it happened, I was going to go to a book fair at school. And you know the book fair was lit. If you went to school here, you know the book fair was cool, right? I don't want that. No, L, we need books. Yeah, like the book fair was lit. And even if it's not the fastest horse, it's my horse. I agree. I like that. I don't want to buy a new horse. I guess I'm buying Morgan. My horse. Yeah, you're good. Except, there you go. Oh God, I can smell book fair days still in my brain the best. They were the best. At least you had fun. Who cares about 3,000 people? No, it was horrible, but I was like 8 when it happened, right? 8 or 9. And I really wanted to go to the book fair, and then you can rename the other horse. I don't care about the names. And so then school let out early, and I didn't get to go to the book fair, and I was really mad. You know, I was livid.
All right, partner. You got yourself a deal.
I love the book fair, though. Oh, my God.
So, well, I don't sell anything other than good animals. You have my word.
I was like in the left ball of my dad. Yeah, you didn't get to see it.
All right, let's see.
You should make a custom name for your horse. I like to. I mean, I may.
Here are your papers.
You can turn around and get back to the other horse. Okay, the black horse that I was just doing.
Groom and brush. And some tricks.
Name it cocaine. How did I know you were going to say that? You mad you didn't get to the book fair that day? I was so pissed, Glitch. I was like, Mom, we don't live in New York. Why are we going home? I didn't actually name it Broward. I'll name it Broward.
Did you pay for that thing?
How do I don't want to mount this horse. I guess I have to for the mission. By the way, you didn't check Discord? I did. Turn it back in. Let that one go. How do I turn it back in? Do I just got to go to somebody or name it Long Boy? Oh, there we go. Where's mine? This one? Where is he?
Are you gonna mount that new horse of yours?
I don't even know who these people are. Yeah, I was like, Mom. Like, we don't live in New York. We live in Texas. Like, what?
Let's go.
It's gonna make me ride this horse, bro.
Girl.
It's fine.
Let's get going.
Hey, maybe you have to come back. Yeah, I think I have to.
Lead the way.
Where's Jose?
Lake we're heading for.
Where the hell's Jose? Where's that new horse so you can mount me?
Cumberland Falls. I just hope I can remember how to get there.
Where is he? Oh.
Back into the mountains.
Let's go, Jose.
Didn't figure on that.
What the fuck? Didn't I check Discord? I thought I did. Oh, VR, you'll get used to snow too. Rate the girl. Okay.
La famille. La famille.
She looks really young, so I'm gonna avoid that. You know?
Bitch, I like this. Hey, I like this. Smoke cannabis. Smoke cannabis.
This is gonna ruin my algorithm, isn't it? I feel like now this is all I'm gonna see. I feel like all I'm gonna see is let me close this Joker kitchen. What language is this? I guess it's Italian. Who sent this meme? Fiorel did. Is she fine? She looks really young. So, like, I don't feel comfortable rating her. Yeah, like, I don't feel comfortable rating her. She looks really young, you know, like a child. I'd recommend bonding with a horse, keeping it, and not replacing it. Rate her? I don't feel comfortable. I feel like she's too young. You know what I'm saying? It's not Italian. What language is it? I think if you prune your history every once in a while, it will fix the algorithm. Okay, thank you. Right now, my algorithm is perfect. Nah, bro, don't worry. She's 30. There's no fucking way she's 30. There's no way. There's no way she's 30. Hold on. Not this one. Ignore this one. You just heard noise. Let me reopen the tab. She looks at least 18, which is still too young for me now. You know what I'm saying? Oh, this is the dude's TikTok. Hold on. That's a Cristiano Ronaldo account.
Wow.
It's a trap. Yeah. She is gay. That doesn't mean anything. That doesn't mean anything. Yeah. No age. Can't do it. 18 is way too young. That's what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying? Can't do it. I can't. I'm an old man. I'm an old man now.
He knows he did.
You know what I'm saying?
He just wants to put it behind him.
I'm sure he does.
You know?
Off on that kid is one thing, but there's code.
What do you mean? Old? You're like 20? I'm 31. I'm a 31-year-old man. I'm old now. Yeah, 31.
But it's done. Has been for a while now.
So glad I'm too old to have been rated.
Nobody else would have been.
You're older than Duke. I am. I am older than Duke. Duke looks older than me, though, doesn't he? Be real.
But please don't you put that.
Duke looks older than me. Yo, what's up, Kaz?
I never would.
You look the same age. About. The old-fashioned way to calculate age-appropriate dates, half your age plus 7 works out. Oh, she's not too young for you. I just don't. Will you come back for that horse? I think so, yeah. I kind of liked it. It seemed bigger than this horse. You know? Guys, you don't look your age. You look way younger. That's what I've been told. You just start? No, I've been streaming for like 5.5 hours. The trend when I was younger was to make top 10 people you fancied, but you wouldn't rate them out of 10. I'd have been a 2. No. You look 8. Yeah, Grills is just saying stuff. Know the game. Yeah. I'm on chapter 2. Chapter 2. By the way, the girl's 12. You see? See?
Okay. I think we need to head
You look
right
3,000. Peep the new meme. So 16 and half an age inappropriate for me seems rigged. Yeah, don't. Don't do it. Don't do it, Snow. Don't.
Yes,
It's a
I
trap.
remember this place.
It's a trap.
Moonstone.
It's in the meme section of the cord. Okay. I don't think I can show it. But it's. Have you played this before? No. No, I haven't. You see the text? Yes, I did. Oh, you said half your age plus 7. Call my lawyer. Yeah, it's a trap. It's a trap. Don't do that. It's a trap. I can't show it, but that was funny. Should I make homemade pizza? Yes. Yes, you should, Cass.
We made it. Let's loop around the other side.
You should. So the youngest I can date should be 15. Don't do it. Where's Legato? He should send it to his meme. Oh yeah, Legate could send that to the girl he's been sending memes to. Oh, as a 17-year-old, I guess you could. Yeah. Guys, can you react to the first ever JIT? It's in general.
I've been spending.
Oh, hold on. Let me see. Let me see it. You got with a 13-year-old to 17-year-old?
On business and spinning
Look at
until I'm dizzy. I do water smack, you know, step of help with none of you killing. You doing a lot of capping.
Whoa, Vioro, you were wilding right now.
Catch, I'm whack in front of witness.
Damn. So Kodak. Yeah, thank you. Wildin'. Even though she's not 18, still wildin'. The original J, you know what I'm saying? You can't. Yeah, you definitely can't. You cannot. You know what I'm saying? I love the original J though.
Maybe we should catch one to cook.
Sure. Try and shoot one.
With a bow.
Want to use anything.
Let's just tone it down on the yeah, exactly.
Just ruin the meat.
Even if you yourself are a
22 caliber varmint rifle.
child. You feel me? They're two very different ways of maturity. Maybe wait another decade. Let's reel it in, exactly. I need my bow.
If I remember right.
What am I doing? Hunt a rabbit. Got you. Let's crouch. Time to get me a rabbit gear. Let's see. Why that meme? That meme was so funny. She's 13 or 17 in about a decade. It'll be similar. I call the cops. You guys are ready? Yeah. In Italy, you can. I didn't do anything, you know. I see a rabbit anywhere? No. Wait, I did. You know why? Never forget. You'll definitely never forget now. You know? You'll definitely never forget. Ever. Don't talk to me, tell the officer. Good fall, Arthur.
Why are you running? Why are you running?
Yo, Strange, how did it go? How does she feel about it? We're gonna wait. I missed. I know I missed. Shoot that bunny? You know.
FBI, open up!
I would like to forget. I gave it a 3. Oh, I see it. Hold on. Let me wait till it's out of the grass. Hey, feller. Hey. Sorry, bud. Damn. FBI, open up indeed. Yes. All right. I got me a rabbit. Wow, is that your first loss? I think it's Broward's first loss.
Good job.
No more beginner's luck. Right. Yep, it's up.
Getting late.
It's first L. That's how it starts. That's how it started with Legate too.
Well, then you get to set up.
What do you want me to set up? Camp? Yeah. 5 points. You know?
I'm famished.
Cook that rabbit then. They're delicious on an open fire like this.
Fine by me.
You know? It started like that with Legate. Legate was on a winning streak, right? And then he got up to 9 million and then he lost. So he lost it all though. Damn, look at you, Cursed. Scratch, you said if you ever had 22 people, you would twerk? I don't think I did. But there's 22 people in here? What the fuck? What's going on?
Nah, I'm fine. I don't like eating this.
24. Okay. Screenshot it. Someone screenshot that, put that in the cord. That's crazy. No raid either? That's crazy. That's crazy.
All right. Well.
That Kobe number. Secret's out, you know. Hey.
I want to be
that's crazy.
Like to find this monster.
He better be worth all this drama.
Don't think he said that. I don't think he did. What is this title? Curse did it. Curse did it. Curse did it, Jaden. They heard there's some pretty hoes in here. Who's Kobe? Like Kobe beef? Whoa. Whoa.
Coffee?
Snow's gonna take money to get him to work? Yeah.
There you go.
Gonna take some serious coinage. Exit the chat. Curse. It was.
Well, we'll see if we can track him,
Grill says he's the pretty hoe. I posted in general.
Bears like.
Thank you. Damn. That's crazy. My throat is better than 20. I can't go for any teenagers. Something weird about me. What's the youngest you would date? Probably like 25, 26 at the youngest.
Fish, obviously, but they also have a sweet tooth.
28
fellas bait, then shoot from the trees, but I
at the youngest.
on the ground. More dangerous, but
how did we get here? Snow's always ready. Smart. Any younger, they're in a different era. Yeah.
After him. Can you mix
Are you on the register? I would go as low as 18.
Fish, berries. I tie it up in that rag.
What's the oldest you date? That's a good question. One that I actually have not thought about.
I grew up in the
middle age is where it's at. I do love older girls, so you know, do with that what you will. I haven't actually thought of an actual. Chat's moving so fast. How am I supposed to keep up with this? Love mills? Yes, we do. Cougars? Love them. Too many people? Oldest? Maybe like 40? I don't know. I haven't actually thought about oldest. You know? I've not thought about oldest. You know? Weirdly enough. I don't want to answer because he's going to silence me. No, what's the oldest, VRO? What is it? We won't silence you.
Good.
I just want back. True. I followed you here from our past life. Leave.
Come on, grab your stuff. Let's go.
Leave. Maybe 16. I mean, that's only a year younger than you. You know? So,
okay.
That's not bad. You're not getting silenced for that. You're good. Mount my horse, buddy. Guys, don't worry. I think our age gap is acceptable. Perfect.
That's where I saw him last.
Perfect.
Okay.
How's that horse treating you?
So far, so
pretty good. It's a pretty good horse, Jose. Love you, bro. We love you.
I was in this area.
Open to max 45.
Years ago.
Really?
She got that whopping yams, then she could be damn near dead.
You still miss her.
Every day.
For me to be 40 if she's hot enough, yo.
About getting out of the life.
Guys, I know I'm crazy. You know what I love? I just love how we're having like one conversation and you'll be like, I think like 45. I think like 42, right? And then you see get Arthur fat and cocaine meth overdose. It just Grills makes me laugh because he's just saying stuff at random. Hey, Miss Johnson, 75 max.
You were still young.
20 for me is already,
Back into it.
you 17-year-olds.
She knew what I was.
There's some fine 40-year-olds. There's some fine, 45, 50-year-olds. One of my friends' mom be flirting me so often. Go for it, Snow.
Never really any getting out.
Go for it.
And staying in.
Oldest is 30 for me. Good answer, Seed. Good answer, Strange.
Why? You thinking
Good answer. W.
Me?
W answer. Post-menopause women don't need no rubber. Damn, that's a good point.
And we can make enough money to go someplace new.
There's some fine-ass asterisk
Maybe we can all have a new start.
I'm glad I'm not the youngest in chat. So we have one viewer, Ramen, who's like 14. He's in middle school, who comes through every often. Miss Johnson, when you gonna let me take you out? Then when I flirt back, she'd be playing with, damn. Rip me. World needs help. Well, Viora's only 17. You know what I'm saying?
Look for tracks, dung, bones, any sign of him.
Exactly, Snow. I was gonna say. Can't do that, I'm married. Yeah, that's why he said 30. You know what I'm saying? I see what he's doing. W answer. And he's in middle school. He actually shouldn't be allowed in chat. It's against TOS. I think 13 is the oldest that you can be. Is the youngest you can be. No, middle school is not below 13. 8th grade is like 13, 14 for some people. Who's the youngest right now? I don't know who all's in here. I'm not looking at the viewer list. But it may be you, Vioro. It may be you. I can't hear Skratsx and can only see the chat right now and it's looking crazy as fuck. What am I doing? Yo, I think I'm the oldest. Oh, it's 11 to 14. I remember it being 10 to 12. What are we doing? Oh.
Come on, girl.
Oh, no, stay.
Stay, girl.
Yeah. What was I doing? I wasn't paying attention. No, I can't. I don't think you are. I slide. No. No. Oh, the same age. You just beat me into existence. There you go. There you go. What am I doing? No, I don't need that. Where are we going? Where am I? You guys clone credit cards? No, that's a federal crime. You know what I'm saying? That is a federal one. Rich No 274. He is. Jose, what am I doing? I wasn't paying attention. There's a streamer I like to watch, and his wife has an OF, and she's fun. Is it that streamer you tried to recommend yesterday? The Panda Bear? Return to Jose. Oh, we're looking for a clue. Okay, I'm listening now.
Oh, there's some palm
No.
here, Jose. They sure look
Required to scan in the Broward County trenches. Ah.
Good. Let's hope it's him.
I know a guy for legal reasons. I don't. There you go. We're hunting us a damn bear, buddy. Guy whose wife is on. Oh. Oh.
tracks. Go into those trees.
I feel like we're about to get mauled by this bear. You know? Oh, I see the next clue. I feel like it's gonna get bad. It's gonna be the Revenant again. Like this love and love. Look at you, Snow.
Wait a minute. Something on the ground.
When is stream ending? After this mission. Don't fight the bear. We already fought one and got fucked up.
Come on, see if there's anything else.
This way. I see it. The bear pelt is worth a lot. I noticed that there's qualities to it. How do I make sure that the bear pelt stays like a good quality? Oh, we found some bear dung. Watch your step. There's bear dung.
He's got to be close.
Let's keep going.
Where's the next one? You need to one-shot the bear with a sniper for perfect quality unless it's legendary. But this bear's legendary, so we're not.
Looks like the trail ends here.
Oh, it ends.
We lost
Uh-oh.
For now. A little optimism, Arthur.
Uh-oh.
Well, what do you think?
With this bear, there's no quality. It's always worth the max. Oh, okay.
Either that or
It never lets me gamble back to back. It's because there's a time. There's like a
Which you think?
timer. I should lower it. Use bait.
Let's bait here.
Fine by me. Let's leave the bag.
Arthur's
over
beard is
there.
great. I love it.
Buy those
I got that cream cheese coochie on lock.
This sound is gonna plant the bait near the large stones. Got it. Unlock. Watch, I'm gonna do harmonies for it one day. Watch. We're gonna have a whole symphony. Okay. Hold my satchel open, and we're gonna use some bait. Place it down. Turn into the outro song. I need someone who can sample. If I had someone in here who could like remix and stuff, I 100% would. You know? That's what, like, Darko did the intro song, right? Now we need someone who can,
Pounds, you say?
we need someone who can make samples and stuff.
Scar down his face.
I'm gonna make a song out of it. Please do. Phyllis can do it. Bet. And you know what else I can't wait till we have? Artists. Once we have the artists in here, oh my God. Like those who can draw.
Did that bait look okay to you?
I think so.
Me. Can you actually, girls? Did someone say remix and samples? Yes.
You okay? You seem
You guys trap?
So do you.
Oh.
I'm fine.
All right, stop lying on my name. You the real artist, Jug Jones.
Sure.
Come on.
We only just said it, Jose.
I know.
Let the
but we
dice
need to do
roll.
This right. Give me a hand here.
I'll W advice. No, I'm up. There you go.
Got your knife?
There you go. Oh, here he comes. I feel like it's rigged for you in field.
Easy.
You think it is?
No, it's too close.
Oh, shit. Scorpion for you right now? Yes. Yes. Here we go. It is. It's fucking... I shot it in the mouth.
Is he gone?
What do you mean, is he gone? Jose, what the fuck? You have a whole ass sniper rifle. Strong ass bear.
Everything all right?
Fuck Jose, bro.
Man.
Of course I'm fine.
It's 11.
It's nothing.
Jose, I'm telling you, bro.
Thank you. I think. That was fun.
Do I have to redo that to get the pelt?
You know what, Arthur Morgan? I'm a little old and beaten up to be after the biggest game. You can have this.
What is it?
It's a map. A man in a bar gave it to me. Well,
Do I have to redo it to get that bear?
Another story.
I'm tired and it's your fault because you didn't rate the girl.
To find
Damn.
some real big animals.
The lady, she's 20.
Pleasure. You saved my life, Arthur.
No, you don't? Okay.
Going back to camp.
Gotta go up to the bear and get it. I gotta spin back, though.
You coming or you gonna track that?
We're tracking that monster.
Well,
we're tracking it. We're getting this bear.
For a while.
Give me your sniper.
I'll see you back at camp. Yeah.
Hit the bear, sell it, and stream in? Yes. We're getting this damn bear. Why did we even bring Jose? It's right there. Okay, let me get this real quick, and then we'll get on the horse.
All right. Looks like something.
Let me get a better gun.
Ain't close.
Damn. Get a rifle? Yeah, I don't have one. Double barrel? Shit. We could go double barrel. You do have one? Where? Is it another one? Saddle. Oh, there it is. Got it. Howdy, partner. What's up, the cupcake? All right, rifle and a double barrel. I got it. Thank you. We'll see you later, horse. Yo, thanks for following, Cupcake. Thank you. I like bears because kill okay, all right. How are you? How you doing, the Cupcake? W follows. There are tons more legendary animals around the map if you check the legendary animal map Jose gave you. So is that like remember we found this fish? Where's the fish at? There's a legendary fish like over here. Is that what that is? Where is it? Very hilarious. Here, like this right here? No, it's not that map. It's on a physical map in your inventory. Oh, okay. I'll look. Inspect the dung. Kill all legendary animals? Okay.
Close.
Let's go with this first. Legendary fish are impossible to fish? Are they? I heard they weren't that hard if you get the right bait. We attracted like 5 crackheads with this Red Dead 2 tag. Yo, we need another tag. Like, oh shit. Where is it? Where is it? Oh! Behind the tree, yeah, I didn't see him until last second. Yeah, we fucked up. Oh, Arthur, you're dead, buddy. You're dead. Yeah, it just, oh god. Oh god. We did it. Yo, Mondon, thanks for the follow. Thank you. W follows. Yes, sir. Thank you. We did it. Ooh. we did it barely. Hey, a win's a win. A win's a win. Get your ass over here, horse. It'll pop up like the fish when you discover it, but also to find the locations, you got to use the physical map. Okay. Barely, yes. A win's a win. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, we're on our last leg. But hey. Now plant a gun and some crack on him and let's get out of here. Exactly. We got to. He came at me first. Check the map after skinning this thing and selling it? Okay. I will. Yeah, we're gonna plant some on it. Maps in your satchel? Okay. Jesus. We got that damn bear there, boys. Stow it. Gonna go now. I'm tired. I got like 4 hours of sleep. Yo, Lugate, appreciate you, man. Have a good night. Get some sleep. You know? Appreciate you. Now let's look at the map and let's go sell this motherfucker. Can I sell it in my camp or no? W Skratsx, get her done. You know what we're doing. Yo, Skratsx, check DMs when you can. No? Where do I sell it at? Regular town? Like over here? Butcher? Okay. Going to the butcher. Let's go. All right, let me check my DMs real quick. DMs. These are the ones you ordered? You're going to wear these glasses all the time? You're going to wear these glasses all the time? Oh, look, it's me. You're going to wear those?
Yep.
W glasses. W glasses. Put that hat back on, buddy. All right, we did it. We took care of the bear. It, like, really got us. Huh? Grills need pills. Grills is Grills, you know. We accept Grills for who he is. You know? You know, Grills, no, not one. I just sent you another one. Took two. Oh, I was like, oh, there's your glasses. All right. Is there a space there? Strange or no? Girls might be the realest motherfucker in here. Yeah, he's being him, you know? Like, I gotta respect the honesty. You feel me? I got to. Is there a space between in the name or no? Here, I'll just respond. No, it's full name. Okay, let me pull it up just so I have it. All right, let me. Okay. I got it up. Demonologist, right? That's the game? Just in case? Bro, POV Dutch gave Arthur a gun when he was a kid. Whoa. I was wondering, like, if consensual age 14 you're 13 and you do it, what the police gonna do? Fuck you. I mean, yes? Okay, got you. I've never thought about that, to be honest with you, VRO. Yes, play Demonologist. I just told Patty to get it. Oh, God. Isn't that like what's the game? You know what game I'm talking about. Person who does it to you will be charged. Yes. Phasmophobia. Thank you. I was like, plasma. I felt like, that SpongeBob, the hash ringing. I don't really have the health for that. Pussyphobia, exactly. I want to play that game. You have demonologist or phasmophobia? Shoot him. I missed out who it was. Yeah, he got it. I don't have the health for that. I just got my ass beat by a bear. That's a different thing. Oh. How are you today, Skratsx? I'm pretty good. I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm in a good mood, Glitch. You know why? Last night, while I was playing Deceived Inc., which if you haven't played it, you should play, I watched my Los Angeles Lakers do work. You know what I'm saying? And tonight, we have the Los Angeles Clippers. You know, that's why I got the purple do-rag on today. I looked at my other ones and I was like, we're not wearing a different color today. You know, we got to rock the purple and gold. You see, got the gold chains on. You see what I'm saying? Right there. The purple and gold. Hi, Pussyphobia. That's why I PK sometimes. You're from Texas? You support the Lakers? Yeah. Deep DMs? Okay. You mean the Los Angeles bitches? Whoa. Whoa, Strength. Whoa. Whoa. You and these Lakers. I love them, man. I love them. Wait. Bitchers. Oh, yeah, we do bitch people. You know? I mean, I be part gay all the time, so does that mean I have the opposite of phobia for everybody? Maybe. Maybe. I told him I once warmed up. Yeah. But yeah, we got the Clippers tonight. Let me go see who y'all got to worry about over there. Nobody. Nobody. You know? Nobody. Absolutely nobody. We're good. What happened? Nothing. We are... Whose camp is this? Who lives here? Let's go sell this.
Oh.
What's up, bud?
What in the hell?
Yeah, he did. He did. Scratch, can you show us your final form? Yeah, in a second. Hold on. 1 second, you know. I have the ultimate one. The ultimate final form. I hear a bear again? I'm scared of bears now. You know? I am afraid of them. It's Black Frieza, exactly. Okay. It's him now, yep. Yep.
Yeah.
I mean, it's still pretty strange. It's pretty weird. I'm not gonna lie. The Ultimate Nigatron that you can get by downloading Raid Shadow Legends today. You know it. That's my form, Broward. You know? Only when you download Raid Shadow Legends.
Hey, easy, girl.
You know? When you download Raid Shadow Legends. Nigatron. You know what I'm saying? The ultimate Bagazoli. Exactly.
There we go.
Wait, he's alive again? I thought we took care of him. If y'all win this, who will y'all be playing? If we're the 6th seed, we play the 4 seed, I believe. It's the Negachin. I think we play the 4 seed, right? We'll do the play-in, so 1 plays 8, 2 plays 7, 3 plays 6. No, we play the 3 seed. Whoever the 3 seed is right now. And we got them. So whoever the 3 seed is, we got them. You know?
Open the damn lock. Or give me the damn key.
It's just... Mister, help!
Oops, my bad.
Shut up. Get out of here. Act like you never saw this. Hey, isn't that...
Fuck out of here, boy. Mr. Help! Mr. Help! You're safe now, boy. Now run your pockets or else I gotta take care of you too. Oh, I gotta take care of these bodies, huh?
I don't hardly know what to say. Thanks, I guess. You've done me a service. Hey, look. The stage company's gonna write this off as a robbery anyway. If you can get in that lockbox, you can take what you want from it.
Appreciate that. Oh, we're reporting in his lobby? Y'all lose to the Kings? We're not losing to the fucking Kings. Yeah, we're not losing to the Kings. W Mans, you know I'm helping. Yeah, we're not losing to the Kings. We got them. We got them, bruh. I'll take that too. And then I know they mysteriously pick up. We're not losing to the King. Damn, he got slumped too, huh? Let me look in here. Give me the money. These Sac fans up here crazy bold right now. Yeah, they think, look, they don't know playoff basketball. They haven't seen playoff Braun. You know? Maybe we'll get W-Sac T-Heat. No, Phyllis. No. Only watch Flight 1v1s. Flight 1v1s are different. Get down, Arthur. Oh, I can't carry that. Okay. I'm bald. Good for you, man. Embrace it.
Let's go, girl.
You sounded so disappointed. You know, we root for one team here. And that's the Los Angeles Lakers. Now get a man wig. Yeah, get you a nice toupee. A nice toupee. Think that Fox gonna carry them all the way? Exactly. Like, come on, bro. Sabonis. Who are you taking? Sabonis or Anthony Davis? Like, we know. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just not happening. They're not beating us. But I'm a Warriors fan, so yeah, the Warriors are good. I can't hate on them. Plus, I love Draymond's trash talk. It's so funny to me. But the one thing that needs to happen is I don't need LeBron taking 27 shots again like he did last night. That's Anthony Davis's job. There's not a world in which Schroeder should be. Draymond is my actual favorite. He's so funny. I let him trash talk me. Draymond, like the way that he talked to Dylan Brooks anytime against the wall. Oh. F all this LAL. That's what I'm saying, Alu. The Lakers. Lake Show, baby. Fuck the Kings. Kings don't have a clue in the world. I'm saying. You know what I'm saying? Lake Show. Sacramento's gonna get beat just like the last time we played them in the playoffs. We live 3 hours from Sac, and somehow these Sac fans are talking crazy in the Bay. You know what I'm saying? Like, Ja Morant, the best hooper in GDK. True. You see, he came back with his own shiesty. He had the black mask on like someone's crazy. Leave Sac alone. Ja Morant came back from that suspension with a black mask on, knowing damn well he ain't need that. I'm like, y'all not even really from the Bay. Landlocked ass bitches. Damn, Sora popped up as soon as he said GDK. When was the last time Sac was in the playoffs? The last time Sac was in the playoffs, LeBron had a legitimate hairline. You know what I'm saying? Like, he had a hairline last time they were in the playoffs. Last time the Kings were in the playoffs. 2006, bruh. 2006. You know what LeBron looked like in 2006? LeBron still had the headband on, bruh. This was Bron. 2006. Like, look at this, man. This was him. like, come on, bruh. Fuck the Lakers. The Flint Tropics are where it's at. Damn, it's hard to come back against that. It's hard. It's hard to come back against that. All I'm saying, big game tonight. Is Kawhi playing? Like, is he actually playing? He's spitting, not gonna lie. He is. Kawhi playing tonight? Watch this be the one game he's not fucking hurt. That's how it always works when they play the Lakers. Players that were hurt, all of a sudden aren't hurt anymore. I don't even know. Hold on. The thing that hurts, it don't matter. We got to win. Yeah, we've lost 10 in a row to them. Chill, baby. Like, the Clippers have beat us 10 times in a row, bruh. We got to put an end to this shit. It's got to stop tonight.
Come on, please.
Like,
Please, somebody, be generous. Show you care. Come on, please, somebody.
fuck, I'll give him some money. Jesus. It's been 10 in a row, bruh. It's got to stop.
Oh, it's you.
What you mean by that?
Hello, sir.
mister.
LeBron could fight the Clippers? He could.
Well, you're just full of charity, ain't you?
He could.
I'm just trying to help where I can, sir.
Or
He can't keep getting away with this. He's not playing.
Killed that man.
We got it.
What I'll do is none of your...
It's going to be 11. No. No, Cursed. No. It ends tonight. The Clippers don't know. We need this win.
Prove we ain't a land of savages. Prove we're here for each other.
Savages? What you mean by that? We got it tonight. Fool me twice, can't fool me again. Exactly. By the way, Glitch, you see that triple-double Giannis had yesterday? That was nuts. That was pretty crazy. You forgetting about playoff PG? Yeah, pandemic P. I know Russ is going to try to take us.
Not too long ago. Well, blow me down.
The shopkeeper does not accept this item. Did y'all see Embiid? That man was crazy last night. Tea time. Beck, what tea do you drink? Who do I sell this pelt to? If he don't take it.
Thanks, partner.
Never seen a chicken breast this big, I swear to God. I gotta see it.
Let's try and help each
I have to. Musty looking shopkeeper. I was gonna ask what tea? Same. Tea is in like evening meal. Oh, Scratch, you need to brush Broward the horse. His speed gonna go down if you don't. Oh, got you. I need to rename him. I forgot to do that. Thank you. Now the Paul George disrespect get out of hand. The problem is it's true. He's so. But I also drink peppermint green tea. Every morning now, Beck, I drink green tea. It started a few weeks ago when I was sick, and now I'm like, I drink it every morning. I've been in America too long. I forgot what tea was. He only had one bad playoff run. Peppermint tea is goated. I've never had peppermint.
That's cool.
Should I try that? 2020. You know what the problem with Paul George is? And it's not really even a problem. Nobody gets game winners hit on him like Paul George. Please try it and tell us what you think. Okay. I put it in the food disc. Do you, I don't put anything in my tea now. I just drink the tea. Is that weird? Yo, this looks good as fuck. That is a big chicken. Looks good. I'd eat that. It's not that weird? Nope, it's not? Okay. It's normal? Yeah, because sugar with tea with no sugar's ass. I just started getting used to it. At first, I hated it. But now I got used to it. I used to like a little bit of honey, but now I drink it plain. Yeah, bro can't catch a break. He can't. There's a whole montage of, have you seen it? There's like a video montage of Paul George getting game winners hit on him. Broward a sugar fiend. Game. Like there's a whole video. I fuck with Arnold Palmer's. I actually don't like those. Did you ever cop that revolver? I did. I got that. It's 11 minutes, bro. It's an 11-minute video. Look at this. It's 11 minutes of him getting game winners hit on him. That's crazy. I don't really like Arnold Palmer's, though. I can't believe Kerr speaks Legondis. I'm scared to ask. It's an 11-minute video. Legondis. Name your horse legit. Legondi's nuts. Yep. Felt it coming. Legit, I got you. When I rename it, I'll do it. So that butcher doesn't take it. Don't do it. For it. It's a trap. Legit's a beautiful name. I agree. We have to. And he's not even bad defensively is the sad part. Yeah. And the funny thing, you know what also hurts? Like that Damian Lillard shot. It's not just that they're game winners. They're like iconic game winners. Like the Luka shot. The Dame shot is crazy, right? And then after the game, they ask him about it, and what does he say? It was a bad shot. It's a bad shot. It doesn't matter, boy. It went in. Like, the shot went in, my boy. So, what do I do with this fucking bear pelt if I can't sell it? That was actually good defense. It was. But it was good defense, but it's still, like, everyone's like, damn. He got you, right? It was a bad shot, though, but doesn't matter if it goes in. Exactly. And so he's like, I mean, it was a bad shot, but it still went in, right? So the casual basketball fans now like, oh, I mean, technically, if you look at percentages, it's a bad shot. They're just like, damn, that was on Paul George. There's a Preston that takes skins and makes clothes. What city is he in? A person? Where is he? Because this butcher doesn't take him. I just tried. He will not take this one. Is there one in camp? We're have to go to, like, the Trapper's primary location is a stall in the market St. Damn it, Legate was right. Like, PG, man, he made it, though. Exactly. You can put it in the camp for funds, or you got to find a stranger to sell it to. I think I'll put it in the camp, then. It's a bad shot. But he also has camp set up in the wilderness as well, meaning you don't need to travel all the way to Collier. Okay. Yeah, I respect what Paul George is saying, right? But the fans don't care. PG no rings, exactly. Like, he's like, it was really good defense. But now that he's on the Clippers, I'm inclined to hate him. So, you know, when he was on the Pacers, I was all for him. When he was on Oklahoma City, I was like, damn, like, come on, leave Paul George alone, bruh. But now that he's on the Clippers, fuck him. I hate him too. He'd have been better off pushing his ass down rather. Yeah, he should have just fouled him, to be honest. He should have fouled him. If we talking no rings, we gotta say Chris State Farm Ball. CP no rings, and he gonna stay that way too. You need to hit up a Trapper too. I think he has good upgrades in clothing. Is the Trapper in the city? Did I miss his icon? Stagecoach, show, butcher, hotel, stable, general store, barber. Rick or Morty? I've never actually watched the show. Is that crazy? The one that he was talking about. Okay, yeah, I do need to find him. I'm just gonna go give this one to the camp. I think the Trapper in the wilderness is you just gotta find him. Yeah, I'll find him randomly. I'm gonna give this one to the camp. I've never watched Rick or Morty, but Petty said I sounded like him in that the celebrity stage video, and then I listened to it back and I heard it. Yeah, Chris Paul's not winning a ring this year, right? Right? The Suns are not winning that. They're not staying healthy. You know, Chris Paul always gets hurt when you need him the most. Yeah, you sounded so much like Morty. I heard it when he said that. I was like, oh, I actually do hear it. I have to practice it. I'll come on here sound like Morty. Every time CP3 even gets close to a ring, he gets hurt. Yep. Which is crazy, especially because in that finals against the Bucks, would you do TTRP? I would, actually. It looks fun. I actually would. Wait, is that him?
Coming in. Hope you had a good old time while I've been stuck standing here.
Everything all right?
Sure.
Okay.
Good. Let's keep it that way.
All right, Morgan.
Matter of fact, even if he catches the whiff, he's catching the common cold. Exactly. Think about in that finals. He got hurt, and I believe he got COVID, right? But Giannis, I thought he was done. That's just Bill. I thought that was like someone different. I thought that was him. Giannis had like what looked like the worst injury. I thought he tore his ACL or something, right? And he was fine. He dropped 50 on him in that last game. 50. Who are you talking to? Oh, you talking to them? Okay. Hurt and COVID, what a life. It was crazy. CP no rings for sure. Dominoes, horse overlook, ammunition. It's my horse. Donate to camp. That's where we gotta go. I did not mark that. God, that shit had me scared. I bet like the way his leg bent, I thought for sure it was up for him. And then he comes back and drops 50 on him.
Easy there, John.
And he hit all his free throws, which never happens with Giannis. That's how you know it's not happening for Chris Paul. That was his best time. It's just not happening.
Anyway, I won't disturb you. What brings you?
Are you still live? What have you done while I was gone? I went to try to sell the pelt in town, but I couldn't. He wouldn't take it, so I'm just donating it. I thought he was gonna pull a YRG. Yeah, I thought the YRG knee curse had hit him.
What are you mumbling about?
I thought for sure it was over. I was surprised CP3 left Houston. It seems like it was going to work. I think him and James Harden didn't get along. You got to sell it to a hunter, a specific NPC found in the woods. That's what I just heard. I think I'm just going to donate it. I might as well build the camp up a little bit. You know? This butcher. Let's see this one. Right? You think that's better? I don't know. I got to think about it. Seems like James never get along with anybody. True. True. Except if you heard about rumors in the bubble of what the Rockets were doing in the hotel. You know? That was about it. It's the money box symbol. You can upgrade the camp. This one right here, right? Yeah. Got it. What are they doing? One Instagram model is the answer to that. It was one Instagram model. You know what I'm saying? Give item. Oh shit, yeah. In the bubble. Of all places. Donate to the butcher? Oh, okay. Yeah. The Rockets was wild. When James Harden's on the team, you saw when he got signed by the Sixers, they put a billboard up for the strip club saying, "Welcome James Harden." In the what? In the bubble. So during COVID, they isolate all the players flew to one place to play each other, and they weren't allowed like in or out. They just some damn college kids. They are. I have to sell it. Okay, I can't. Yeah, he's not buying it.
I'll come back to you later, okay?
I'll find a hunter tomorrow. That'll be the journey tomorrow. We'll sell it tomorrow. Remember, I'm talking about the big. Okay, I'm saving right here. We're gonna continue this tomorrow. We'll sell it and everything tomorrow. Yeah, save over it. We'll do that tomorrow. Cue Brooklyn ape noises. Like, how did they even sneak one in the bubble? I think they got suspended. Shout out Willie. Like, what happened was, you remember when in the playoff series they got several players got suspended for breaching protocol? I think it was then. What are you doing tonight, my handsome friend? Watching the Lakers. That's about it. This streamer who I watch, who normally streams for 1 hour, has been streaming 6 hours a day of Red Dead 2 because he's so addicted. It's a really good game. I can't even lie. It's a good game. It's a solidly good game. I like it. Probably just watching the Lakers, Beck. Why, you want to play Fortnite or something? I'm free. Just watch. I'll put the Lakers on the second monitor. But yeah, that bubble year was crazy. The thing that happens off the court in the bubble had me dying. It was so much in there. The bubble year was so good. I was playing Deceive Inc. with me and you. Oh, yes. Deceive Inc. Yes. Like when a team loses and see each other right after the game. How awkward is that? Or do you remember when they said, they boycotted the first one? Skratsx 24-hour stream? Oof. That doesn't sound likely. I mean, Deceive Inc., Phyllis? Let me show you. You got to get this game. We all have to play it. Let me go to the store. I think I still have it up. Here it is. So what you're doing is, it's a 3v3v3. Like, I don't know how many people are necessarily in there, but it's like a spy game, right? Where you don't know who the other spies are, but they're your opponents.
Welcome, Agent.
Rachel Nichols getting her cheese smacked by Jimmy Butler in the bubble? Yeah, I heard about that too. I think it's up to 12. Yeah, I think it's up to 12 people, so 4 teams.
Never see me coming.
And you all are disguised, right? But if you shoot, you blow your cover. This YouTuber I watched was so broke that he tried to use public transportation to move his stuff to his parents. Damn. Okay, that sounds lit. It's so fun.
Stay frosty.
I played it last night with Kirsten Lev.
Perfect spot.
It was so fun.
This will cost you dearly.
Bring it on.
He tried to move his furniture on a public bus.
That's
What?
Wait, what?
Bye-bye.
How much is it? I think it's 20 bucks. Just bought a whole bunch of games and ready to buy more. I think it's like 20 bucks. It didn't work out. This on Steam? Yes. It is. It's on Steam. It's like 20 bucks. And I'm down to play.
Got myself a moving target.
It's so fun.
Impossible.
Thank you. You're welcome. And there's like, so there's different areas in the map that you have to be like, you have to disguise as a security guard to get in like blue zones, and employ. All right, I'll cop and play Friday when it's less busy. Bet. Can I get the stream of you playing it? Lev put it on YouTube. Lev put it on YouTube. Let me see if it's up. I'll put the link. You'll see her POV though, and you'll see me get mad at her because she bought a character that she thought looked cool and it wasn't. But she didn't know that the weapon was ass. Didn't Lev stream on Kick too? She did. But I think she posted it on her YouTube channel. I have to find it. I'll link it in Discord. What's her username again? It is Soy. That's her username right there. It's the same on Kick and Twitch. But it's fun. Oh, she edited it way down. So, I think the VOD may be up. But yeah, I'll actually start recording some of the gameplay too, and I'll post it if you're interested in that. But it's fun. I highly recommend it. I love it. I love it. I love that game. I played yesterday. But, Beck, if you want to play with me and Cursed, I'm down. I am down. Yes? Yes, Sora? What's up? Peace out, Gangatron. Peace out, Broward. Thanks for coming through. Let me know if anyone says Wu-K. Got you. I won't take that slander. I got you. I got you. She only streams on Kick now? I think she streams on both still. She says both. So I'm not sure. I'll ask. I'm not 100% sure, though. Love you, Skratsx. Love you, too. Love you, too. I'll play something later in the week with you both. Absolutely. I'm down. I'm down 100%. Tomorrow's my last day of work. Oh, God, 50 gifted? Oh, my God. I'm at the movies. Guess what I'm about to see? Is it that D&D movie you were talking about? Wait, is that serious? Is that serious? No. No. A stick. I hate you. I didn't put that in the title. That wasn't me. That was Cursed. I didn't put that there. A big long stick. Damn. There you go. Yo, I had a hangnail. I was about to cut it, but this just reminded me. So, is it bougie that I have like this? Like, I bought this because I needed nail clippers, and I bought all this. I bought this whole set, and everyone keeps telling me it's bougie. Love you, knitters. We love you. My bro got a big long stick, means a gun. I got you. It's not bougie. That's awesome. Like, I bought the whole thing, and everyone's like, oh, can I use nail clippers? It's a little bougie. Like, look at it. So when I got it, it comes in this case, right? Oh, hold on. Comes in this case, right? Look at it. That's over the top. You think so? Men gotta take care of their nails too? That's what I thought. So it comes in this whole case, and then you open it, and it's got everything I need, right? And everyone's like, man, it's a little bougie there. I was like, I don't think it is. You fancy as fuck? A little bit. But I gotta be prepared, you know? No, it's not. What is that? It's like a nail kill thing. Skincare, hair care, nail care are not limited to women. Exactly. But I get it, bro. Treat yourself. That's what I think. You know? I'm big on the skincare routine, too, to be honest. I'm big on it. Gotta take care of yourself, you know? Why pay for something I can do for myself and learn? Exactly. Are you going to use all of it? I've used almost everything in it. Almost everything. You know, save money. Exactly. So literally, like, stop fucking lying. I'm about to ban you, Lev, because you don't even know. Lev, I was just about to link out your YouTube channel, and you came here. You came through here. I was about to link the video. I had it up right here. Right here. And here you come. Looks like a solid kit. It is. It's pretty good. No, we telling the truth. We are. But yeah, we got the skincare routine. It's not as complex as Lev's. Mine's like 3 steps. Lev's is like 14. I was literally typing, what does Lev think of your skincare? Lev has like a 14-step skincare routine. It takes like a fucking hour. Me, you know, I got the face serum, the moisturizer, and the eye cream. And the sunscreen. Okay, it's 4 steps. Because you need sunscreen. Don't sleep on sunscreen. I do not. No, it doesn't. Yes, it does. As long as he uses a washcloth, then he good. You know what it is. Man, we're going a week without doing it? That's false. And moisturize. W1 hour. Yeah, Lev did it on stream. It took like a fucking hour. It took like an hour on stream of her doing it. Mine is like 6 steps. I don't have a skincare routine. You should do it. I'm telling you. Mine is 4. 4 steps. I was talking. Yeah. I don't use lotion either. Look, if I don't use, you know why I use lotion? In school, we had a kid whose last name started with an A. I'm not going to out him because he's a college football coach now, right? But he would show up to school ashy as fuck, right? And we all called him Ashy and his last name. And once I saw that, I was like, hell no. You're not clowning me, bruh. I stay. Where's my lotion bottle at? It's around here somewhere. Look, lotion, gotta use that. Cocoa butter. Cocoa butter. I don't know what's good for my skin. I'm gonna be honest with you. Find one girl on TikTok who explains it, and you'll be good. You need lotion. Why you lotion at your desk? You know why, buddy. What the fuck? Why you think I got these big-ass monitors? You think I'm just wasting it on games? The fuck? You think I'm scared to admit that? Half your lifespan is getting used up being so ashy. Exactly. Need that. Cocoa butter. You need it. You need the cocoa butter. You have to have it. You know? Got to see the 4K joint. I'm saying, bruh. Like, if I got these monitors, I might as well max it out. Right? Right? Like, you have to. Wait, you offered to game with me on your second monitor? No. I offered to game with you on my first monitor and put the Lakers on the second. No, Beck, I said Lakers on the second. But this is the lotion I use right here. This shit right here, gotta use it. You need it. That shit's good. The Lakers. Man out here smooth as baked chicken. You know what it is? You know? That Vaseline cocoa butter is top tier. You need that. That cocoa radiant is lit. Yeah. See, at first, I was using the cheap shit, and then Lev got that one, and I ran out of lotion, so I used hers. Ever since then, I have to. I'll be in Fortnite like Skratsx, focus. What's going on? I don't know what any of these things are. Strange. I'm watching the Lakers. Wait, what? You motherfucker. She changed your life? She did. You know, I was using that cheap shit. And she had it, and I had to. You know? Skincare is important. It's always brothers stealing the skincare. It is. How do you think I found out about eye cream? I was using her shit. You know? Look, I'm Mexican. Okay, I can't. My whole family will make fun of me. Mine did too. Let me tell you about my father. I have a black dad, you know, who was born and raised in the 70s and 80s. A black dad. My dad saw me wearing skinny jeans and he was like, hey, you got something to tell me? I was like, whoa, these are just pants. They're just pants. You know? What else have Leslie you stolen? Moisturizer, lotion, skin serum, the serum. We're trying to save your life. You know what I'm saying? Hair product. You got something to tell me, boy? It's the trend, yeah. Tight pants. Yeah, he's like, them pants a little tight. You got something to say? I was like, damn, I can't wear pants? Damn. And it was like every single time. Look at these tight ass pants. Like, damn, bro, let me live. It's the trend. I can't be looking like I'm in the 90s and 2000s anymore. Skinny is cool, but if they tight, it hits. You know, it's like they too tight, it's GG. Now it's slim. Slim fit. You know what I'm saying? The slims. He was on me. I was like, yeah, you know, I just got started on this skincare. What? What'd you say? The skincare roast session isn't something I knew I needed today. My boss be looking at me because I'm wearing like, you right? They be like, what is this? Only wear skirts, sorry, can't relate. You're lucky. Like, I was like, yeah, you know, I gotta get some like sunscreen and stuff for the skincare routine. Gotta keep the skin right. Excuse me? No, Skratsx be using them, but lifting jeans now. What? Gotta wait till he meets your boyfriend. Yeah, wait till Lev gets a boyfriend. You know what I'm saying? Trying to make the oh, butt lifting. Oh. Got the booty pop shorts. Oh, I got the 5-inchers. You know the 5-incher shorts? I mean, your boyfriend. Yeah, wait till he meets you. He'll freak out. Wait till he freaks out. I got the 5-inch shorts. You know, the hoochie daddies. He was like, what the hell are those? Shorts a little high, huh? He'd cry. Yeah, he would. Skincare stream? Got to. Not need to see them? Next time, I'll take a picture. He was like, what is that? Shorts a little high, huh? And I was like, what you mean? What's wrong with them? He's like, what happened to the rest of them? Like, where the rest of them? What happened to the baggy ones? I'm like, Dad, you don't get it. It's hot in Texas. You gotta have the hoochie daddies. I can't be wearing these 9-inch shorts. It's the swag. Get with it, man. Come on. Come on. He's like, I'll never understand you. This generation. He says it all the time with they tight ass pants and stuff. I'm questioning everything. Yeah, he does, Beck. That was Skratsx's life before Twitch. It 100% was. It was. You know? It was. It was. Like, he just didn't get it. Before, he was like anime flashbacks of someone loving your family right now. Can I move in? Absolutely. Absolutely. You know? Absolutely. Getting cooked by your parents is the realest shit. Oh my God, they did. If you don't have thick skin, you couldn't live in my house. Everybody's getting roasted. No one ever gave a shit about what I wore. It was like me with my other sister. She's not listening, so I can say it. She was the one who would try to wear like greasy t-shirts and shit. And my mom would be like, absolutely not. All fun and games until you move in and get cooked. Yeah. You have to have a thick skin. Like you have to be able to take it. You know what I'm saying? Because, man, they will let you know, you know? They'll let you know. It's funny though. Seeing my dad do it, it's okay. One of you can protect me. Yeah, we got you. We got you. You know, he'll be like, the hell are those shorts? Why are they so high? I'll just huddle up under a blanket and read. That works. That does work. For sure. 100%. I'm going to just say, it's the swag. Like, damn, let me live. Let me live, bruh. Let me live. I'm telling you. Wait, no. What? I'm telling you, bruh. My hair is blue and purple. Oh, they don't care about that. My sister's already had purple hair, Beck. You're good. Not Lev, my other thing. No, my sister's already had purple hair. You're good. She did that already. She did that back in high school. Like, we're good. You know? You know? Like, when I wanted to get my ear pierced, my mom hated my red hair face. Yeah, I bet. They just don't like it. Convincing my mom to let me get my ear pierced took forever. Did it anyway? There you go. Look at me and tell me, fucking this fashion. Like, I was like, Mom, I gotta get my ear pierced. Because back then, Kobe had the big diamond, right? And he only had his left ear pierced. I was like, Mom, I gotta get it. And she was like, absolutely not. I was like, what you mean? And so in order to get it, I had to write a PowerPoint. Is that the Minato kunai? Yes, sir. It is. You see it. It's like a little Easter egg. Only those who know. It is the Minato kunai. I had to give my mom a speech to get my second earlobe piercing. My mom made me make a PowerPoint presentation as to why I needed to get my ear pierced. A PowerPoint at 13. Yep. Minato. The girls that get it, get it. So it's very few. Very few people ever notice that it's the kunai. Or people don't really realize that I rock the Millennium Puzzle all the time. You know? People don't really get it. You know what I'm saying? Like, man. My mom was cool with my sister getting she got one here, I believe. PowerPoint, I thought this was a joke. People really go through this. I legitimately did. I just thought it was a cool ass earring. Yep, Minato kunai, you know? Kunai. Yeah, my mom legitimately was like, make a PowerPoint. So I had to give a whole presentation on it as to why I need it. And she still said no. She still said no until randomly. And the other thing too, so the whole time I was preparing, because I was like, eventually she's going to say yes. My dad was like, the way I got it done, we had to hold our ear until it was numb. Then they heated a needle over fire and just shoved it through your ear. So that's what I thought was going to happen the whole time. And I was preparing myself, right? Mom, Kobe has it. I needed it. I needed it. Kobe was my favorite player. So my dad was telling me that's how it was. So we're in the mall and we see the piercing station, right? How long was the PowerPoint? I think like 10 slides. Did you get in the sussy ear? No. Trust me, Lev, I Googled that shit. I was looking all the time to make sure it was in the right ear, right? And so we get to the mall and we see the station. 10 slides. And we get to the mall and I was like, all right, you can get it done. And so I'm thinking that they're going to do this and get the flaming needle. And I'm like, oh shit, I don't think I'm ready for this. I wasn't prepared. I already got let down from the no. So I wasn't prepared to like go through the fiery needle through my ear. And they just came out with a gun. They just like, click, click, done. It was crazy. It's crazy. And then at that time, I was at a private school, and they saw it. They were like, is that an earring? Oh, no. It was crazy. What a time, huh? What a time. 10 slides and got a no. I did. She still said no. It was wild. I was so let down. Disappointed, to be honest. I was so disappointed. Damn. How did we get here? Fuck you, this fashion teacher lady. I'm like, come on. Get with it. An earring? He must be one of them sussy sexuals. I was like, come on, man. Let me get it. I couldn't even wear the earring in school. I had to take it out because it was against the rules. It was stupid. So I had to get it done this summer so it could heal. And that was my whole, I was like, I have to get it done during the summer or else I can't get it. Get with it or get lost. Like, get with the fashion, bro. Come on. You got to understand it. You got to. My mom would be like, how come you want these $100 shoes? How come you can't get, like, the shoes from Payless? I was like, do you know what would happen to me if I wore shoes from Payless, Mom? I would have my septum done so badly, but also, I'm old as shit. Get it. Beck, get it. Get it done. Did you get the Red Dead online? I do have online, I believe. It comes with it, right? I can see. Hold on. Yeah, get it. Mom is social suicide. Yeah. Come on. I cannot. Yeah, get this app. I do have online, Curse. I'm looking at it. I have a cute little nose. I think it'd be cute. Get it. Get it. My mom says I look like a bull. You would not. Get it. I say do it. Remind me, I low-key want a second ear piercing? Do it. We started ganging online. That'd be cool. I'm down. I'm down. I say get it. I say get it. You know? I'm down. The big titty bandits, that's the best kind of bandits I'm in. Count me in, brother. Count me in. I have 3 left ear piercings on the bottom, tragus, and 2 at the top and the left. Where? Red Dead. Red Dead. Red Dead Redemption 2. Online. I thought about getting a nose piercing, but I just don't know. Like here, I don't know what side to get it, but like one of these. I thought about it, but that one looked like it hurt from what I heard. I have a nipple in my youth. I only have my ear. This is it. You know, a bunch of minorities running around killing people sounds sus, but we have to. I've had my ear, my eyebrow, and my tongue. The only time I've seen a tongue piercing in real life was when I had swimming lessons as a kid. And I remember it so vividly because I'd never seen it before. And I asked my mom about it, and she was like, don't ask. Get off and go get me a drink, please. Well, like, I remember it. I was like 7, and she had a blue tongue ring, like a piercing in her tongue. And I remember it because I was like, wow, I've never seen that.
Ass and she jumped.
Thank you.
I was being fair. I didn't say, yo,
I used to date a girl with split tongue. Yo, that sounds. I can't time her out because she's a mod. That's what I was trying to do too, Curse. I was trying to. I had to unmod her to do that. I need a drinky, then get it. If you do go and get her a drink, I'm marrying into the family. No shit. It was lovely. It sounds like it was. It sounds lovely. It sounds lovely. I do got to get out of here, though. I've been streaming for almost 7 hours. We have 9 minutes. I'll make it to 7 hours, then we'll get off. We have 9 minutes. You know? Yeah, you're the youngest, bruh. It's like when we used to pick seats in the car, right? They try to go, I call shotgun. You might as well break it, right? Might as well. We got 9 minutes. We get to the car and they be like, shotgun. It's not how it works. We ran on a seniority thing here. Thanks for keeping me company, Skratsx. If only your sister didn't stream at 3 a.m. Yeah, she's on DJing hours. She's on DJing hours. You know what I'm saying? I'm always here. 10 a.m. Cash App. Sell. Yeah, Lev streams late. She streams, like, late. I thought the shotgun shit was bullshit. It is. We did seniority. If they were like, shotgun. Nah, bruh. Hell nah. It's fine. You like my Lev nicotine patch. Yeah, you know? I'm here. Same time. The eldest will pay for it only when it's a special occasion for you, Lev. Exactly. Well, some of us have to work in the morning. So, W stream time. Right? It's consistent. 10 a.m. 10 a.m. every day. Plus, it's when I wake up. Not even then. Yes. Yes. Look at Lev trying to act like a victim in here. 3 a.m. is smooth, too. It is. But, you know, she's just up late. Lev's up. How do I have all these noties? What just happened to me on Twitter? Am I getting canceled? No, okay. We're not getting canceled. We're good. Don't worry. I know. I was always there by the door before everyone, and they come talking about, I called shotgun. My mom made me give up my seat. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. Bro, life flashed before his eyes. Yeah, I was like, why I got all these noties? Every time I see something that has a lot of noties, I'm like, what did I do? Did I say something crazy and didn't think about it? I was worried for a second, you know? I was scared. I was scared. You never know what's going to happen. You know? It was a sussy ear comment. That means you got to go. They was going to bring up Harry Potter from yesterday. That's what it was. We heard what you said, boy. Have you been streaming on TikTok? Not lately. I need to. It's true. I thought for a second, like, I was going to be like, is it me saying I'd be mad if they made Harry black? Like, I'd be mad. Like, I hope not. Can't cancel me for that. Dante also said it. If you cancel me, you got to cancel Dante. And I'm holding him up as a shield. You just like me. A Negro Harry, we can't have it. You know? Imagine him go, Harry, you're a Negro, Harry. Carrie can be whatever race you want. Exactly. I think that'd be dumb. That's what I'm worried. Dante's uncancelable, right? So I have to hold Dante in front of me. I'll be like, he said it too. I didn't see that he said it till after I said it, but he said it too. We can't have no damn crickets in this movie. No, it's a TV show. A brown Harry's even worse. You're that word, Harry. Harry can be whatever race you want as long as you don't think trans women are women. Kappa, kappa, kappa. I just read that and watch. Then Harry says we riding around on brooms with sticks on them. I'm telling you, bro. They're going to mess it up. And they're going to make them lame-ass jokes, bro. They're going to make them lame-ass jokes. Ron's going to go to Hermione's and be like, hey, Hermione, you cast a spell on me from the moment I met you. Hermione is Pakistani. Like, I'm telling you. Let me see the show. Let me see the trailer and they make Harry black. I'm going to be on Twitter. I'm going to be on Twitter. I'm telling you. I'm going to be one of them guys. And Ron is Israeli. Like, if you want a main character black in Harry Potter, make a new story and character. Right. But They're gonna be like, nah, Ron's gay now. Jamal Potter, someone has to be gay. Dumbledore's gay, right? He's gay already. But I'm telling you, let me see Harry's black. Let me see Harry Potter's black. I'm gonna be like, get that damn black off my screen. That's not what I was raised watching, damn it. Get him off. So, I'm just saying. But don't tweet that clip. Like, that clip stays here. Yeah, but one of the 3 people are not straight. Oh, the community will lose their mind. I will. What's happening? Gravity, did you know they're making a Harry Potter show? We're talking about the Harry Potter show. And I said I'd be mad if Harry Potter was black in the show. You see how we were at Hogwarts? You know what they're going to do? You said tweet. Here's what's going to happen. Every person in Slytherin is going to be black. Everybody. They're going to be black except for Malfoy. He's not going to be black because he's rich. You know what I'm saying? I can't even. They're going to shove diversity in it. They are. I'm good with that. Let's go ship to the NAACP. Everyone in Slytherin is going to be black except for Malfoy. You don't
know the way. Yes, do you know the way?
I know the way. Slytherin going to be full of niggas. It is. And let me find it. We're literally just going to hear. We're gonna pop up in the Slytherin and be like, this is Slytherin house. This is Slytherin. Oh, I forgot I have it on 2X. My fault. I messed that up. Damn. Slytherin's just gonna be. And you're gonna see Malfoy in there surrounded by a bunch of black guys. Just. Right? That's it. That's what we're gonna get. I envision Malfoy with locks. Yeah. Oh, he's going to be the suburban black guy. That's what we're going to get. We're not really like that in my neighborhood. I'm not from the sticks. In it. Professor Chief Keef. 2 times made it more devious? You right. He be like, I'm not from your neighborhood. Like Carlton. Exactly. You're from the sticks, ain't it? My parents are high up. Do you know? Well, Hogwarts is in Scotland. The school up. Yep, see? Look. Malfoy gonna be the dude from Malibu's Most Wanted. Exactly. Yo, him against Voldemort. Voldemort's gonna be black too. The master of the hood arts. You're gonna be like, he like dark magic. They're gonna make a bunch of those jokes. And they're like, no black people up here comparatively. So it'll be even wild. True. Nigga Moore. His gun's gonna look like it's not gonna be a wand. You know what I'm saying? He gonna pull out the blicky. You know what I'm saying? You're gonna be like, I got a killing spell for you. Nick and Morty. And Snape will have Bernie Mac energy. Oh my god, that'd be so great. If they make Dobby black, I'm out. How bad would they be? They'd make Dobby black. Can Dobby be free now? No. Get back and work. Slave. Honestly, I kind of like this new show. It'd be good. But then when you get that, fuck the wands, how's your gunplay? Let's see it. You see it. Whose trigger finger's better? Then it's raps. And people are going to be like, you can't with this show. It's just being historically accurate. Dobby will be black. No, use the wands, but it's just guns. Oh yeah, instead of like a beam, you just hear bow, bow, bow. Shit gonna be the Wild Wild West. Your wands as your gunplay. Potion's just gonna be lean. Martin Luther King Wizard High School. That's how they're gonna be introduced. They'll be like, oh, we have visitors from the other schools today, from Martin Luther King Wizard High School. It's a poor school. Master gave Dobby a Glock. But they fire Quidditch. Yeah, no one can beat them. Bring them Americans. Yeah, have one American student there, right? And you know what he's talking about. Hey, whack where I'm from, man. You know what I'm saying? We just pull out the blick. Fuck this magic shit. Oh, you got magic? Can you stop a bullet, though? They're not. Cedric should be black, to be honest. Yeah, he'll be black. He'll be black. Then you get the pinata living, taco eating brown kids come in on low riders. I guess fair switch. I can see that. You know, they be like, yo, fuck this magic stick. Fuck this magic shit. Can you stop a bullet though? You know? They're the hardest working wizards around. They use their brooms for more than flying. Is that what you're saying, Strange? You know? Someone's gonna be like, the Slytherin kids stole my broom. Bro, cooking dope while they making potions. Oh my God, we just made racist Harry Potter. You know what it is. Or Wizard Gang, Crip Warlocks. Hey, why you wearing all that red, Gryffindor? What that shit about, man? Yes, we did. It'll be better than what they're going to do with it. Because you know what they're going to do with this, man. They're going to have like, oh, look, here's a black character. Did you notice that he's black? Viva los Magos. Debo and Harry Potter. Let's make it like Friday. That's the perfect movie for it. Let's make it like Friday. Because you know what they're going to do with the regular one. Avada Kedavra, got to fire one off, you know what I'm saying? We got to spin back on them. They be like, damn, Voldemort got away. Wait, we got to spin back on Cuh, you feel me? There'll be a sad story about like how his parents were repressed. Yes. Off gang for life. Like how, yeah, it's going to be, that's my concern, Glitch. It's going to be just like the Velma show. It's going to be a whole bunch of not funny bullshit that ruins the show. Toby, why you taking a shit in the bushes? This instead of Lumos. He turned my cousin Pookie into a frog. Yo, like, hey, stop, bruh. Them damn puffs are in our territory. What is this? Love this. They're going to make it like the Velma show. And that's my issue. You know? It's going to be bad. It's going to be bad, man. And I'm scared. They're going to ruin it because they ruin everything. They do. And that Velma show was terrible. It was horrible, man. Damn. So I say we need gang Harry Potter. What's even worse, it was so bad that it's popular and it made it enough. Yeah. So we hated it so much that some people checked it out to get clips and stuff, and now we're getting a second season of it. I'm sending this clip to Warner Bros. Maybe they'll listen to us. Hey, they should. You know? Instead of a sorting hat, they get do-rags or fitteds. Thoughts? And if you see the production of Legally Blonde, the musical they put out in London this year? I didn't. They made it diverse. Oh, God. Like, I mean, Mindy Kaling has some pull she does. What a shit show, do-rags. You know what I'm saying? Like, imagine they're like, yo, based upon the energy you giving me, I think this your house, my bruh. This your house. You feel me? Slytherin. Put that do-rag on. You know what I'm saying? They know we're minorities. No, you get an honorary chain. Oh, this your chaining day, cut. You know what I'm saying? This your chaining day. You 4PS. The sorted fitting cap. Scratch the Waffle House. You know what it is? Yeah, you get to go to Waffle House for your training. That's where we fight. That's where we do combat training, my boy. At Waffle House. You got to work there for a semester. They had like sorority sisters who were trans and stuff, which is fine, but wouldn't happen for the story. That's my issue. Wonder Wizard Waffle House. Hogwarts Waffle House, you know? You got, hey, that's where you do it. I mean, all them damn fights there make sense. Exactly. Waffle House Dementors. That's how they get the job, you know? That's my whole issue. Like I said yesterday, I have no problems with diversity. I love diversity, but I hate forced diversity. You know? I hate it. Because she can just white privilege herself to the top, so how can she just be black? Exactly. I don't. Like, what the fuck is what? Damn crickets. They're going to try to ruin it so people get mad at J.K. Rowling. Yeah, they're going to be like, oh, it's J.K.'s fault. It's not. It's not. It's not going to be her fault. They're just going to like, they're going to overcompensate for it, and then we're going to get like random jokes. Oh, we didn't get to learn magic in my neighborhood. We was too poor and black. I can't believe you could fit that sorted hat. It doesn't fit my natural hair texture because I'm black. And I'll be like, what is this? Now JK, like, I didn't write this shit. Like, superhero movies diversity makes sense because there's heroes are diverse. Exactly. Incest because it's HBO. Yeah, it's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. You know. Wait, can we do a watch party? Yeah, well, let's get that taken down. Yeah, let's do a watch party in Discord when it comes out. Let's do that. Let's do a watch party in Discord when it comes out. Bet, I'm down. And if it's bad, I'm telling you, if it's bad, I'm coming back. I'm gonna spin back on them. JK needs to fucking get taken down a peg or two anyway. She is pretty arrogant. Yes, watch party, good idea. I'm down. And I'm telling you, the moment that happens, if it's bad, I'm gonna be there like, what the fuck is this shit? This is not what I was born and raised on. What is this shit? If it's bad, we're gonna turn to kings of comedy in here. Exactly. I say we do it. Every time I hear you stream without me, I bite my mom, and I'm pretty sure she got something. It's so cool, bro. I mean, I never cared about the JK shit, but if I were her, I wouldn't have my brand shit like that. I think the issue is she don't care. She's rich. Rich people can do it. Wingardium Leviosa. You know? I care about it as a teacher and a reader. I can see that. The funny thing is, I didn't know because I don't follow J.K. Rowling on anything. And so people kind of just told me. You know? But I know they're going to ruin this show. They're going to ruin it. I'm about to get in on this Mario. Yo, let me know how Mario is, Snow. Let me know. Same J.K. Rowling sucks? I agree. I agree. I knew, just didn't care. Also, never seen Harry Potter, so no stakes. You know what? But she's been doing shit, like even before that, she was making, I heard it's good. Is it? I cannot be seen to like, promote her books, or to promote her at all, because the trans kids who see me as a safe space will not see me as interesting. Yeah. A Hogwarts show's coming out? Yep. On HBO. On HBO. My friends seen it last night. They liked it. I think the thing that's changed the voice is my voice thing. Am I clean? Was my voice changer on the whole time? Yeah, he said it was cool. Yeah, for a second. Oh, I didn't know. I was just talking. I thought I put... My bad. That wasn't on purpose. My fault. My fault, y'all. My bad. The only reason I haven't thought about seeing Mario is because the voice, like, it doesn't fit. You know what I'm saying? I'm used to the regular Mario voice, not Chris Pratt. Is he the one that's playing it? I got my niece and my little cousin. They just charged me a buckaroo, but I still got my mom card. Guess what I did? We thought you were making your exit speech? Oh, my fault. My bad. I do need to get out of here, though. It's been 7 hours. You know, I love y'all for real. I love how we can just talk about anything, you know? My bad. But yeah, they explained in the beginning of the movie. Oh, okay. As long as they explain, that'll be cool. Yeah, you're running my time. W7 hours. This man said at 5, it's 5:12. Yeah, my fault. My fault.
She jumped. I was being fair. I didn't say.
My fault, y'all.
Hey, you lying bitch. I don't believe.
Hey, I love y'all for real. Best community on Twitch, I say. Posting a pic of my nephew, he don't tighten up in a week. Bro, he's a newborn, bro. His hairline will be there. It'll get there, you know? Love y'all. Love y'all. He's a newborn still. He'll be cool, man. Give him time, bruh. Give him time. He needs at least a month. You know? Needs at least a month. He 5 days with a hairline of a 50-year-old. You need at least a month, bro. At least a month.
I got that cream cheese coochie on lock.
All right. I'm getting out of here. We're going to raid Sakura Gaming. You know? His one night return to streaming. We're going to raid him. At least. Bye. W-Stream. W-Stream. I'm out of here. I love y'all. I'll see y'all tomorrow. 10 a.m. Central. See ya.